All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time. The road to Red Bull Wololo is starting right here. We're at the qualifiers for the road to Red Bull Wololo. I'm Cracked here, joined today by the wonderful Soccerton. Soccerton, how you doing, man?
Doing good, doing good. It's early here. It's in the evening for you, but the road to Wololo starts here. I'm always a big fan of qualifying days because you get to see some people we don't see at the top of the brackets usually. Get to see who's going to try and break into the scene, and it's kind of fun to mix it up. Qualifying days are actually one of my favorite days to cast, so I'm excited to be here with you.
Exactly. And sometimes we do get players, as you mentioned, that we probably don't have on the agenda that we're not familiar with. It is a round of 64 here at the end of the day, and that means a lot of players trying to break into that esports scene. And we see some familiar names, some people that haven't, really made their way into the top competitive scenes, but are still trying. And one of those players right here, right off, VS Ramen coming in as well. So players definitely wanting to make an impression and wanting to, of course, qualify for the Red Bull Wololo Londinium.
Yeah, the other thing that's fun about these qualifying rounds too, especially early on, is they're best of threes, so they just kind of come and go so quickly. As we get our first matchup here today, it's going to be on Front Range, kind of a fun map choice here. And then looks like they've each sniped out French and a Delhi. So it's going to be an English Ottomans matchup on Front Range to start things off here. And our first qualifier of Road to Red Bull Wololo, Londinium.
Indeed, and English on a map like Front Range, definitely, I want to say, at this point in time, a kind of standard pick, because Front Range is known for one thing mostly, and it is that, you get a lot of natural resources food-wise out on the map. But what you don't get is a lot of sheep. There are barely any sheep on the map. I think there's two additional sheep for each player on Front Range. So players have to move out on the map. And that's not something that players typically want to do, right? You want to be safe. You want to be holed up in your base, easy to defend. And that is something there where English kind of thrive. Ottomans, on the other hand side, similarly, they do get the Vizier point for 10 additional sheep very early on. Can kind of copy that playstyle to a certain extent, and with the Sipahi, the strongest horseman in the game at the moment, having that mobility to raid on the other side, this is going to be an interesting matchup. Two clashes when it comes to playstyle.
Yeah, I feel like historically I've always preferred English into Ottomans, but on this map, I actually think I like Ottomans just a little bit more because of how aggressive they can get. And obviously English is really good at defending and holding up. I think it comes down a little bit to the spawn though. If English gets caught kind of stuck wanting to maybe go castle or not play it out in feudal, if their gold is kind of exposed, I've seen Ottomans kind of rip through before in games past where they kind of just catch English kind of in their corner without a whole lot of resources, especially if they don't get a lot of sheep, if they don't want to have to invest in farms too early. I think Ottomans can really ramp up the pressure kind of in the mid-early game before castle starts getting underway. And if English kind of gets caught in the road between wanting to do either a feudal play or a castle play, I think there's a room there for Ottomans to do a lot of damage. Of course, for me, these two players are kind of unknowns, so we don't really have a whole lot of history to go off of as far as Ramen versus, I'm going to say AWU. Is that how we're going to say that? I'm not quite trying to say AWU. I'm not sure if it's either AWU or AWU. You'll have to correct me.
We'll go with AWU. I think that probably rolls easier off the tongue than AWU.
Easier off the tongue than AWU. Be a triple U at the end there. Yeah, but we don't know much about these players, right? We just don't. There's not a lot. We have no, for some of the top guys, we've got the head-to-heads. We've got their all-time series records. These are kind of unknown, so all we have to go off of is the civs. And I think I like what Ottomans can do on Front Range just a little bit better.
I think long-term survivability definitely on the side of the English, though. They also have that attack speed aura, so they can kind of keep up with what the meta has. And I think attack speed, especially on Spearmen, is quite valuable, especially in the current meta where cavalry is very, very strong and high in value. Being able to get an additional couple of attacks in with the Spearmen can come in pretty clutch. So definitely think that English kind of has the tools here. I think most importantly, you just gotta be aware of how much you invest into your economy as the English. Going for one farm cluster, fine. Going for two farm clusters, okay. probably necessary. After that, you're pushing it. If you go for more than 2 farm clusters in feudal age, you gotta get a balanced investment into military going, because that's where the elements are going to pressure you. They're going to be going for that Master Pahi, maybe add in like 10 to 15 archers to be able to one-shot your spearmen, and after that, just flood more and more of these like super, super strong horseman units to try and just overwhelm, because the Pahi, with their high health pool, they can reasonably tank a lot of spearman hits in a head-to-head engagement.
Yeah, that's exactly my fear with English here. I think there is a danger of kind of over investing in eco early, especially with those farms. Like they are so much cheaper for English, but like you said, like if you go more than one cluster, you're kind of leaving yourself vulnerable. And it kind of comes down to, again, like the spawn. Like, do you have resources safe and available and nearby? And then do you get enough sheep? Like there's a world where on this map you don't get as many as you'd like. Maybe you only get like 8. Which isn't bad, but it runs out very quickly, right? And then suddenly you're looking to the hills to get resources, and in come the Sipahi, like you said. Like I fully expect a pretty big Sipahi buildup from the Ottomans here. It just makes a lot of sense, especially with how spread out things can be on this map, especially up in those hills.
Yeah, and let's not forget the gold veins that you're starting with. They're all small gold veins, so you only get like around 3,000 gold next to your TC. You probably want to go for early economy upgrades in this matchup just in general, because the game will probably go on a little bit longer in feudal age. You're not going to be going for fast castle age play here, just because if you go for fast castle age play and your opponent goes on the aggressive, you're going to run out of food 100%. You will not be able to keep map control off of a fast castle playstyle. We got 2 boars in the middle of the map. A civilization with English, where they do have the short bows, they can very easily go for the boar. And they don't have to be too careful when it comes to the Ottomans going for a like barracks opening, just because the short bows means that the villagers can trade out quite nicely up against a spearman. Might still need to force an outpost, but realistically, short bows, if you micro them well enough and you like if your opponent doesn't go for barracks but just a normal military school, the spearmen are going to trickle in so slowly that you can just ignore it, not even go for the outpost, and just gather from the board normally.
Yeah, and that's kind of the nice thing too, just with English with those short bows. They've got an answer to the early Dark Age rush. So, I mean, that kind of takes one of those tools out of the toolbox for Ottomans, right? They can't just send spears immediately. It'd just be kind of a waste of time. I am thinking, like, again, you mentioned the eco upgrades. I think that is very, very important. I think you got to be willing to play a little bit of feudal. I think English long-term does want to beat Ottomans to Castle Age if they can. I think that would be the goal here for Rahman, is he wants to establish himself in feudal, try to withstand the early pressure that will come probably starting in like 5 minutes into the game, and then 5-6 minutes in the game, and then he wants to build into castle. Those early eco upgrades, like you mentioned, might be really crucial here. Things like wheelbarrow might end up being kind of important as well, just given speed of the Sipahi and some of those movements. You want to be able to move out on the map quickly when you do, and sneak away when they're coming in. I'm really curious to see kind of how and when those kind of play out for Ramen, especially. I feel like for Awu, I feel like the game is a little more straightforward, just a tad. I feel like he wants to try and look for any weaknesses in the build in Ramen early, ramp up that pressure, and then try and eventually castle behind it as well. He doesn't want to go up to castle too far behind Ramen does. If anything, if he could beat Ramen up to castle and then get that those first bits of siege on the way, that'd be really a big boon for him as well. But we'll see. We got a minute and a half still to speculate and debate. Front Range is kind of a fun, interesting map in my opinion. It just, with all those outposts out there for claim, just out there waiting. The vision of this map is always so fun to see. I always love seeing how players interact with the upper elevation of this map, just because it's just kind of hidden up there.
Yeah, it is for sure. And there's a ton of resources out there in that front range as well, in those mountains, where you've got a large deer pack, you got all the gold there, wood lines as well. And plenty of times we do see players sneaking out a couple of villagers. So if you notice that you're under attack, but you still need a little bit more gold in, but you don't have the military at the moment to just defend your gold inside of your base, plenty of times we see players just try and sneak out 3 to 5 villagers out there onto the outer sides, just because it buys you time. You get villagers out there, you get up an outpost, you're going to be safe for a while, you're going to be able to gather those resources, mass up a military in the meantime. Most importantly, get those upgrades in, because especially the early upgrades, eco-wise, they're so cheap and they have so much value with them. Double Broad Axe giving you 15% more gather rate for like 150 resources. That pays off insanely quickly and is very much needed when you play for a longer feudal age. And it always goes to show whenever we see like long feudal age battles, the player that goes for the economy upgrades first, or like if a player forgets to get the economy upgrades, they do fall notably behind in the economy department. That just means less units out on the field.
Yeah, in a day and age where 2 town centers is much more rare, getting those upgrades is kind of how you get that edge. If you can't make more villagers, make them more efficient. But we'll dive in here in just a couple seconds. I was kind of looking at the draft. We're not going to have time to talk about the rest of the draft. We'll have to wait till game 1 concludes. But some pretty strong choices on both sides. I'm looking at it while we still have a couple seconds. This should pan out interesting. It makes it, with the best of 3, like the drafting and how you draft changes a little bit as opposed to kind of a bigger series and a bigger set. So it's kind of fun to see how players navigate that, especially with the new drafting rules. This, as I think it was last tournament that were introduced with the addition of the new civs. So should be fun stuff. We'll be diving in here in just a second. We're just kind of waiting on the powers that be to throw us into the game.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 now for our road to Wololo. We're starting right off with that Abu spawning in, the color yellow, playing as the Ottomans here on front range. His opponent, none other than VE as Raman, playing as the English in the color red. And look at our mini-map over here. Looks like we are getting a nice little precursor as to when it comes to the scouting. Do we see like scouting lines going over there? We do see scouting lines. So, you know, we got the little trail there behind the yellow scout, behind the red scout. Looks like a little bit of scribble in the middle there as well. You know, early technology things, trying to get that all sorted out. But interesting prospect, just being able to tell the scouting pattern and players are going for with these lines that are forming here right now. So we do see Awu going for a little bit more of an aggressive scouting. Does actually see the play from Ramen. He did go out to the boar in the middle. Lost a good amount of health, though, on a villager. Typically what players do, especially on a map like this, where you don't have to use the scout early on to scout for sheep just because there are none, they tend to just tank the boar damage with the scout. Looks like Ramen didn't fully tank the boar damage, so one of the villagers very low health, and we do have that military school from Abu. So there is always that threat of the eventual spearman coming in and potentially sniping a villager. Actually, he did tank it up. With 5 villagers, probably just didn't have the DPS to fully tank up the boar.
Yeah, it looks like that one, Vil. You know, this is one of those interesting things where that early spear, like, he can't stand and fight too long under the English base, but being out on the board, this tower matters a lot. The timing of this matters a lot, because if that tower gets up, that spear's gonna be able to do nothing. But if he gets there in time, there's a world where he can maybe snipe that villager. Here he comes, walking across. Also, shout out to Cow again for just continually adding to our UI. And the scout pathing is a fun new feature. I'm excited to see iterations of that in the future. But in the meantime, Mr. Spearman here with death in his eyes.
Yeah, Ramen, only one villager at the moment.
I promise, he's got death in him right now.
They're glowing. They're definitely glowing. But yeah, with only one villager building the outposts a while back have been nerfed significantly. They now take an entire minute to finish up if you only build them with a single villager. And this villager is on death's door. And we do see the spearman now coming in. Is he going to go straight for the villager? Okay, short throws not coming in. Villager's running back. The spearman did not immediately realize, and yeah, Ramen now just finishing the outpost up with the remaining 4 villagers. Weak villager is going to go back. Age up now coming in for Awu, but didn't really gain any significant value, and Ramen is right behind him when it comes to the age up. Just very soon is going to be able to click that age up in as well.
Missed opportunities. If he'd have just had that, I mean, it's you got to be kind of really babysitting that spear as he goes off to be a murder hobo. But if you babysit that and you catch that there's a weak vill right there and you see it, oh, he could have gotten one for free right there and denied that tower. But instead, now a council hall being that position getting very refortified at the moment. Longbows, which obviously are slower units, being able to pump them out here in the middle of the map, that's kind of a nice advantage, provided that Ramen can hold on to the position here.
Yeah, for sure. Just being able to get them out in the middle of the map. And the council hall has been buffed, so now it does have a 5% discount on any unit produced from it. 5% isn't that much, but of course it does add up over time. Every 20 longbows, you basically get one longbow in for free. Now, that's not the greatest, personally. Like 10%, that would have been amazing. But 5%, it's the small things. You take it.
It's one of those landmarks where, like, it's still a okay landmark. It always was an okay landmark. I think it just kind of got eclipsed by the other landmark. But an extra 5. It was like one of those like buffs. Or if you're an English guy through and through and you just love playing English, you'll take it because it just kind of gives you a little bit extra. I mean, an extra longbow and 20. I mean, Who's going to say no to that? But yeah, I agree. It doesn't feel super impactful. It's one of those things that kind of adds on top, and then you just hope that one of those small additions breaks the camel's back later down the line.
Exactly. Naram, he does still have a little bit of a gold bank, so probably is going to go for that double broad axe upgrade immediately. Would be just giving him a ton of just additional wood income as the early game progresses in order to be able to reinforce those longbow numbers. And 15%, that's quite big, especially like he's already at 13 villagers. That's almost like 2 additional villagers worth of wood gathering just from getting that double broad axe upgrade. Indeed, that is going to be the first thing he presses as soon as he hits the fuel age. Behind us, Abu already got a stable prepped, barracks also coming in, so maybe a Sipahi spearman army composition. Wait, is that a stable or is it an archer range? Look, a barracks. It is an archer range. Okay, so it looked like a barracks before I say, but yeah, it's coming in with an archer range as well. So the normal Sipahi and archer composition, like we alluded to earlier.
That forward position, very strong looking for Ramen here. Awu gearing up, doing normal Ottoman things. Archers and Sipahi. That's a more, I think it's the better comp, Sipahi archer. The tricky thing is it's a harder comp, if that makes sense, right? It's a little more difficult to micro. You got to be a little more careful with it. I think it can do more just by speed of the Sipahi and just being able to outmaneuver. You got to be careful because the spears are going to hit hard for Ramen. And the nice thing about English is if this for some reason goes into a protracted feudal fight, being able to add in a couple men-at-arms later on as he gets ready to go to castle for some more meat shieldy tankiness can really go a long way as well.
Yeah, we're already getting some good numbers in here right now when it comes to the army value as well. And it's only going to get better and better for him from here. A second stable coming as well. These production buildings for the Ottomans are heavily discounted. Instead of paying 150 wood for a stable, it's only 90. So he's saving a lot of wood with that and just being able to produce a lot of Sipahi. And we talked about this unit. It is a high value unit at the moment in the game, to the point where they can actually just straight up frontline up against spearmen. We do have a little engagement over here. The longbows are going to be focusing down the scouts. So Ramen, he's going to be getting a little bit of a knowledge advantage here when it comes to the scouting information. But with 2 stables, Abu could, in theory, just produce another scout. Indeed, that is going to be coming up right now.
It was a really kind of a fun play from Ramen because it was a kind of a guaranteed kill, right? If he goes for the Sipahi, there's a chance he could kill them, but then if the Imams come out for the visitor point later, then he might not be able to finish them off. The scout, he could finish off right now, force some damage. Not a ton, but force a little bit of value there.
Already up to 5 Sipahi now. Awu at the moment, he's just kind of needlessly exposing his Sipahi at the moment. This is not a point in the game where the English are going to be really exposing themselves out on the map. Pierce armor level 1, that is an important one. Blacksmith upgrade now in queue for him. That is going to enable a lot more longevity on the Sipahi. Already up to 5 archers inside of his base as well. We mentioned like you need like 10, 12 archers to be able to one-shot a spearman, so you probably want to be at 15 just in case a couple of archers die, you still have some left over to be able to continuously one-shot. And then, really, you don't really need any more archers than that. After that, you can just invest everything into this biomass.
That ranged armor, you know, there's certain civs, like, I feel like ranged armor is arguably the best. I think it's just the best upgrade you can get in the blacksmith almost always. It's kind of funny when there's like only a couple matchups where I even consider getting for a different upgrade first. Usually you're getting either the +1 for defense or the +1 for damage on the range. Very, very rarely do you look at the other ones and prioritize them. And here, of course, with the +1 to the longbows, I mean, why wouldn't you get that for the Sipahi? And given the fact that English stuff just shoots at you an extra bit back at home. Sipahi looking to get the scout down. They're going to be met with some spears, though. And there's the aura activating as well. That's another thing that tower does by that boar, is by getting that there and building around that position, you're, one, giving yourself some vision, giving yourself some protection, but also getting the aura there, the bonus to the attack, is just so important for English.
Looks like the first blacksmith upgrade are also coming in for Ramen, so we'll be getting that pierce damage upgrade in as well, just to offset the pierce armor that's already in for Abu. He's also getting his pierce damage upgrade in now. We're approaching the 15 archer count, now at 10, so getting very close to be able to just one-shot those spearmen. But yeah, this one outpost here at the moment, just buying Ramen a whole lot of vision, and with that, just a whole lot of knowledge about the positioning of the army from Abu. So he is going to be able to move in time, even with his slower moving infantry army, in order to make sure that Ramen, or rather Abu, isn't getting any like major raiding value here.
It's hard to get good rating value in the English, just because of the town center right there, doing an extra arrow shot every time. Spahi looping back around. The nice thing about this map, for those who want to raid, is you don't get, it's not like Gorge where the wood line goes all the way to the edge of the map. You can loop around. The TCs are in enough. You can kind of loop around and back.
Army value pretty neck and neck. Ramen actually with a small lead currently. And now Abu, he did send out a couple more villagers to stone. It looks like Sepahi or Matter, some unit here might die. We do have the Imam point in, so if the Matter lives, he can get healed back up. And by the skin of his teeth, he's barely able to get out of there. 15 health left on that Matter. And it looks like Abu did actually activate the ranged armor. Ooh, Sepahi, okay, gets sent back as well. So this army is just going to get healed back up for Abu. And we're also about to be getting that second military school in form as well.
That range defense is so important. If you're playing against English against a lot of longbows, you almost just leave that on 90% of the time. Like that'd be the default for me, and I'd be looking to swap over it to other ones at opportune times. Otherwise, just leave it toggled on the range defense. You know, one thing we talk about with the longbows is obviously the damage. Right there, what almost cost Awu was the extra range on the longbow. Sometimes it can be kind of hard to gauge when they start kind of trying to pinch you like that. They get just a little extra range and they can really catch you off guard, as here comes a pretty big engagement. Spears getting on to nothing as they get picked off by the archers of Awu, but the longbows now happy to trade.
Awu is going to be going for the engagement. Archers firing onto the spearmen. Still enough archers alive in order to go for the one-shot. Matter currently also still alive, not getting focused down. The Imams are getting focused down. No more healing available to Awu as he just loses all of them. Spy mass also not looking that big anymore, but might be enough to get a couple more pickoffs there from the longbows, if microed correctly. The longbows are kiting. It looks like, yeah, these Sapai all very low health without any healing. Not going to be able to get any significant value here. Instead, he's just hammering the Sapai right now, so losing a lot of them. And for not a whole lot of value gained, no archers, you cannot step up, but Amu, he's going for it.
What are you doing? You can't step up into this. There's no good trade to be had here. All you can do is back off at this point. Instead, Awu decides to throw them to the wolves. Longbows picking them apart bit by bit, and now he's got spears in play for some strange reason.
These are still from the early military school, but yeah, he's not getting any value in from this fight. He just lost a whole lot of military units. He just took the trade for way too long, and in the end, these like kind of small little mistakes can make the difference. Ramen, he managed to keep his main longbow mass alive. That is the bread and butter of his army composition, and at the same time, Awu, he lost the Sapahi, he lost the Matter, and the Imams as well, so he kind of doesn't have the main base advantages that the Ottomans have typically going for them. So his entire game plan has just been kind of scrambled now. Lombo is once again finding great engagements here up against the archers, and now we got men-at-arms coming in as well. Matter also just still alive. Sapai able to survive 1 or 2 volleys at the moment from these from the longbows. But yeah, without proper micro here, you see every now and then these Sapai kind of just get held up by those men-at-arms, and Matter now also getting taken down again.
Hey, it's the men-at-arms I was talking about earlier. You just see a couple of those out there. I love that choice. You don't need a ton, but you just start mixing in a couple for kind of a good meat shield. And that lets your spears and your archers kind of stay out there a little bit longer. Yeah, at this point, Awu very much behind the 8 ball now. Nowhere to go. These longbows, I mean, the Sapahi, there's a risk that Rama can overextend here. The Sapahi, if he gets big enough numbers and can surround him, can do quite a bit. But as long as Ramen keeps the numbers at around 20 plus, he'll be in a good spot. I'm almost surprised he hasn't made any use of palings or anything like that, but he's just kind of been on the move instead and just kind of using movement and kiting to his advantage, which has worked just as well.
And Awu, he's just not pulling the military back at all. He keeps re-engaging and just trickling military units, and this is like one of the worst things that you can really do in these situations, trickling out your military, and that means GG is going to be coming in. Best of 3, and Ramen now going to be on match point.
About that, I did not have an English Town Hall into Longbows and Feudal on my bingo card to start today off, but within 15 minutes, nice and crisp, a good win for Ramen. Yeah, Awu, like, it was a really bad fight initially, right? But then doubling down and just not the thing you got to do there is start massing back in your own base. You got to concede the map control. He had a pretty good mass of archers. When he stepped up, that was the biggest problem, because you can maybe step back and build some more supply, maybe try to find another way in. You're down, but you're not out. By stepping up and doubling down, he betted all that and bet the house and lost.
Yeah, a pretty good opening though, I want to say, for Awu. So definitely doesn't feel like it was like a stomp by any means. I think the army control was a little bit lacking, but other than that, very, very good opening from Awu. The basics are like, well, basics. It's pretty good, just macro control that he did have, and the army mass was good. I think just the way that he took the fight and trickled in the units, that was a little bit unfortunate. There's some civilizations that can do that. Alas, Ottomans against or rather, it's more a case of just English with the Lombo mass. It's one of those civilizations where you really can't do that against them, just because the Lombos, of course, having that additional damage, that additional range, as long as that Lombo mass stays alive, that is just the majority of the DPS from the English still being in that game, and it's something that you have to treat with extra respect with any civilization.
Yeah. Well, and imagine, if he gets that early tower down instead. Imagine his spearman manages to kill that Vil, gets +1, small win. Instead of a missed opportunity, a small win right there. So that was just a little bit of micro, that was just a blink and you miss it kind of moment, which happens to the best of us, obviously. If he gets that win, starts building and stacking those wins up, how different would that game have gone? You just have to wonder. I don't think that decided the game, but, when you start stacking little leads like that.
Little cow situation here.
Cow's laptop burning up in the background. Oh, there it goes. It's.
Oh.
In case you want to see kind of the background of what's going on, it's basically coding. There you go.
Yeah, we're getting a glimpse into the backend there.
At least the stream is still live, right? At least the stream is still live. We're still here.
Live. We're still live. Production.
And it's not mid-game.
I mean, all of these cool new features are coming at a price, of course.
And that price is cow sanity. 100%.
All right, we're back into the lobby, waiting for the draft to be coming back up here. Next up, what maps did we have up remaining? I think we had Dry Arabia and Baldland.
And Dry Arabia.
Yeah, Baldland and Dry Arabia. So we'll be getting those back up in just a second. We'll be seeing, or rather looking out for the next civilization draft snipe that's going to be coming in. And this is just like a very cool system when it comes to drafting, right? Like, we're getting to the point now where we have so many civilizations in the game. Having a sniping system is very, very handy, just because there are so many different matchups. So actually getting to at least get a glimpse beforehand and sort of also being able to decide the civilization that your opponent's going to pick can be very, very helpful. And it looks like we are going to be moving over to Dry Arabia now with, I believe the civilizations are flipped around here. It is going to be Sengoku for Awu on the right side and Ramen with the Byzantines on the left side.
This is a fun matchup. I feel like with Sengoku on the field, I feel like Byzantines is almost forced to play just a little bit differently than they like to normally. Because obviously Byzantines, I think, in a perfect scenario, I think Byzantines likes to go for the Grand Winery. I feel like Sengoku is one where you start considering, do you go Hippodrome? I don't know if that's the best choice. I just feel like the horsemen for Sengoku get really scary really early, and you got to start thinking about what kind of pressure you can give back.
At the same time, there are few civilizations that can change the game plan of the Byzantines. And I'll have to be honest, I don't think Sengoku is one of them. I think Byzantines just does what Byzantines do. They do have the superior scaling as soon as Feudal Age comes in, and Feudal Age comes in a lot quicker for the Byzantines, even with the early stone gathering for the cisterns, then it does come in for Sengoku. Because the Sengoku, they like to take their time with the age up. They like to go for the hot dog stands, the yatai, with the Mitsuri, just moving them out on the map, gathering the extra resources from the food and stuff like that. The Byzantines, similarly, they like to gather a little bit of bonus stone, go for those cisterns, just scaling up the economy that way. So both players age up a little bit later. Byzantines is still going to get a better age up timing in. And the second they move onto those berries with the Grand Winery, there's just an absolute ton of resources making their way with all of the bonus olive oil that's coming in as well. So honestly, I don't think Sengoku like the Sengoku pick is going to change the Byzantine game plan. If there is a civilization that would change the Byzantine game plan in any shape, way, or form, I think it's probably like mostly only Delhi and Malians. I think those are like the two main civilizations that can make the Byzantines change their mind when it comes to what they want to go for. Maybe Rus, just a little bit of a pro scout denial, but other than that,
Even
there's
then, that doesn't feel ideal. Yeah.
There's not really a reason to, not go for your typical Cistern and Grand Winery game plan when playing as the Byzantines.
Well, it's just so good, right? Like the amount of economy and the way that scales into the mercenary houses, it's just so good.
You can kind of put it like this. You can kind of put it like this, that the Matsuri from the Sengoku, it caps out at 30%. That is more than the Cisterns, but it's going to take you like 10 minutes to get through that first. Yeah, Mitsuri capped out, and sure, you get some bonus resources as well with the Attais, but at the same time, Byzantines also get bonus oil, so it's all kind of like even, but the scaling with all the bonuses from the Cisterns, I feel like it's in the Byzantines' favor.
Yeah, I feel like eventually we can reach the point where Sengoku can do some interesting things. I think they've got a lot of tools in their toolbox, so to speak. The nice thing for Sengoku here is that they don't want their economy touched and played with either. So in that sense, they're not too worried about the Attai. Now, it's Dry Arabia, so it is kind of an interesting choice to go for. I don't love Dry Arabia for Sengoku just because there's not a ton of extra resources on the map anywhere. There's nowhere to really... There's not like a whole lot. I mean, there's enough obviously for the Attai, but I feel like there's no like easy spot where you just go, oh, that's such a great spot for the Attai outside of the boar. Obviously you get your board you can send out, but it's kind of far on this map. Like it's not Dry Arabia is not a bad map for Sengoku. That's not what I'm implying. I'm just saying it's not like a particularly amazing map as far as plethora of resources goes. Like Sengoku really likes to lean into those kind of maps and games. The nice thing though is that on Dry Arabia there's a lot of room to raid, and I feel like the horsemen for Sengoku Daimyo are just so good, but the Limitane are pretty easy counter to that as well. So it'd be a fun map to see how these players want to play it out.
Yeah, just knowing Byzantines, they're probably going to be reinforcing any outward barriers that they move to with Cisterns and an outpost at the very least. And once you get that outpost up with the Cistern, you can always put on the aura to just reduce damage taken on buildings as well. That typically buys you enough time to get your military in just to defend that. And as you mentioned, like Limitani, pretty good counter up against the Yari Cavalry. Yari Cavalry, they're pretty good. Baseline, they do the same damage as a horseman, but they do bonus damage to cavalry. And they also have a good bit more base health with the Daimyo coming in as well. So they move a lot faster once the upgrade comes in as well. They're a good bit more expensive at the same time. So more expensive, but good bit better stats overall, I want to say. Yeah, they're a good unit, but it's just that Byzantines, as mentioned, like they play very defensively, and that is like their main game plan. I don't think that the Sengoku Daimyo is really going to change that. One great thing, though, that we always have to remember for Sengoku is the Shinobi. The Shinobi is probably the biggest game changer that we have in the game at the moment, because it can just completely flip the script for a fight. Like, just turn it on its head, upside down. The damage debuff is 40%. It is 40%. So just to put that into perspective, those mounted samurai do like 30 damage. An additional 40% on that is absolutely crazy. You're like almost doing 42 damage per hit in Castle Age with knights. Or you're going to be doing like 15 damage per hit with a horseman in Feudal Age. It's a complete game changer, and it means it can completely sway the fight. The slow as well means that your opponent's going to have a hard time to escape. Imagine this, like, you got shield wall on, or rather the spear wall in, on the Limitani, so they're already slow, and you turn on additional slow on top of that. They're not getting away. They are not getting away.
No, they're not. The Shinobi are so good. And the other thing is the vision, being able to just spy on your opponent and see exactly what they're doing at any given point. I mean, that alone is, information is the most important thing in this game.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can just check the berries, check the wings whenever you want. It is so powerful. That landmark is so good for that. For that alone, like that alone would make it a decent, I think, landmark. Then the Shinobi and what they can do is just, it's so good. The tricky thing with using them offensively on this map is there's not a ton of stealth forest around each of the opponent's bases. You might get lucky with the spawn, but you kind of need one of those to pop into if you want to get aggressive with the Shinobi. As far as defensively, though, I mean, I don't know why Byzantines would get super aggressive early, but if they ever push in early, the Shinobi can kind of lay a pretty scary looking trap with the slowing debuff and the attack debuff that they give. It's a good unit. I'd be shocked to not see that.
Yeah, a small little tidbit for chat if there are any ladder gremlins out there. Did you know you can spawn the Shinobi off of walls? So you can just put a palisade wall, like 7 wood investment, somewhere randomly on the map. You don't need a stealth forest. You can spawn the Shinobi there. Just send a villager across, 7 wood, little palisade wall. Yeah, you spawn Shinobi from there on out. That's going to be your new Shinobi spawn.
I did not know that.
Yeah, you can do that.
You think, now that you say that,
it's a legal move. Technically legal.
That seems so good. You can just, I mean, if you wanted to spend the time to go put a villager all the way on your opponent's side of the map, build like 2 wood worth of wall, and then leave it there as just like a little.
It's just something that they're not gonna expect. They're not like, why would they expect that? There's no stealth forest there. It's a build. You can spawn units from it. Like you just click the Shinobi onto it. You spawn units suddenly, like randomly in the back of your opponent's base. There's no stealth forest. What are they gonna do? Lose. Oh man, especially once it gets to like Castle Age and you spawn 6 of them. Yeah.
Here's a question: can you spawn? So like in a team game, can you spawn Shinobi on your allies' buildings as well?
Now you're asking me things that I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay, Cow is in my ear saying no, you can't. Okay, because I was gonna ask if an English player put a campfire down, and if that would somehow work, but apparently no, you can't.
All right, Cow's bragging in our ears. Let's ignore him.
He's not. Yeah, Cow was saying he's super high ranked and he knows.
2,000 elo in team games. All right, Cow. All right, I've seen you play.
Well, you know what, Cow? I bet my dad could beat up your dad. Too fun. Well, we got 20 seconds to dive in here, and we'll see the outcome of this one. Ramen up by 1 against Awu, who is hoping to tie this one up and go to Baldland after. If not, this is game point for Ramen, so we'll see how things pan out here in just a couple seconds. We'll dive in. The road to Red Bull Wololo continues in game number 2 of the day in our first series.
Indeed it does. Timer has hit 0, so that means that we're jumping right on into our game number 2, spawning in the color yellow. We got Awu playing as the Sengoku Daimyo here on Dry Arabia. His opponent, none other than VE as Ramen in the color red, playing as the Byzantines. And we just take a quick little look at our minimap there. We get a nice little view on where the remaining sheep are on the map, and we also have a nice little feature there with these little, just lines telling us the exact scouting pattern of our players. And look at that, we already have some big value coming in from those lines as we see Ramen intercepting the scouting pattern from Awu. And is he gonna turn to trail? He's trailing.
Oh no,
he is trailing him. Disaster.
Few things feel worse on this map, especially on Dry Arabia, where I'm 90% of the time I'm already like shouting at my screen, "Where's the sheep?"
Wait, what
and
is
then you do something like this.
Oh, that's the Yatai. Okay, for a second I was like, what's moving out there? It's the Yatai.
The Yatai,
or
yep.
Where is it going? Is there? Oh, the boar's right there. Okay, I don't see it on the minimap. There we go. Now you see it on the minimap. So the boar is now being absorbed. Let's just put it like that. Yeah, Ramen not finding the most sheep here at the moment, so not looking too hot for him at the moment when it comes to the sheep department.
What are your thoughts on the boar not being aggressive with the Yatai nearby for villagers?
It's weird. It's weird. Like, when the Yatai is in range, like, it pacifies the boar. I think it's a little bit of just weird micro-removal. At the same time, it also...
It makes sense, though? Because you don't want to have opponent scouts, like, just shoot the boar and, like...
I kind of think you want that, though. Like, don't you kind of, like, want that? Because it would, like, just be activity on the map. And also, if you don't want that to happen, just kill the boar.
So it's a weird interaction. I don't know if I have a final say on what I feel of it, but it is a strange interaction the way it pacifies the boar. It turns him into just a nice little piggy.
I think it also makes it a lot easier for civilizations like Delhi, for example, to just kill the boar with like 1 to 2 Ghazi raiders very early on and just like evaporated. Because as we know, when a civilization just like beats on a board that they can't eat, likes to vanish.
Second Yatai coming out to the deer. Yeah, that's right. They removed Laming the Boar, actually. That is right. That's this latest patch.
Wait, was it already? Okay.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes
Yeah,
it becomes difficult, like
that.
knowing what's upcoming and what's already in.
I'm pretty sure that was in the patch already, yeah. In this latest patch, actually, they removed that, so you can't lame the boar.
I was going to talk about that. I was like, wait, is that already in, or was it still upcoming?
Nope, that happened. Happy New Year. It's here.
No, sometimes like you get a lot of information, wink, wink, and sometimes like you're not sure is that
Gotcha.
Is that in
I'm
yet,
not
or is it
privileged
still
like that.
upcoming?
I only, you know, if I'm saying it, you know it's happening because I don't get the insider stuff. I only see it after it's out. So
Yeah.
Oka Township
Now,
coming
this
up
made
here.
me
We will
look
be getting
bad.
some Ninja Boys. Yeah, yeah, Cracky. What the heck, man?
How come I didn't know that? I was like, wait,
How did you not know this
is that
one
upcoming?
thing in the patch notes? Like 37
Well,
lines
now you
in.
guys don't know. Is it getting changed back? Maybe it's already in the future and it's getting baked. Nah, I'm just.
You know, it's really crazy if you go back, like I've been doing the podcast for so long now, talking about this game, and every now and then I'll go back and just like, if you were to go back to listen to like an episode like 2 years ago, talking about the meta changes back then, just the amount, the progress we've had in the last 2 years in this game is just crazy. The amount of changes, the amount of things the interactions that are different than they used to be. There's just so many changes to keep track of.
Yeah, it has been a ton of changes on water as well. Like just remembering the good old nuclear demo ships that we had. Those were the days, man. Animation canceling. The Viper losing his wonder.
I feel like animation cancel is one of those things they keep removing, and then people still find a way to animation cancel.
Every
Like,
now and then it sneaks in. It sneaks back in. That
Sneaks
sneaky
back
animation
in.
canceling mechanic, yeah. You get a new
like that
unit or a unit
Simpsons
gets
meme where
slightly
he-
tuned, suddenly bam, animation canceling's back on the menu.
Yep. Like that Simpsons meme of Mo throwing the guy out of the bar, and he's like
And
back
he's
in
just
the next
back.
frame again. Animation
All
canceling,
right.
the evil that always persists. But we are now in feudal age. Both players gearing up. We got 3 cisterns for
Yeah, 3
ramen
cisterns,
already.
winery, and oh, look at this. We're actually getting a daimyo before the stable. This is interesting. So, looks like we're not getting any Yari cavalry opening here from Awu. Instead, it's just going to be the daimyo himself getting produced here. And that's a feudal age knight that you can make. So, definitely has a lot of value, has a lot of pressure that it can put on your opponent. And means that he's saving up the resources for a stable, means that he's just getting that faster or quicker age up in instead. And yeah, it looks like the game plan for Abu at the moment is just going to that straight fast castle age. Means though that Ramen is going to be able to buy this time. He hasn't even gotten a barracks in yet. He just went straight for the mercenary camp and is not producing anything from it yet. Just doesn't have the oil quite yet. But it is going to be lone bows that will be coming out for him.
This Sengoku build from Awu, it's very reminiscent of just like a Japanese build, you know, just getting the daimyo manor upgrade and getting that daimyo out. Same kind of like thought process here. Let me just get the heavy unit out now because I know he can survive. I'm not pumping a lot of food into the Ari cavalry, just going for the fast castle instead. Really feels like we're just watching like mainland Japanese, the mainline Japanese, but instead with the Yatai. So kind of a fun build here from Awu.
And Ramen, he's heading in a stable right now as a follow-up as well. This is very awkward. Going for longbows and horsemen against what is going to be a fast castle age build. The daimyo is in now as well, and you can just see that charge absolutely chonking that villager down. Barry's now denied, so is going to be cut off after his first batch of longbow production. Isn't going to be getting the second batch in too quickly, though the villagers are moving out to it already again. Nope. He's assigned otherwise and is going to be going back over to the sheep for the time being. Now we're right about to be able to click the H, but now the barracks is coming in. So, yeah, Ramen caught off guard there for a little bit. And it's going to delay him for his own fast castle age transition, which looks like was the initial game plan for him. And there it is, Sake Brewery now coming in inside of the base from Abu, nicely positioned next to the Mitsuri and the TC. So once the Mitsuri gets some traders in as well, the villagers on the Sake Brewery are also going to be buffed up. And it looks like the first trader is already in the Mitsuri, so 5% buff on those villagers already in for Abu.
This is a very clean, fast castle build from Awu. He's already got 4 food carts out and gathering. He's already getting into castle age here. He'll be up right around 8.5 minutes or so. That's pretty good timing, honestly. And he's gotten some damage and some pressure done at the same time. So a very clean build for our Sengoku player.
Yeah, the timing's definitely very solid here, especially when it comes to that early pressure that he pulled off with the Daimyo. Has kind of let off for the time being, though. I think he could have just definitely stayed around a little bit longer. Double stable is now also coming in. You gotta remember the Sengoku Daimyo, they don't get the Yoshiro relics, so they aren't able to immediately buff up the production speed of their stable. So instead, going for that second stable definitely makes a lot of sense. And now the first mounted samurai is going to be in queue for Awu. First, Yatai is going to have to evacuate the board, at least for a little bit, until the first mounted samurai comes in.
Feels a little awkward to go into horsemen as Byzantines here, but I think the reason why was for those food carts. It seems to be kind of his thought process there. He wanted to get some pressure on that if he could. Meanwhile, more pressure from Awu. The tower able to do some firing. Longbows there in defense along with the Limitane are going to force them back, but the pressure's there, and as these mounted samurai numbers start growing, it's going to be dangerous for Ramen here. The Limitane are going to be good into them, but you get too many samurai and suddenly they'll just get overwhelming. They're such powerful units.
Yeah, the mounted samurai, now they don't have the deflective armor as the Japanese mounted samurai do, but they do get a little bit of extra HP, and when the daimyo is nearby, they do get that little bit of additional attack speed. There is an upgrade which is coming in right now to further increase the movement speed of them, so they're almost going to be as fast as horsemen. We see the monastery, or the shrine rather, or temple, has also just been put up for Abu, so we'll be getting those what's the name, Iko-Iki monk in as well, which is going to be able to pick up those relics early on before Ramen has even been able to click up to the castle age.
This is a really good build into a Civ that wants to just kind of turtle back and take its time, build up those cisterns. I'm kind of impressed with just how fast this Sengoku build is ramped up.
Yeah, now he's just running around base from Ramen. Yeah.
He's just looking for an opening, looking for a mistake. Meanwhile, he's already defended his food carts. They're back out on the map. There's the first Iko-Iki monk on the way to the relics.
Don't have any blacksmith upgrades in, so Abu will still have to be careful when it comes to the dives. Pierce armor level 1 is now on its way. Until then, he's just going to be massing up those mounted samurai. Gotta, of course, remember the Sake Brewery providing him with a lot of very, very safe food, gold income inside of his base. And every now and then, it also deploys a sake barrel to the Mitsuri, which heals and boosts up all the nearby villagers, gives them like plus 50, or was it plus 50 or plus 25 health? A lot of additional health, meaning that raids on the Mitsuri are also a lot harder, or at least it's going to be harder to pick off villagers there.
Scout. Samurai, that scout is dead. Samurai are moving away from the base. I wonder if they're just kind of sitting there waiting, massing up still, waiting to get overwhelming numbers. We see walls coming in. Abu being very cautious here and kind of just boxing in his corner of the map. I don't know if that's really necessary at this point in the game. He's definitely the one who's got map control. I mean, I guess I can't fault a man for wanting to close off the sides of his base, but still, it doesn't feel like it's totally necessary. He's in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, and something that we gotta point out here, we are in a cavalry meta at the moment. We have 9 knights to 9 limitani. That is not a relation that you want to have if you're playing as the spearman player. So these limitani are not going to be enough to win a fight. He needs like 15, 20 to even stand close to having a chance here. Right now, in theory, if you're Abu, you just drag select, see how many spearmen your opponent has. You see, oh, okay, he's got as many spearmen as I got mounted samurai, and then you just A-move, and you win.
Telling me that spears don't counter cavalry? What is this?
You need a lot more
spears. Reddit as we look at the cost for value. Yeah, I need a little bit more spears. It's not a 1-for-1, obviously. That is a pretty good prickly looking mass. The longbows can do okay here, but again, Mounted Samurai have so much armor and are just so tanky health-wise. I think you're right. I think they really could just A-move in and probably wipe out that military pretty easily enough. Instead, an open wall. He had a moment. He could burn that down. He's got time.
Yeah, I mean, the longbows don't really do too much damage here right now. The Mitani are gonna trying to go for the run around. Gate already on fire and is now going to get burned through, but I was just gonna head back. I mean, he just got like 50 wood. Well, not 50 wood, but like 30 wood worth of value. It's gonna be 50 once the wall gets rebuilt. Also, getting in the relics behind this. He's already got 3 relic scattertions. The 4th relic is coming in right now. Sacred Sight's also being captured up behind this. So there's just going to be a ton of passive gold coming in. Honestly, at this point, Awu, he can pull any villagers off of gold and just only keep the villagers on the Sake Brewery active, and he's gonna be at like an easy 800, 900 gold per minute working for him here.
Yeah, might be worth it for him to keep just a couple on gold to finish up the upgrades. So he's still got some more blacksmith upgrades he could get. But yeah, outside of that, he's pretty much going to be set as far as gold goes for the next while. And he's got 3 gold veins in his base walled up. So he is not worried about that whatsoever. I think his biggest concern now is just making sure his food eco is still humming, which he shouldn't have a problem with. He's got complete map control. This is a really dominant spot for Sengoku Daimyo to be playing in. Awu feeling very comfortable right now.
Can we select one of those villagers just to see which tier of the food upgrade he has in on the villagers? Is it one? Yeah, 129. So he's got the feudal age upgrade in as well for the villagers. So they're gathering very, very quickly right now. I believe it's like an additional 40% gather speed on the berries for them at the moment. So very, very quick indeed. Might be even 60% somewhere. I'm not sure right now off the top of my head if it's 30 or 20% faster berry gathering, but it is a lot. And now even more upgrades coming in on the cavalry here behind as well. He doesn't even need to think about making any other unit right now than Mounted Samurai. He still has more Mounted Samurai than there are Limitani on the field.
We do have the first Cataphract in the queue now on the field for Ramen. But it's, yeah, the mass for Awu just looks really scary right now. Check the
unique upgrade that's coming in on the Daimyo. That's the damage one. There we go.
And then Mounted Samurai Odachi. Yeah. +4 bonus damage against infantry. That is exactly what you want against
very little sense. Yeah, I mean, this upgrade is in theory stronger right now than Rumfire for the Ridari. It's one of Rumfire is one of the main upgrades that just makes Ridari for the Macedonians really, really strong. They do like an additional 10% damage, more than 10% damage with it in Castle Age. And now this is going to be so much yeah, he can take the fight if he wanted to, but he doesn't want to sacrifice the units quite yet, or rather he doesn't want to take the fight quite yet. But at this point, honestly, like he can take the fight. He might not be sure about it yet, but this is absolutely something that he can win.
It looks like a nasty fight, and he would lose a lot of Mounted Samurai in the process, but he would, I think, win this. If he decides to ever add in like anything else, he could easily clean this up. We see the 5th cistern right here. That's probably see the 4th cistern right here, but immediately scouted out. Mounted Samurai just posturing. At this point, all Ramen can do is just build static defenses and pray.
Yeah. And I was on 5 Yatai behind this, so the Mitsuris are getting filled up nicely as well. Probably full at this point. And fight getting taken just for a second. He hesitates and moves back. Doesn't get the best trade there. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, you see the counter units, and you're like, I shouldn't win this fight. Little does he know he would. Look at this. The Cataphract doesn't stand a chance. Even if there's only 4 villagers inside the TC, he doesn't stand a chance with the Shinobi.
Speaking of Shinobi, if he just brought the Shinobi up to fight this mass, it would be a clean sweep. That's all he needs. I was like, he needs something here, because there's a natural inclination, I was going to say, that the spears, you don't want to throw your valuable units into a big mass of spears. And there's enough now to look scary. I mean, 28 Limitane against 24, like, you win that, but it just doesn't feel good. You add in the Shinobi here and get that damage reduction, and it's a clean sweep. It'd be insane how much he would do right there. It just would be ugly. It would just be ugly. It would just be over in an instant. Instead, he's being cautious, and I think this is kind of the good AoE player in all of us that doesn't want to throw our heavy cav into spears. This is what's holding him back right now.
Yeah. It's the instincts at the moment, but he does have all 3 sacred sites captured up behind this, so good value is coming in there. He's only, right now he's only on the Sake Brewery, and he's getting almost 1,000 gold per minute in.
That's insane. How many, what is this Matsuri at right now? Is it? How many?
It should be full. Yeah, it's full.
Oh, yeah, it's full. So that's quite a buff then. That's insane. And he's getting farms around it as well.
Yeah, 30%.
Yeah, plus 30%.
Oh, he doesn't get any, like, food upgrades, food gathering upgrades, doesn't have anything like horticulture available to him. So he's lacking on that, but, like, these farms are basically, like, imperial farms for Ottomans. Let's just take that one as, like, a civilization without any eco bonuses.
Well, and Byzantines is sitting on only...
And he's going
okay,
imp.
now the 4th cistern. But yeah, now he's going imp on top of this. I mean, this is... Awu is so far ahead here. When you think about it, like, yes, there's 4 cisterns for Ramen, but then you consider the Matsuri, and you consider the fact that Awu also has the sacred sites and all the relics.
There's Shinobi, just spawning them
There
in
they go.
the
Oh, I
stealth
wanna
forest
see.
there, sending them forward. Probably not going to be doing too much here. The Lombos are going to be able to easily snipe them if they're not accompanied by any other units. Looks like he's actually just splitting them up to maybe scout or something along those lines. Yeah, the Lombos are sniping them now.
These houses should show Ramen these knights. These
Yeah,
samurai.
he can see them. Now Imperial Age has been hit as well. Reinforcements
I don't know
inside
if I
the
would be
base.
pushing in before that upgrade comes in.
I probably want to wait at least a little bit longer. At the same time, though, distraction. One side moves in, and he finds all of the villagers here that are out there on the farms. Immediately picks off 3 villagers, so good value gained already. Maybe pick off another 2. A lot of
Yeah, just
outposts
leave
here,
these
though,
guys
so the
here and
villagers aren't
force
going to
the
be able to
military
jump to
back,
safety.
yeah.
Oh, but if the army is split, that is exactly what Abu wants. He wants Ramen to split up his army. That way, he's going to be able to take down these individual little clusters with relative ease. Decap has come in on the sacred side. But Abu's still,
Oh, he
like,
gets win
definitely in
condition
the
now.
driver's seat.
Yeah, at this point, you're just waiting for that Imperial upgrade to kick in right about now. And
Doesn't have
now
any
his,
daimios out. Actually, he
got
does
one.
have a couple. I don't see
He's
them
got
on the
2, it
UI.
looks like,
Yeah,
3.
they're just not on the UI. So,
Yeah.
oh my god, plus 31 health on them. That's also pretty good.
That's insane. He should just take a fight. This right here could clear just about anything now. And
Yeah.
sure enough, he realizes it and is going to take this fight, which is going to be an easy surround.
Beats around, a couple spearmen getting taken down. Main army now
Just take
coming
the
in as
fight,
well.
You can do it.
He could.
He's being
He
so
definitely
cautious
could.
here.
Yeah, he's
Playing not to
playing
lose.
this quite coy. Oh, the archers are separated though. It still doesn't want to go for it. It's a choke point, probably not something that you do want to engage. Couple of spearmen.
37 Imperial Age mounted summer. Look at how fast Limited Age just get melted right there. I mean, it would be a bit of a, again, a kind of a slightly ugly fight, but this would be something he would win. Because once
he
those
would
front lines
win
go down,
with more than 20 mounted samurai alive at the end of it. Ram would lose all the army. might lose just a little bit. And there we go. Fight is now getting taken. Not the best, cleanest surround, but still a great fight for him. You can just tell, like, I think he still is going to end this one with, like, 15 mounted samurai left alive. More than that, actually.
maybe more than that.
Yeah, forget what I said there. Still over 30 alive when all the spearmen have been taken down. Shinobi has just been spawned in as well. All of the Lombos are getting taken down.
I think
Just like that.
Ramen mistook. Yeah, I think Ramen slightly mistook this retreat from Awu as a sign of weakness and then pushed the issue. And we were just sitting there waiting for Awu to finally turn and fight. And once his back was on the wall where he's in his base, and he's like, okay, I have to take this fight now. Otherwise, the military's in my base. Yeah, then he just wins. I mean, that was one of those things where I think Awu didn't quite understand. Maybe he just didn't realize how strong of an advantage he had. Or maybe he was just trying to bait Ramen all the way across the map first to take the killing shot. But yeah, there we go. We were saying the entire time, this should be a clean sweep. And sure enough, Awu takes a game himself. And now we get to have a final game between these two players. A fun series so far.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, this is something where it's really meta-based at the moment, where we are in a very, very heavy cavalry centric meta at the moment, where we've got a lot of civilizations that have gotten a lot of bonuses in on their cavalry, and it's like a kind of a power creep where cavalry, especially knights, already have incredibly high base stats going for them. So any slight additional percentage-wise buff just makes them absolutely massive. And in a situation like this, where we saw it right now, the counter rock paper scissors format can be a little bit broken, albeit when we look at the total resources gathered, it might not just be cavalry here. It might also just be an additional 10,000 resources gathered. You know, it's the small
Look at the
things.
gold.
It's the small things, yeah.
I mean, 3,700 olive oil, though, you know, I mean, that's got to count for I say tongue in cheek as I look at the gold amount, 13,000 to 4,000. I mean, that's just night and day.
Yeah. It was a situation where Ramen, he tried to go, or rather mirror what his opponent did with the fast castle age, but realistically, in this matchup, it is probably not in your best interest to, play it as an eco game, because on 1 TC, without any harassment, Sengoku, they kind of have Byzantines on the ropes now. Byzantines, I think maybe if Ramen went immediately for the full 5-level Cistern, could have been a whole different game, just because like 18% is nice, but 26%, and also with early eco upgrades, I don't think he got them too early on. Could have been a different story, but in the end, like, the Mask Yatai there, without any harassment, they definitely did pay off.
See, even this fight here, I think it would have been a bit nastier. It wouldn't have been quite as clean a sweep right here, because some of those Sams were a little low on health, but great raid right in the back. Again, Mounted Samurai, one of the best units in the game. They just really are. And then when you get them buffed up like this,
at the same time,
spears fall.
I feel like at the same time, it's also a little bit of a bait here to go for longbows. Realistically, when you think about it, sure, like longbows in mass, they're pretty great, just baseline to have, but you play up against a civilization that is completely cavalry-centric at its approach. Having camel riders is just such a big value gain. 20% debuff on the damage from your opponent's knights. So much value. So much value.
And to add to that, Awu didn't go for the Yumi Ashigaru, but Sengoku often likes to go into Yumi Ashigaru as well. That's a common. You can see that, and you can see them do that quite frequently. And then going for the javelin throwers would be a great answer to that as well. And then into the camel riders in Age 3. Obviously, I think that actually is the better mercenary contract for Byzantines in that matchup because of that. Because the longbows, like, they're good. They're a good unit. But I agree, they're kind of a bait here. They don't really counter anything, so they're just kind of slow and kind of meandering and don't do as much as you'd like them to do.
Indeed. Now we do see the draft for our next game here. French so far has been denied for Avu at every single opportunity. Delhi as well for Ramen, and it is going to end up being an Ayubit versus Rus game on Boldland. Now Boldland with the Rus. Interesting map. There are very few big, or rather there are just 2 large wood lines for the Rus there, so it's a little bit iffy when it comes to placing a very good high trade house, but there are a good amount of deer on the map, so pro scouting definitely very good and very viable there as well. But we've seen time and time again just how important feudal age healing can be for civilizations, and Ayubid with the logistics wing, 2 dervishes with AoE healing. Ooh, you add that combine that with a Desert Raider, and Rus, they're gonna really have to fight for control over those deer.
I really like this matchup for Ayubids on this map, especially. This is, I think this is an Ayubids game to lose. I think Rus, we've seen Rus be just so dominant throughout the years of AoE 4. It's always been one of the top contending civs. I feel like it's fallen off a little bit lately from where it once was, and I think Ayubids especially can really deal with it. Like you mentioned, the Dervish healing is just so incredibly good, and I still think it's underrated for how much we rave about it. I still think it's underrated because the sky's the limit with those. And then again, Desert Raiders are always just sneaky good as well. And we got two hunting cabin opening here for our Rus player for Awu. That's our red and white. Are we in I'm mixed up. The colors are confusing me here. It's Awu.
Yeah, it's Awu. Yeah, he's playing as the yellow.
I think the red backdrop of the flag was throwing me off for a second there, and the yellow for Ayubids just feels a little backwards in my brain. But yeah, starting with the 2 hunting cabin opening on the 2, really the only 2 wood lines he's got. See if he starts making some scouts and goes for a pro scout play. And onto the berries right away for Ayubids. That's pretty normal too.
Oh, and once again, we got
you can already tell
intercepting. Yeah, dude, these lines on the minimap are great, but I think Ramen sees the scout from Awu. And indeed, he does have the vision on that. He's going to be able to turn around. Actually, is there... Oh, there's a pass through the forest there. He's going to be able to intercept Awu's scout now. Yeah, Awu, he's the one that's behind on the scouting pattern. That is an insanely lucky spawn for Ramen to be able to cut through the wood line there. Actually, he's not getting the main benefit from that cut through there with the interception. The way
Is that triple sheep right
now.
next to that triple sheep
It
right
is.
south of the thing, just sitting
I think
there
Ramen
waiting,
should
and both
eventually
players
get
missed
it. Yeah, but I was on that second scout already.
Yes, he
if
is.
He's circling behind the base from Ramen.
Oh, he can get all of them.
He will, and he's getting the one in the middle as well. Yeah, okay, Ramen's gonna fall short. Ramen's gonna fall short on the sheep can. But I think this is... Can we take a look at Ramen's base quickly? I think we have an iteration of the map where sheep spawn close to the base, or there are some additional sheep. Maybe not.
Yeah, 3
maybe
right
not.
there. I think those are all gonna go to Awu. I think he's gonna get them all. And I was gonna say, I was gonna mention too you can see logistics wing coming up, and we already kind of expected this, but the confirmation was in the berries. All the berries, all the villagers on the single bush of berries kind of tells you that he's not going to go for eco wing.
Indeed, sheep do get found, and that's going to be 1, 2. Wait, is it actually 4? I thought it was 3 sheep. They were overlapping. Yeah, there's 4 sheep, right next to each other. He doesn't find the 4. Yeah, I mean that's already still like an immense amount of sheep there.
Yeah, that's
600 more for you, 600 less for your opponent. So in theory, like 1,200 food difference.
Well, and that matters too for Ayubids. They really don't want to farm transition anytime soon. The more food they can get to propel them through Castle Age, the better. They really don't like that transition that much. Being a tempo civ especially, it just doesn't... They don't have a lot of bonuses to placing farms.
This can sometimes be so awkward on the straggler trees. Abu, he didn't look, and he's gonna have to pull the villagers back. They went to the wrong straggler tree. One villager actually going for the very, very far tree there. Hasn't been found out yet. Hasn't been microed back. Unfortunate there for Abu. He's gonna lose a little bit out on his economic efficiency early on here, and I think that hurts him especially because it looks like he really had a build down there. He actually gathered an additional 20 gold from the gold vein. So it looks like he really had like a nice build planned there to go for. So these little things, if you got a build planned, can really throw you off.
Nothing's more frustrating when you are like, I'm looking at those straggler trees. Like nothing's more frustrating than when you have your villagers like not go for the more optimal choice and they just kind of wander off to the other tree and you're like, what are you guys doing over here? Come on now, I told you to go to the main line.
You're not being very efficient right now. Stop it.
You're being the opposite. Dervishes pop out for Ramen. We are now officially all the way in Age 2 for both players.
And Stable should be coming up next. Good. Yeah, Stable is coming up next to the TC from Ramen, so we'll be able to add in 1 or 2 Desert Raiders here. Just to be able to harass the pro scouting very early on. There is a barracks coming in for Ruse, but barracks up against Desert Raiders, whenever they switch over to the range attack, like the spearmen just kind of look at it and they go like, well, my spear's too short, I can't reach.
And like, it doesn't do that much, our range damage isn't that much, but the fact that they can just kite for days.
And you don't have healing as Ruse.
Kind of gets crazy. Yeah, and the fact that they can heal through, Well, and if they ever want, they get, the Desert Raiders have bonus melee armor as well, so if they ever get the spears low enough, they can just swap with the swords, have the dervish behind them, and just wipe them out pretty quickly.
You can out-heal a single spearman.
Yeah, easily.
So you can just straight up take the engagement as well.
We've got 3 scouts on the map for Awu right now. Dervish is already kind of being used to scout along with the scout there. Spear's trying to get some damage. This is a dangerous part of this wing. If you lose these dervish somehow, that puts you back a lot. A lot. Because that is your entire feudal age right there. That's all the benefit you get for aging up from your wing. But of course, the sky's the limit with these things, right? Like, if you keep them alive, the value you can get is just infinite. Just don't lose one here. Ooh. It just gets a little precarious. But again, you can see out healing with both of them.
Spearman slowly but surely getting taken down there. Melee attack now also coming in.
To the melee.
Oh, he switched over to the Desert Raider. Almost did good damage there to the Dervish, but the healing's gonna be a little bit too much here. I was still messing up more spearmen behind this, but will lose these initial two. Was able to get the first couple of deer in though. And with that, I mean, he's got a good amount of food secured now for the time being. The question is, what is he going for next? Because any additional investment into Spearman or even another production building is going to set him behind massively when it comes to his age-up timing, which, you know, Ramen, he's already going for. He's very soon going to be able to click for the age-up. He is going for the Horseman from the looks of it.
Feels precarious for Awu here. He's got... Like, he's not dead here by any means, but... Ramen has definitely done a decent job of doing what he wants to do. Again, hasn't quite slowed down the pro scouts as much as maybe he'd like, but even picking off a couple spears early feels like a really good win, especially when you haven't lost any units yourself. Horseman, of course, a slightly better counter. Ooh, that was close.
Very close. Dervish, low formation.
Sometimes the formation, when they try and shuffle themselves into a group formation, the dervishes always end up in the back when you're retreating. And they can go a little bit slow, and you can sometimes, if you're not careful with your micro, you can lose one by being careless.
Yeah, scouts also have to be very, very careful. At the same time, Horseman, once again, charging forward alongside with the spears. And Dervish, you mentioned it, the pathing, you have to be so careful with the formation shuffling there.
You don't want to body block your own dervish into his own demise. That'd be a little unfortunate. Picks off the scout. I love the kiting here with the horsemen. The horsemen, like in small numbers, really don't beat desert raiders. Once you get enough of them, they do, but early on, they really don't do enough, especially with the presence of the dervish here. Again, doing that extra healing, making these things an absolute nuisance, but just don't leave them behind. Oh my goodness.
Now
it only takes a handful of spearmen, 2 hits to take care of that.
Yeah, Economic Growth coming in for Ramen. So, unfortunately, he did deplete his initial berries, I think, for the most part. Yeah, they're pretty much depleted, but the other berries, there's still 3 berry patches close to his base that have not been depleted yet. Yeah.
All of them kind of in the back for the most part. So actually a really nice spawn, I think, for Ramen here. Like, this is kind of ideal on this map, I think, for Ayubids. Still picking off those spears. I mean, just doing so much damage.
And he's still very far away from his own age up. He's got so many resources in investments at the moment for more military. They just cancel the Horseman. So maybe he's now going to be able to go for the follow-up to the Castle Age in just a little bit. Doesn't have any more tickets to trade out resources at the moment. But should be getting in... yeah, it's going to be a close one. He needs another ticket to sell in order to get the gold in time.
It's going to give Ramen even more time to secure the relics. He's already got the 2 dervishes, so he gets snatch 2 the moment he ages up. He should start angling them that way anyways. It looks like he's sending his mass towards the middle of the map. He should split off one of the dervish to go sitting on one of the other relics. Just snatch them up, and the moment they get the age up, get them home and get those in as fast as you can. Instead, he looks like he might still just kind of keep on the prowl. He's got about a half minute here before he ages up officially. Looking to do some more damage to these pro scouts and slow that down even more. I love the aggression here.
Yeah, the high trade house is coming in behind this for Awu, but might potentially lose a village or 2. He killed a sheep there from a scout, but with pro scout, you can pick up the sheep again with pro scout as well. Scout makes it out alive. There's enough horsemen to force the army back from Ramen. Ramen cannot stay here for too long in these fights because the spearmen, they're slow, but they're following up. They're doing their best. And this many horsemen can do good damage, even up against the Desert Raiders. So another fight they want to take.
There we go. See, he's taking the relics. He's split off the dervish now, going for those. But now that leaves the Desert Raiders very exposed. They are against the mass of Awu. If he ever takes a head-on fight, they will fall. Even the horsemen can be really dangerous one-on-one against these at this point.
Yeah.
More spear coming in. How many packs are left? Looks like we've got the southern packs. Looks like the northern packs have been cleaned up for the most part now.
Yeah, good couple. Oh, relics getting picked up. Yeah, Dervish has to drop that for a little bit.
So he almost out-heals that, honestly.
The thing is, when they're this close and they already got in 1 hit in, like if it was 1 spearman, you can kind of like outrun it. But if it's 2 spearmen and they already got a hit in, then you probably cannot out-heal. on the run.
Very hits
Because
up from Awu, though, to send
1.22
them
to
there.
1.25 movement speed with the charge potentially in there as well. Oh, Horseman could surround the Camel Lancer to help the Spearman catch up. Aren't going to be going for it though, instead just going to continue chasing after Desert Raiders.
There is that a Camel Lancer now in the field too, so he'll do some pretty good damage. And more Camel Lancers and Ghulams coming in. This is a very expensive but very powerful composition into this
Horseman?
for Ramen.
Not a fight they want to take at all. And now he's not going for any relics at the moment, hasn't made a single warrior monk, instead is just going for the mass cavalry archer play. But that doesn't feel that good considering that cavalry archers have been nerfed in the past, where they don't do as much base damage anymore. They do have more attack speed, but they're still going to be affected by the camel on E, so the damage isn't going to be looking too hot here on them. Like, you really need a big amount of them to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, Ramen already adding in a couple of archers as well. I wonder if he's kind of thinking about countering horse archers here in Castle Age. More deer coming in though, so Awu keeping up the food. That's going to be a concern for Ramen once the berries get eaten up as well. He's going to have to keep that in the back of his mind that there's not a lot of extra resources once the berries are gone. In fact, there'll be nothing left.
Yeah. The Horseman being found out there.
Ramen.
Yeah, he's just going to be picking up that relic, maybe. No, he's going for the heal instead. But yeah, just a little run around there. Now picks up the relic and the Horsemen have been taken down. Now there's about to be a little raid from Ramen on the backside of Awu's base.
I love
Both
this
Camel
choice.
Lancers and Desert Raiders. No reaction yet. That's going to be one villager down, two villagers down. Villager now evacuating. There's a ton of villagers on wood from Awu. Yeah, doesn't have a lot of villagers on food at all right now. There are some deer inside of his base that he could be gathering from. More villagers going down, four taken down total so far. And Ramen, with the economic win growth, does have a pretty big villager lead now.
Great raid here, and then the counter raid by the horse archers, not getting a lot done. There's just enough archers in the base now of Ramen to kind of fend those off. You see, once they stand and fight, they just get kind of pinched. They could get pinched right here. In come the Camel Lancers with the pinch. None of them go down just quite yet. There's one or two. Desert Raiders just help him pick off as well. Nice little move from Ramen. Keeping those horse archers at bay and their numbers in check. One thing I'd like to see Ramen do at this point is, oh, he's getting it right now. He's getting his blacksmith upgrades. I was just going to say, like, I don't see any of those yet. Got his piercing one and has the next one in line for the iron undermesh. That's definitely needed at this point with horse archers on the field.
Yeah. Still just making more and more horse archers and spearmen at the moment, which is a good army composition in most scenarios, but just specifically against the Ayubit and the units that Ramen has been making so far, doesn't quite hit that hard. Pierce damage level 2 coming in. Pierce armor level 1 only just now on the way for Ramen, so there is a little bit of a timing window potentially for Awu. But it doesn't really feel like it's that big of a window. There's no more spearmen in production at the moment as well. 8 cav archers in queue. Now we need to do some great kiting here. Maybe while the army is going for mostly a retreat. Yeah, you can just tell, like, with the camel on these, it's not a lot of damage that's coming through here.
And those archers just make it really hard to push in, right? Because the moment the cavalry archers get in there horse archers get in there to actually shoot, the archers just fire back. He's got just the right number of them to kind of keep them away. I'm just a little concerned still about the food for Ramen. Like, it's in the back of my mind like a nagging worry, like when you forget to pay a bill or something, you know, and you just kind of like thinking about it. And you're like, I need to do that. I need to do that. Food, need to get a farm position eventually, need to start thinking about that. Looks like he's got 21 on wood, so he should have enough to make a transition eventually, but it's expensive and it slows you down so much as Ayubids. The berries are running out.
Now fight is being taken. Cav archers trying to fight off, but struggling with just a couple of the camel lances there. Good number of cavalry archers, but just not enough damage coming through from them. Ramen able to intercept a couple of them. Number is falling now pretty rapidly. Villagers on the wood line gonna have to evacuate into the wooden fortress here. Continuous kiting coming in on the retreat from Awu, but the units with the actually just pierce armor level 1, it seemingly able to tank enough of the damage here, yeah?
He's got just enough Ghulams. He could just walk into the base and not really worry about it. And with the Camel Lancers there with the mobility, I mean, that forces the Horse Archers kind of back into the base. But it reaches a point, this is the problem with Horse Archers. Once you're forced into your base, there's nowhere else to go. And how do you protect your eco? You just simply can't. And this is the problem with Horse Archers in general. They're great for raiding, they're great for moving, but they're not really defensive stand and fight unit. And now we see all these vills completely exposed, dropping like flies, going down in droves. 9, 10, 11 vill kills now.
And Abu firmly behind in the economy at this point in time. Able to pick up a couple of the archers here. The attack speed buff on the Cav archer is kind of helping out a lot here when it comes to being able to pick up unarmored units. In the end, still not enough. Did just lose a whole lot of cavalry archer numbers, and this just goes to show just how this matchup is so different from Rus, where typically they just go for this one army composition no matter what. In this matchup, you cannot just spam cav archers. It just doesn't work. The debuff is too great, and you just end up not being able to do any damage to armored units with these cavalry archers. And we now see a ton of crossbows in Q4. He's trying to snipe down the normal archers from Ramen before those crossbows start hitting the field, just getting rid of the counter ahead of time. But yeah, just trickling in the crossbows at the moment, so they're actually getting picked off relatively early on here. And GG is going to be coming in. Abu throwing in the towel, meaning that Ramen is going to be able to continue advancing on in his bracket.
Yeah, 18 vill kills. I was just watching that tick up and up and up and up, and I was like, man, like there's, even if he starts, the military starts evening out here, there's be no way. He's down so much eco, down on the relics. Ramen takes the win. It was a good series though. I think Awu definitely showed that he can definitely hang with Ramen here in this one, but unfortunately the matchup was not in his favor, and Ramen showed us exactly why.
Indeed, indeed.
Early fight here. Those Dervish proving very, very useful in the early game especially. That's exactly what they're for. They're just so powerful with the healing, and the Desert Raiders synergize so well.
Yeah, just the early healing helping out a ton, and it just goes to show just with how similar the age-up timing was there, because typically with Pro Scouts, Ruse tends to get an insanely quick age-up timing in, but Ibits, which can't rush their age-up up, I mean, Abu used 16 villagers to age up, and he barely, like, it was a very similar age-up timing there. And then the relics, Dervish is already out on the field. Man, it was very, very difficult for Awu to really get back from that. And the army composition, I mean, as I said, it's like one of those things. Cav Archer is typically a great, great, great unit. Not in this matchup. Not in this matchup.
Yeah, that 20% camel and ease, debuffing all other horse units, doesn't feel good. And you can see here just the pinch. Like the horse archers just had nowhere to go, because the archers backlining for the Ayubids means that he's got a place to go back to that the horse archers can't dive into without taking damage. And then once you try to, the camel lancers dive in and do what they do. And meanwhile, the Ghulams too, like we didn't talk too much about the Ghulams, but the tankiness that those units give as just a meat shield really let him just walk into the base.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like
unfortunate one there for Abu, but it means that Ramen is going to be able to continue in his bracket. And I do believe that, yeah, his opponent has already been locked in as well. It's going to be Scarlet Devil, so one of the Chinese players coming in up against him there. Definitely a very, very strong opponent. We can just take a quick look here at the bracket. And in the round of 32, we got Boltun facing off against Ezra, Mia versus Eric, Scarlet versus Ramen, MSN up against Tiger, Valdemar versus Coco 1666, Sass versus Knock Knock, Scatterbrain versus 3bot, and Mahodo versus Downfall there at the bottom.
This is what I was saying about like qualifiers being so exciting to me, is that there's just so many names, like a lot of names that we recognize, right? Then a lot of names that like we don't. Like I've never seen Tiger play before. I haven't seen Knock Knock play before, but
no,
some fun names in there.
Yeah, Tiger at this point, I want to say, is also like pretty established.
Yeah, not that these guys.
Mahodo versus Downfall, I want to say, is also like
as well
pretty
known.
close. Yeah.
Yeah, Mahodo is a name I recognize for sure. Like, there's definitely names I recognize. I mean, Scatterbrain, Mahodo. I've seen these guys play. But it's fun though, because the field being so open in these qualifiers, the qualifying days are always one of my favorites. Like I was saying earlier at the beginning of the stream. Just because of just the variety that we get in these players. I mean, at the top, we know we're going to see Beastie. We know we're going to see Marine Lord. We know we're going to see the Canadian brothers. We know we're going to see the Spanish brothers. But down here in the qualifiers, as guys try to duke it out to find and punch their ticket to London, it's kind of fun to see just all the names and all the people competing and showing out today.
Mm.
It looks like we're debating. It looks like we're going back and forth trying to find out the next match we're going to dive into. Because that's the other thing is, with so many matches, we kind of have to pick and choose what we go into.
Yeah, I do believe it looks like we might be moving over. We're on the first part of the bracket there. We can also take a look at the part 2 of the bracket of the open qualifiers here at the moment, because we still have a lot more players on the other side of the bracket. It is going to be Kiljadi. He's still waiting for his opponent. Eliona facing off against Super FM. Core also versus Entaravain. GIF Music up against Baxter. I do believe that is going to be the one that we'll be covering next. For those of you that don't know, GIF Music, of course, a pretty established player at this point in time, relatively high in the tournament rating. And Baxter, an upcoming German player, actually, that, has been getting very, very good at the game as well. I think he can definitely put up a fight up against GIF Music. Baxter at the moment, I think he's like breaking into the top 100 there as well. So that is definitely going to be a game that I'm a set in general that I'm looking very much forward to. Like Baxter in tournaments has already been able to take games off of established players like Lash, for example, as well. So definitely not to be underestimated.
Yeah, looks like we'll be starting off on Dry Arabia. Fun maps coming up in the future too. We'll either be on Frisian Marshes or Kawasan next map. But starting off on the classic Dry Arabia, it's going to be Sengoku Daimyo into China, into the Chinese. This will be a fun matchup. With every new civ that gets added into the game, the number of matchups just exponentially seems to grow and grow and grow. We're reaching the point where, like, I can genuinely say I don't know if I remember seeing any Sengoku into China games before at this level. Like, I'm trying to think back. Like, have I seen this one before? So often China gets banned. We just haven't seen it in EGC tournaments too often. So I don't know if I've seen Sengoku play China in an EGC tournament just yet myself. What do you make of the matchup?
As you mentioned, it's one that is pretty rare. I think this matchup is very similar to when China plays against Japanese, because China, with the Pro Scout meta, they love to pump out those Lancers, but when you're up against Japanese, which just have Lancers but better with the deflective armor, you kind of have to instead go for infantry. You have to make spearmen, you have to make crossbows, maybe some paddle scots in the mix as well. You can't just like try and make your own Lancers and try to win the game that way. Instead, what you have to do is you have to go for the eventual Song Dynasty to get some more economy scaling in, and you have to play in an infantry game, and you have to play it for a little bit of a longer while and just get the mass and just get the mass going, really. I know Baxter, he kind of loves to do that playstyle, actually. Like, he has a very unique way of playing Shushi's Legacy as well. That is reminiscent to how we played Shushi when it first came out, with 2TC most of the time. So 2TC Shushi without Pro Scouts. So it could be that we're seeing something similar coming in from him here with the Chinese up against Sengoku. But obviously, like, Jif, established player, a very aggressive player. Like, he loves to go for cavalry raids, non-stop aggression. So this is going to be an interesting one, whether Baxter has enough defensive capabilities here to keep up with GIF Music.
Yeah.
Interesting flag, by the way, for those of you that aren't too familiar with GIF Music, that country flag that he's got, it's Isle of Man.
I was going to say that. I was going to say I haven't seen Isle of Man's flag in a long time. Kind of fun to see it up here. I mean, we see the German flag. We see, we see the Spanish, the Canadian flag a lot. We see the French flag. Fun to see the Isle of Man flag there. That's a fun one. I'm a flag enthusiast myself, so that one's particularly fun with the 3 legs. I wonder who came up with that design back then, all the way back when.
Yeah. All right. Jumping right on in. We've got GIF Music in the color red, playing as the Sengoku Daimyo here on Dry Arabia in this best of 3, up against Baxter, who is spawning in the Kariolo, playing as the Chinese. As you mentioned, Soccerton, rare civilization indeed. We don't get to see a lot of Chinese in these tournaments, just because it's such a strong civilization, or hailed as such a strong civilization at the moment, that most players just choose to ban it straight up. But Baxter mentioned it, like, he plays a lot of Shushi, and instead GIF Music decided to ban Shushi away from him.
Yeah, that's definitely kind of come into play where you just, the drafting is what, it's just an element of these tournaments that's always so fascinating, because on the normal ladder, you just don't deal with that, right? If you're just playing on ladder at home, or even at the Conqueror level on ladder, you don't deal with drafting. You just pick your civ and go. These tournaments, it changes up a little bit, and so the back and forth and the mind games that these players go through. I remember talking with Makomi in King of the Rockies, not this year, but last year, and I was talking to him before or after his sets, and he was just talking about how much the drafting mattered. He was like going through his mind and talking out loud kind of with us, like what he was thinking about, like how is he going to draft this? How is he going to try and get his civs in? It's a real consideration these players have to think of.
Exactly. I mean, it's like one of the main reasons as well why there's a relatively high barrier of entry for tournament games, or rather tournaments in general specifically, just because there are these drafting systems. So players that only really know how to play like 1 to 2 civilizations, they're going to struggle when their main civilizations are just going to get banned right out, because players do have the information. They can just look you up on AU4World. They can see which civilization you typically play. And if there's no variety, they're just going to ban it straight up.
Yeah, that's the best of the best in this game have to be good at all civs, which, I mean, it never ceases to amaze me how good these players can be, because you can get really, really good at 1 or 2 civs. Getting really good at like all of the civs is a whole different story, and it's just no easy feat. You have to really have it. And as I said, like as every new civ gets added in, the number of matchups you have to be aware of just grows and grows and grows. There's a lot. I mean, I forget what the number is. I keep losing track of the math because we keep adding more civilizations, but there are a ton of matchups now.
Yeah. I mean, for every single civilization, the amount of matchups that or potential matchups that we are getting in just is getting absurdly higher and higher. So definitely something that, these individual matchups, you have to start categorizing civilizations at some point, where it's like, hey, is this a feudal age all-in civilization? Is it a heavily armored type civilization? Is it a Zerg, like infantry style civilization? You got to start categorizing civilizations in order to have general type of game plans up against them. That's something that has been pretty established in games like AW2, for example, at this point, where there's just so many different civilizations that all excel at different things that you just start categorizing civilizations into their like strength compartments.
Yeah, you've got your feudal knight civs. You've got definitely, and they're definitely kind of already, like you mentioned, kind of we've started doing that already. But and you kind of have to. You really do have to. We got Cocoa Township coming up. We've got the age up here for China already as well. No surprises to be seen so far. Looks like it's the 3 food card opening for GIF Music.
Yeah, and 6 villagers on the Cocoa Township, so he still wants to get a relatively quick age-up timing in as well behind this. Doesn't want to just bide his time, and 8 villagers on wood does tell me that he wants to get a production building in as soon as he gets that age-up in as well. So probably will want to go for at least a couple of Yari cavalry as soon as he hits that feudal age.
Yeah, and it'd be a good choice too, because we see China, and one of the reasons it's been so good for so long now is the pro scouting they can do as well. Not only does China get taxes, not only does it have a faster build speed, not only does it have all these other things going for it, it also gets pro scouts just as easily as anyone else.
Now, production building is going to be coming in. It is indeed going to be that stable. So GIF Music is going to be getting some of the Yari cavalry out in order to try and at least deny or delay a little bit of the pro scouting that's going on. He's going to have to be really, really quick with that, though, because pro scout has already been researched by Baxter behind this. And now with the supervision on the stable, those scouts are going to be very, very quick at bringing those deer back home. And the barracks also coming behind this. Beautiful, beautiful deer spawn, by the way, for Baxter as well. Has a deer spawn in the back, so what he can do in theory is just focus all his attention on the deer in the front. That way, once that Yari cavalry comes in, he's going to have a much easier time to just go for the deer in the back rather than the deer in the front.
Yeah, you always love when you get a good spawn that works into what you want to do nicely like this. GIF Music scouting out behind there. He can now see those deer in the back corner. We've got the first of the cavalry now on the field as well. And the ninjas can always do that slowdown that they do. Considering that, pro scouts already slow down with the deer, you can get those shinobi on top of them as well and really slow them down. You can trap them here. There's a world where that interaction would be really beneficial to GIF Music. that deer. How much is that food cart getting? Is that a full 60? It looks like it probably
Should
would
be a full 60. Yeah, it's going to be a full 60 that is getting there. Baxter actually stealing away one of the deer there from Jiff Music. So Jiff, definitely something that you do have to keep in mind, that Sengoku is kind of reliant on those natural resources out on the map. So if you just let your opponent steal the deer away, your Yatais can't really gather up from them anymore. So definitely something that you are forced to contest, at least to a certain extent.
Of course, the Spearman already out for Dexter as well. Pro Scouts, like you mentioned, focusing on the deer in the front. Should be able to get this entire pack home safely. And the cavalry now on the prowl, realizing what's going down, trying to deal with it. The first of the food deliveries going to the Matsuri. Yeah, that scout's got to drop that and run.
Just gonna be looking around at the moment for any lonesome spearmen and or scouts that he can take down. Yeah, Yumi Archer's already out on the field, so Jiff Music is also in a position to potentially start doing a lot more pressure there. Baxter hasn't made any of his own horsemen yet. Definitely would be the next move for him, should he want to continue this game in the feudal age. But looking at the resource, he's already got over 800 gold in the bank. A lot of taxes definitely also paying dividends here. And yeah, it's just looking to potentially just bridge the gap over to Castle Age next. Oh, the scout is distracting the spears?
That's kind of nice. Onto the gold villagers. That's going to be one dead vill. At least it really should be. There goes one.
Yeah, one
and
vill.
Out without any damage done. Nice little grab there from Jiff Music. Some good play using the scout to distract the spears. We'd love to see it. And now the Yumi Ashigaru able to clean up the spears on the deer here. Now, this is a composition that just plays really well with Sengoku Daimyo, right? If you just get the upgrades to the Yumi Ashigaru, suddenly they become really almost a bit better, or at least on par, if not a little bit better than average archers. And when they get all their upgrades in.
Oh.
And those spears, that's not far enough to run away. They thought they were safe. They thought they were good, but they were still being attacked. Shinobi popped out as well. They don't have any targets anymore.
Now Imperial Palace is going to be finishing up for Baxter. Still a lot of resource in the bank, so can just go straight for the Lancer spam. But that's what I mentioned, where he might not want to long-term go for the Lancer spam, as Jiff Music is also just about able to click that age up now as well. Sake Brewery is coming in for him, of course, and yeah, will now be able to afford those mounted samurai. Yeah, nicely in the base. Already 3 traders in the Matsuri, so already 15% bonus gather rate on those villagers.
Another tricky thing with those lancers for Exter is that the horsemen for Jiff Music get bonus damage into cavalry. So in the early parts, when you only have 1 or 2 of those lancers out, you don't like the trades with these horsemen who can catch up and outspeed you.
Yeah.
As they look for another dive onto
They're
the gold.
very fast
More
indeed.
denial. More idle time caused.
It's something that villagers in theory could at least try and fight a little bit just to get some return damage. One of the villagers is going to get taken down. Looks like all of the horsemen, or most of the horsemen, one survives with just a sliver of health, are getting taken down as well. Exter does have the lead when it comes to the Lancer count at the moment, but needs to be careful with the fights that he eventually does take. Second Lancer coming in. Jiff Music, good micro there with pulling the weak Yari cavalry back as well. Ooh, this is something that Baxter needs to pay attention to, actually. If he just gets one, like level 1 melee damage upgrade, he needs 1 less hit in order to kill one of the Yumi archers. That actually does pay off pretty quickly. And oh, Shinobi's coming in. Nice dodge there from the Lancers.
Great swear you can start using, oh, Shinobi, every time they pop out. The slow, you can see the slowing effect there. Now the horsemen have just an easy time picking up these Lancers, just able to do more and more damage. Now with mounted samurai on the field as well, this becomes very precarious for Baxter.
There's enough Lancers to fight this, at least for the time being. Baxter, he's got a good army count in. Looks like Jiff is going to be the first. No, actually, Baxter already has the first monk out on the field as well. Tries to pick off those relics now. We always have to remember as well that Baxter does have... Oh, he's actually still actively taking away the deer from Jiff Music. So the Yatais are kind of gonna run out of food to absorb from those natural resources out on the map here.
Oh, he's about to have another trader pop out of that food truck. I was say if Baxter catches that at the right moment, you could deny some pretty good value out of it. But looks like he's gonna just miss it.
Relic should be getting intercepted there by the cavalry from Jiv. Actually, oh my god. No, he didn't go for the Relic. He wants to go for a raid around the base from Jiv Music. Baxter, does he still have the 3 spearmen inside of his base? If he still has the 3 spearmen there, then he can just be fine to do whatever he pleases. Yeah, the spearmen are next to the gold vein. And I think, yeah, the monk actually did see that. Oh, the trader, the Yatai did get taken down, but the trader did not get taken down. Now, the Yatai almost dies, but enough mounted samurai there to defend. And the raid is going to be intercepted from the looks of things.
I feel like we can tell things are getting really intense when we're bouncing around the map as fast as we are. Lots of things happening. Looks like these mounted samurai, one goes down, the other, does he even get a Vil kill for the effort?
You got one in.
Got one?
Yeah, he got one in. Now, Baxter also going out to the boar, so is absorbing resources off the map here. And Jiv, look at his food income, it's plummeted.
He's running out of resources at home. He's moved on to the berries now.
Berries are going to be a great food source for him, for sure. But he's got to do a farm transit. Oh my god, the timing! Baxter with the Lancer raid now. An attack move comes in. Shinobi.
Shinobi for the play, for the save, trying to help out the slowdown. Gonna keep most of the Vils alive. Only lost 3, maybe 4 or 5 go down.
4 does go down, but the slow. Yeah, it's gonna be tough for him to get out there with most of the Lancers. Gotta remember, of course, that the mounted samurai from Jiv are a good bit faster than the Lancers here from Baxter. So yeah, these Lancers, they're gonna take a little bit of additional damage here on the retreat. 2 of them extremely, extremely low. Charges also coming in sporadically.
I was wondering if the Yumi Ashigato could maybe pick him off there in time, but he's gonna get away with just a little bit of health left.
Oh, Monk gets pulled over. That just doesn't work. That doesn't work. 2 more Lancers going down here. Baxter losing a lot of his mass. Not something that he can realistically afford behind this. But he's still going for more raids behind this, so still active on the map. But he needs to start transitioning into a different unit. He's got a lot of resources. And oh my god, he's stealing the deer. If he gets away with this...
Menu. He's gonna get them all. I don't see how...
There's knights nearby.
This.
But they are gonna get spread out. Actually, they're kind of dying close to each other. That's the important thing. Like, if they die close to each other, then the Yatai can still just gather up from them.
The aura from the Yatai is pretty big, too, so...
Yeah. Oh, a lot of Lancers did go down inside the base of Baxter. Jiv able to keep most of his army alive. Destroyed value, good bit higher for Jiv Music at the moment. He's gotten more value in.
Yeah, he's taking some good fights. As Baxter's been spreading out, Jiv Music's got those samurai start doing better and better in smaller fights. I was going to say, this has been a very scrappy game here in Castle Age, in the early minutes of Castle. We do have a fully stocked up Matsuri now, so the farming and the sake brewery and that gold vein, it looks like, all getting buffed up by that. It's a lot of extra value coming in for Jiv. That's going to help him keep pace with the taxes that China generates.
Oh, looks like the Sacred Site has been captured, but is going to get decapped soon. There's a nice raid going over to the boar where Baxter's villagers are on at the moment. Does have an outpost nearby, double outpost, so is going to see this in time. Scout gets taken down, but the villagers are still in danger here. And Jiv, he's positioning the cavalry between the outposts, so the villagers, once they jump out, they're going to be in for a difficult situation. As they, oh, actually, 3 made it somehow into the outpost and the stealth forest.
How did they manage that?
It's the alien technology. If you've seen, you know, Age of Disclosure, you would understand.
Oh goodness! Pretty healthy number of Lancers now from Baxter, but there's even more mounted samurai on the field. They're just not in one spot right now. Obviously, these ones here need to retreat and match up with the rest of their fellows.
Baxter is getting to the point where he really needs to get a granary transition going. But he needs Song Dynasty first for that. Should probably get to the point actually where he just buys some resources and oh, the Yatai scouting the berries there.
Getting a little desperate since the deer are gone, looking for those food resources that he can find. Villagers don't even know. Is that, you know, who wouldn't want a foreign food truck in their vicinity, right?
There's no scout with the army from Baxter. Yeah, he sees that this is not a fight that he can very easily take at the moment. He just needs so many more units. Barbican of the Sun now coming up next to the boar. It's still going to take a little bit of time, so Baxter, he's got to do his best in order to try and distract the units from GIF music at the moment. He is giving them a little run around, and can we quickly check the units on Baxter? Does he have the movement speed upgrade on them, or do they still move at default speed? Not from Baxter, I mean GIF music. Any of these red units, he does not have the... Wait. No, he doesn't have the movement speed upgrade. 1.62. He's lacking the movement speed upgrade. These units do not move with the extra movement speed. That is a big waste from GIF at the moment. He cannot catch up.
So much time wasted around this, just chasing them down, and you have to keep chasing. That's enough Lancers. You can't let them in the base unabated. The food truck betrayed them.
Yeah, but now a good bit of idle time being caused here inside the base of GIF music. Lots of villagers just running for their lives there. GIF not losing too many of his knights, and just most importantly being able to keep the entire military force of GIF music at bay here. And now the granary transition is coming in inside the base of Baxter. He just dropped down 2 granaries, completely surrounded that one with the farms. So once that comes in, he's going to be in a pretty heavy spot. No, the Shinobi!
Shinobi could be huge here, slowing down, and that'll be the difference. Lancers getting down, getting bogged down on the one. Yatai goes down. This was not as catastrophic as it could have been, but he could now turn and pinch the remaining ones if he just turns around. He's got him right there where he wants. He just needs to turn and surround the one in the back.
Yeah, the numbers are just so low, and there he goes, turns around. That is big losses, and now GIF with almost 30 mounted samurai. Baxter, he just got his farm transition in, and this is a tale as old as time. When do Chinese players die? It's in the farm transition, and there it goes. Baxter realized he has no leg to stand on against this many samurai, and yeah, game number 1 gonna be going over to GIF music in this one.
I think the Shinobi won that because the moment he slowed them down at the edge of the map, that just let him get the right positioning then to surround that group of Lancers, and that was it. I mean, the game was already trending in a good direction for GIF at that point, but that felt like a really good killing blow. Just being able to get the Shinobi out, slow down those Lancers, and then use your Samurai to surround the back group and just knock out 7 or 8 of them in an instant. Good fight, and we come in at 1906, just under 20 minutes. Game 1 going to GIF music.
Yeah, definitely. Pretty strong performance there early on from GIF music, and we've seen Sengoku so far just performing very well. Next up, we're going to be moving over to Kawasan, where we will be seeing the Ayubids coming in for GIF music up against the English, actually, from Baxter. English on Kawasan, not something that we see too many times. Especially since on these little ponds, you don't really get any value from the Admiralty upgrade, so it's not like they've got any great water bonuses outside of the base, like a little discount that they have on all ships.
Yeah, which is nice, but yeah. I mean, then again, at the same time, like, does the Ubids have a lot going for? I guess they have the fast age up play they could go for if they want to get really sneaky with it, but I'm not sure how effective that'd be here on Kawasan. An interesting matchup to see here. An interesting map, too. Kawasan's just an interesting map. I do enjoy it quite a bit, but it's just kind of a funny one because it's got all those berries in the middle, right? Which for Ubids, eventually, like if this game goes late and they get map control somehow, that'd be really nice for them just to eat all those berries up. You got the water on either side. There's just a ton of food on this map to be had.
Yeah, on the middle, there is a great amount of food, especially for civilizations like the Ayubids, which are able to boost up those berry patches. And at the same time, though, on a map like this, you kind of want to get your food from the water, not from your villagers, so from the fishing ships. It's just more efficient because you will have additional... Oh yeah, it is actually flipped around from the looks of it. It's going to be GIF music with the English here and Baxter on the Ayubids.
Yeah, our overlay trying to pull one on us here again, but
wait.
Yeah, Cow keeps forgetting.
GIF music had Shushi. Yeah.
Bad cow.
Exclamation mark blame in the chat.
Exclamation mark blame. Oh goodness, no! For real though, shout out to our production crew who has constantly pulling the levers behind the scenes to make everything happen. It really is just incredible. But we're about to dive in here to game number 2. Jiff Music, Baxter going at it. Jiff Music with the match point. Baxter hoping to be able to play onto Frisian Marshes later if he can, but it has to win here first as we dive in.
Here we go. First stock, of course, coming in for the English. Baxter on the same pond, going with his own dog as well. These dogs for the Iobits, they're a good bit cheaper, only costing 75 instead of 150 wood. So we'll be able to use that wood for additional fishing ships instead. On the other hand side, Jiff Music with the English, he's not going to get the immediate discount on the dog. However, every consecutive ship that is getting produced from that dog will be getting a discount.
There is that like build where you go for the cheaper, faster age up for a U-Bids. I'm just wondering if he knows that the dock is going to be contested, if he goes for it and tries to get a military ship out before Jiff is ready. I don't think that's really going to be the play here, though. I think they're just going to play it standard.
The main thing that we got to look forward, or rather out here for, is which wing the Iobits are going to be aging up with. Because on water maps, especially water maps where you have contested ponds, civilizations like Iobit and Abbasid, they kind of struggle when it comes to getting a good age-up timing in, mainly because, of course, they can't rush their age-ups in. They're kind of tied to the House of Wisdom, so not being able to rush the age-up in means that you might need to do something different. And the Iobits have an option with the advancement wing where they pay a lot less resource for the age-up and it comes in a good bit quicker than normally. On the other hand side, you kind of lose an entire wing choice there, just with like a little discount. Gives you a good amount of tempo, but if you then can't take control on water, it feels really, really bad. And Baxter actually going for an early second dog on the second pond. So we'll be able to get fishing going on both ponds. So even if one pond fails, he is not going to be off water completely. And this kind of gives him the opportunity to play a little bit longer feudal age, and maybe he won't need to go for the advancement wing.
Yeah, I might not need to. It does slow down his feudal age up even more, though.
Yeah, Jiff is already
again,
on
you can't
gold.
rush it up. So if Jiff wants to get really aggressive, now the TCs are kind of far away, so I don't know how Jiff would manage that, because English doesn't have a lot of capabilities to rush very quickly. Longbows, of course, are a little slower. I don't expect anything like that coming up here, but there's the House of Wisdom coming up.
Now coming
I am
up,
curious
yeah.
what wing it'll be.
Honestly, he might still just go for... Wait, does he have a mining camp? He's got a mining camp on the gold, so it won't be advancement wing. At least it shouldn't be.
Don't know that,
you don't build a mining camp if you're going advancement.
Yeah, and I don't know what advancement wing would really get him here at this point. I mean, I guess the faster age up, but I just don't know that you'd get enough to win water super early. I just feel like it'd be a really, really risky gamble, especially when you're down a game.
Yeah, and Baxter doing the correct thing here. He's only going for a total of 3 fishing ships on this one pond where they're both fishing on. Just because the 3 fishing ships he's going to be able to garrison. Any additional fishing ship he won't be able to garrison, so that's just like an immediate death sentence to that one. So instead, it's just going to, like, any additional fishing ships will be produced on the other pond.
Abia King's almost halfway up now. Still waiting to see what we're going to get for you, but they need another food drop-off or 2 to get there. He's got the gold. See Baxter taking a look at what's coming up, so he's got an idea. Pretty standard stuff from English so far. Nothing crazy, nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, he's going to be getting access to that king early on. Just a lot of pressure that you can put up with the king. However, if Baxter decides to go for the dervish play... No, it's industry wing, actually, from Baxter. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, means that he's going to be able to get a little bit of wood, a little bit of faster production speed, or rather building speed on the villagers. And that can actually be important if you want to rush up a dock on one of those ponds to try and take water control. 30% faster building speed actually comes in pretty clutch. However, this means that he will not have the dervishes, and dervishes are so good up against king because 2 dervishes just completely outheal the king. It's absolute disrespect when you have like 2 dervishes just like standing there. looking the king dead on in the eye, being like, yeah, you can't do anything to me.
First warship on the prowl now, and this is where it gets dangerous for Baxter here. He's got the second dock coming up. But that Hulk getting a shot at the first fishing ship here from Baxter. He's going to force those back in. He's only got enough room to garrison one. The next, okay, there's the next dock. He can garrison all of them.
There is a demo ship out now as well, and Jiff Music going for the whole triple composition with demo, archer ship, and springle ship. Honestly, at this point, it's such a big investment from Jiff. I would personally just say, okay, just ignore this pond. He's already invested so much into the ships. Like, he's invested as much into these ships as Baxter has put into the docks and all the fishing ships combined. Just put up an additional 2 fishing ships up on the other pond instead, or rather docks on the other pond, and just boom to hell and back with fishing ships there.
Yeah, I agree. That's a lot of resources that essentially won't be able to do much if you just let it be.
Springle ship? Okay, that's insane. That's so, no, Jiff, you gotta cancel
Overkill.
that. And Baxter's going for a 3rd dock. That is so unnecessary.
Oh no!
Like, you should just wait. Yeah, he cancels it.
There we
That's
go.
good. No, he's going for it again.
Oh no!
Realistically, I mean, these are the kind of like minute details that players that maybe aren't in like the top 10 to 20 like don't realize. But this is such a big investment from Jiff. These like 4 ships here, that you can be so fine as Baxter just be like, okay, I'll just go on the other pond and be fine.
I mean, he is on the other pond, and he is fine over there.
Yeah, be more
He's
on the other
also
pond.
trying to get on this pond.
Yeah.
And now it's spotted out too. Jiff Music sees it.
He's getting up 30% additional building speed. Not to be underestimated. Loses the villager, but does get the dock up.
I mean, with that many docks, I feel like Baxter can contest this if he times it right. It just always feels awkward when you're trying to get onto the water with your opponent just sitting on it. You really shouldn't. It just doesn't feel good, you know?
It's not worth it. Yeah, he cancels it. He made ships on it, and then he canceled it. He realized, yeah, this is just... Like, you've gotten so much value out of the... Look, he's going for a 3rd springle ship. Like, that dock costs 75 wood. That springle ship alone is like twice of that. Like, almost 3 times the cost there. It is more than 3 times the cost. It's so worth it.
Hear me out. At this rate, every time he builds a dock, another springled ship comes out, and it's just helping him out. Maybe Baxter should just keep building docks and forcing Jiff to keep making more springled ships.
Please no, if he keeps losing villagers with it, it starts not being worth it. But yeah, he's going for 5 docks now on the other pond. This is the correct call. Just boom, boom, boom on water. Go for the fast castle age follow-up, and just make camel lances. He's already got a couple of desert raiders. These are going to be great when it comes to potentially harassing on the gold vein right now, which he hasn't done so far, but does have the option to do so. Get an outpost up on the gold just to make sure that if the king comes around, you can duck to safety. And yeah, just go for the age up behind it. Needs to be careful though. It looks like the king is paying him a visit on the gold. Either the king or a scout. I do believe that it is going to be the king.
He's got one more desert raider somewhere.
Yeah.
It's not at home.
Oh, nice. He's got the outpost. Great. Yeah, not at home, so danger for Jiff there as well.
I love the idling out of the gold there. And there's the other desert raider. Now
so now won't be able to idle out.
Shoo the king away.
Baxter's got so much wood in the bank. Like, really go ham on the... Like, how many fishing ships does he have in queue right there on these docks? I hope whatever it is, he's got more.
He's got 13 total so far. Some of them might be... No, they're all on this pond then. I don't see any queue for the ships, though.
12 over here. He is actively producing from all of them.
Yeah, he is.
Actually, one is
missing. Eat up all those fish really quick.
If you split them off to like 4 on every single one of them, and then the additional ones you just put on the shoreline fish, like, it's gonna last you a long time. Shoreline fish has been buffed after all. It now has 600 instead of just 500 food. So you can really like get an insane tempo lead, and we can already see that manifesting right now. If you look at the food income, Jiff Music at 350 food per minute, Baxter almost doubling that.
Well, and moreover, Baxter is just like half a minute away from clicking up.
Yeah. Jiff Music is starting to make some horsemen, but horsemen don't feel good when there's Desert Raiders out on the field. Does, of course, have the healing factor with his king. And if the Desert Raiders are caught out of position, they can be taken down, as it's happening right now in the wood line. Desert Raiders getting taken down. Logistics wing now on its way for Baxter. Not going for the reinforcement wing. Does go. Okay, cancels it. Goes for the reinforcement wing instead.
I like the switch, actually. I mean, as much as I love going for logistics, I think reinforcement might be the better thing. You need to make sure you don't get overwhelmed by the numbers here. Horsemen obviously aren't going to do too much in your home base, but able to at least kind of contest there. What you can't afford is to lose water somehow. You don't want to let them burn down your stuff. But the nice thing, again, about this is kind of where he can't rush this age up, but the nice thing for Baxter is that he's going to continue to bank resources this entire time. So he's going to be ready to hit the ground running once he gets up to Castle Age.
Once he hits Castle Age, exactly, he's going to be getting 3 Desert Raiders in immediately, and by the time he gets up, he can also just get a couple in beforehand. A couple of raids now coming in, horsemen on the prowl. Camelon East does help a little bit here with mitigating damage, but not going to be enough. One more villager is going to go down. Yeah, Baxter might probably need to fall back a little bit deeper into his base. He's getting a lot of food here from the fishing still. Jiff Music, though, seemingly has caught up, and yeah, at the moment actually has a great amount of fishing ships ready and active as well. Little fight is coming in. King also hitting the wood line now, but losing a great deal of horsemen on the other side as well. He's kind of not really hitting the greatest timing behind all of this. Hasn't killed any additional villagers. Now the first villager's going down. Little TC Hopperino as well. Yeah, Jiff, I mean, he's on 13 horsemen. He's just continuously spamming more and more of these horsemen. And this is what Jiff loves to do, just being non-stop aggressive with cavalry. Mentioned it before the set started. But it might actually just bite him here. Age up isn't too far away.
King goes down, so the healing's gone, your heavy unit's gone. These horsemen are going to feel like just paper mache once Camel Lancers start coming out. And Baxter has the food and gold to make a couple. And here comes the age up. He's going to immediately queue in. Desert Raiders popping right out into the fray.
Villager could fight.
The upgrades come in.
He's not pulling the A move. Could have pinched those horsemen there and take all of them down. As it stands, means that Jiff isn't going to lose out on all of the tempo that he has, but now alongside the Desert Raiders is going to be Camel Lancers as well. Camel Lance is going to be absolutely great here, not taking any bonus damage from these horsemen. There we go, this time A move on the Vills. Nope, still not going for the A move. That is going to lose a couple more of the villagers. Little raids here and there as well.
Was that wall done?
Can you get
through that wall?
The wall is done, but still idle time being caused. Villagers on the wood line not working quite yet. Needs to queue more Camel Lancers as well behind this. It's kind of stopped queuing Camel Lancers. Has the resources for it.
I think we're going to see the tempo swing now here.
Yeah, Jiff's got the resource to age up behind this now. We're just about.
Baxter needs to get some damage done right now. A lot of horsemen still alive, though. I don't know if there's enough here for the fight. Even with the age up and the leveled up units, I don't think there's enough.
Camel Lance is a little bit slow there. The horsemen weren't in the front in order to tank most of the damage up. And still, the Camel Lancers are just missing more in queue now. But he is going to get another batch in on the Desert Raider soon. King's Palace now coming up for Jiff. He's going to have an additional TC scaling factor working for him. Fight's getting taken. Is he mistaking these Camel Lancers for Desert Raiders? He's taking the fight. Trading out effectively, though. Weak horsemen are actually not getting microed back. Just losing a good amount, but did, of course, secure the time for the age up to come in. Veteran Sea Horsemen now coming in as well behind this. And this many horsemen, I mean, he's got the mobility factor working for him, right? But now Knights coming in as well. Baxter needs to really get a lot of units in now. He's actually got a good amount. He just needs to keep the pressure going.
The tricky thing is that Jiff can just pump horsemen all day. Look at his food a minute. When he was sitting at 1k, it's starting to fall off now a little bit, but he has just been cranking. He's got the food to keep making these horses. Eventually, I think the Camel Lances are going to make that not worth it anymore. But for the time being, it's been working really well for Jiff. He's really been able to close the gap.
He's sneaking by?
Castle Age. He's going right past. Oh no!
Oh, that can't be. How does
No
Baxter?
way! Right through the gap in the
Didn't see
vision.
it. He's just going for the wood line again. Camel lances are there. Camel lances! Okay, Baxter realizes villagers are getting pulled. Might still lose a couple. Actually, I'm making it back in time. Veterancy on the horseman now in as well.
The idle
Baxter
time.
is sending all of his units back. Wheelbarrow finally coming in as well. Baxter also switching into spearman of his own. And there's just a couple of horsemen. Oh, he found 2 villagers there on the sides as well.
And a dervish
The
to boot.
dervish.
Man, Jif is getting some incredible value in these fights. He's just kind of prowling everywhere all at once. And Baxter's just having a hard time keeping up with it.
Yeah, this is just the thing that Jif is doing so well with these horsemen. It's just buying time behind this. He's getting his own transition ready when it comes to the spearmen, to the knights as well. Baxter's finally starting to get in some relics, but he's still on 1 TC compared to the 2 TC now from Jif. So doesn't quite have the transition there. Jif music now also behind us, starting to get the first farm cluster in. These horsemen still just being able to run around, and it's still something that Baxter is going to have to respond to, or rather respect. This might be... Oh, he gets it! A Wololo attempt.
This is the tricky thing with horsemen just being so quick, able to kind of skirt around and not take the fight they don't want to. He might actually get some chip damage from these ships. That demo ship just begging to get a chance to blow up in front of these camels.
Yeah, now
The tricky thing is that
trying to
Baxter's
come in.
Baxter's going to be down eco because this going for the King's Palace, kind of an inspired choice, letting Jif music continue to scale. He couldn't deal with the water. I mean, they each kind of took their own pond on water, but now Jif has really closed the gap, and if anything, he's looking like he's a bit ahead here now. And he's going to continue to scale that way for as long as he's got a town center up over Baxter.
Both players going for the mass spearman play at the moment. I mean, in theory, if Baxter is able to get Phalanx in, his spearmen are going to perform a lot better. Phalanx is available for the Ayubids as well, alongside the Sultan's Bravery, or Sultan's Mamelukes, or what it's called, the upgrade you can get to boost up your spearmen there, or rather all infantry. Once again, raid, the horseman on the prowl. Looks like Baxter is going to be expecting this though. Spearmen in position. There's a great fight here.
Excellent choke
It's a
point
couple
there.
of the horsemen down.
Baxter definitely needs more fights like that. But he's getting raided from
Definitely
the
also
other
needs
side
to...
now.
Oh, again. Yeah, something else that he needs, like, really needs to do is he needs to start putting some of the Desert Raiders into range attack stance.
Yeah,
Just
especially
missing
with
out on
choke
so
point
many
fights.
damaging opportunities. Yeah.
Let the Camel Lance just be the front line at this point and just get the range in the back. You got a critical mass. You get a critical mass of those Desert Raiders. Just start letting them sit back and chip damage behind while your front line does its work. A lot of these walls that Baxter has made aren't doing him a lot of good. Like, he's walling off the map, but this front door is just wide open. Like, the critical spots that he needs to shut down, he's letting the horsemen come in and through. He's got units here now to...
He's also baiting
choke point down.
Jif a little bit. Jif actually losing a good couple of units here.
Including the king.
But the food income, Jif at almost 2,000 food per minute, 55 workers on food, Baxter only on 22.
Difference
And
is
the total
gold
resource
eco.
per minute. This is it. This is, yeah, look at this farming economy. Jif is fully transitioned. Baxter needs to go now. Literally right now. If he doesn't take a big fight inside the base of Jif music within the next 2 minutes, it's over. It's also not fight into the spears. The spears!
Oh no.
Loses 1, 2, almost 3 camel lancers.
That is a spiky blob right there. Desert Raiders need to be trying to pick those off, but that's a lot of spears.
He's going for archers now. Spearmen in the front, camel lancers on the ranged. And with the dervishes, a push can work. Got a lot of resources in the bank as
Here,
well.
going back to his
Thinking about
base.
him.
Oh, I don't think that'd be... I mean,
Dervishes, the pathings, very awkward there.
can Baxter hold into Imp, and then what would he do from there?
Range formation, oh, still in melee formation mode. It's being taken in the choke point. Spearman, Phalanx not in quite yet. It's being researched behind everything. And Jif, he's
in
just
now.
A-moving in. Feelings in now, yeah. We're getting some good connections in there. Still, Desert Raiders without the ranged attack. Just not getting his DPS in.
Camel Lancers dropping like flies, down to 13.
Yeah.
This feels like it might be it. 30 spears, that's enough to deal with everything that's here still. This looks like it could. Does not feel good for Baxter, who was thinking about Imperial Age.
Wololo inside of the base. From Jiv, looks like there was a little Spearman raid, but it's just way more villager losses inside the base of Baxter here. Does manage to clean up the army, though. So there is still a sliver of hope, I want to say, as there's just so many units storming. Yeah, Jiv, he's just non-stop streaming. Also, outpost at the front line behind this is going to be getting the aura in. So Spearmen and Knights, oh, not the Knights, but like the rest of the army is going to be attacking a lot quicker. But the trickle might not be the best thing here for Jiv, as the trickling means that the units are getting picked off one by one. So destroyed value actually now in favor of Jiv Music. He doesn't have any farms yet. He did put up a second TC.
And the nice thing is he's still got that fishing eco just kind of turning in the background. So he's going to have a baseline of food. But yeah, he needs farms. And he cannot let these Knights and King do damage on the back of it. Gotta clean this up. Again, his base is just like, he's got walls, but they're in like the weirdest places. He's not like optimizing this by closing it off.
And Jiff, he's only just going for the villager kills. He knows that his economy is superior, so if he just keeps killing,
now he's doing
eventually Baxter cannot keep up, and he's gonna imp soon.
Jiff realizing he can't trickle in like you mentioned, starting to mass up again. The tricky thing is now Jiff is the one who's threatening to go into Imperial Age. I was gonna say once he gets onto the gold, he's got the food. Baxter is
this could be
sold the farm to stay alive.
If Baxter, I want to say like a really good game plan right now for Baxter would be go with the keep a lot more forward and then just mass Manganiques. And you can take down the entire infrastructure from Jiff inside of his base. The Wingard Palace, sure you can get a lot of cavalry out, but the spearmen from Ayubits are just so strong. Legitimately, 4 or 5 Manganiques, the entire base from Jiff just falls.
Well, critical mass of those into the fire damage, just the spread that would cause. The problem is I just don't know that Baxter's gonna be able to angle into that. He feels like he needs to do something now. But going into English base with this mass isn't going to do very well. Spears can't stand and fight. The archers are gonna be able to pick up the spears, but the knights behind this. And here comes the Imperial Age. He's forced to back up.
It's the moment.
Feels very tenuous. Yeah, Manganiques here would help a ton.
If he just takes down the houses alone, like that already is gonna mean that Jiff is gonna have to invest a ton of wood into remassing that population space. Oh, the camels, they're not moving.
Oh no.
He's getting completely surrounded. He didn't realize in time. Losing all of the camel lances like that.
Save one to tell his friends.
And no Manganiques in yet. He's getting them up now. I believe he just started placing some.
He's got the resources for it. He's got the wood.
No, it's Springolds.
Springolds.
I mean, not bad against the spears, but you need Manganiques.
Yeah, this is one of those things where he's thinking, okay, there's lots of spears. Springolds do good into spears. Like, yeah, but you know what else goes good into spears? 8 Manganiques. Like, they would do just as well.
Just spearmen are good enough against the Wingard Raiders. Just spearmen are good enough against crossbows. Just spearmen are good enough spearmen. The 4 Springolds are going to do great. Don't get me wrong. They're absolutely going to do great up against the spears that Jiff Music has already out on the field. But Baxter now, he needs something to take down the infrastructure. He needs Manganiques.
Manganiques is the best siege unit that Ayubids have available. They're so good. The fire shots they have, especially when you get them in mass, spread. It's just insane how much damage they can do over such a large area.
Yeah, it looks like it wants to age instead, but honestly, that doesn't feel good. That does not feel good. There's just so much, such a much better way to play this right now. 36 archers though. He has a really good army against the units that Jiff has out here at the moment.
Yeah, if he could get a good fight, he could buy himself time. Yeah, he needs a trade.
Actually, Jiff Music at the moment is fully army pop. So this actually does buy Baxter a lot of time. Like, the current army from Jif is not good. So if he just stays max popped and doesn't get any, like, different units in, the next fight for Baxter isn't gonna be a bad one. Still, I wish it would stop with the, Springles at this point. Yeah.
I mean, they'll do good for this fight. They'll be really good in this fight. And then after that, like, where do you go from there? Because that's what the Manganiques afford you. We keep saying it. Like, they afford you an ability to push forwards, to take out this tower that's coming in. Imagine fire shots on that tower right now. Those vills would be dead, the tower would be down and burning. Like, that, it's the perfect unit for this. Unfortunately, now Baxter is also population capped. He is at his 200 of 200. Looks like he just destroyed some fishing boats to make some room.
Yeah, he wants to get the age up in. Question is which age up he's gonna choose at the end of the day. Probably, I want to say, like, the Adabax advisors would make the most sense now. Either that or maybe logistics just for the healing. Oh, Springles getting dove on. Villagers also in peril, but the keep, of course, helping out. And it is going to be advisors. Question is, what units does he put the advisors into? What production buildings? Is it going to be in the barracks? Is it going to be in the... It looks like barracks. He put up a lot of barracks at the front side, so maybe just very high HP spearmen that could come in.
It's not bad. At least for, again,
I know
for a
Jif
fight or
is
two.
Jif is a cavalry fiend, so yeah, Jif is a cavalry fiend though, so maybe it's actually like a good play up against him. Fight is getting taken. Jif, he just wants to get rid of his spearman numbers. He doesn't want to make spearmen anymore. He wants cavalry and cavalry only. So getting rid of the spearmen here is exactly what Jif wants to do.
He's queuing into crossbows now. That actually plays still into what Baxter is doing, because crossbows are just going to get eaten alive by this. I'm not sure why he's angling into that. I think he's expecting camels and ghulams and other things, but right now, Baxter would welcome crossbows at this point with what he's got.
Yeah. Chat asking what advisors do. So advisors spawns a couple of Adabax inside of your base. The Adabax are basically just camels, and you can garrison the camels inside of your production buildings. And units made out of production buildings where the Adabax are in, they get additional health, 15% additional health on them. So it just makes them tankier.
Crossbows is such a strange choice. Like, crossbows are a decent unit, but these are not Arbitrie. No. Like, I don't know why you'd be massing them up. Oh no! You're playing into his hands!
Strong, but he doesn't know about the crossbow mass yet. And he does have a good amount of archers.
Now.
He will, yeah. Gonna find out. Knights trying to dive for the Springles. Spearmen trying to intercept, but a couple of them will go down. Rest of them are still moving forward. Cannon placement now in on the outpost as well.
That's dangerous.
Location following up.
Front line's going down, and in come some more horsemen and spears. Front lines are mostly cleaned up for both sides. A couple more spears to match the knights there. Yeah, you do not want to stand and fight in this tower. This is the moment
where he needs to take down the outpost quickly. He could burn it down quickly. Nah, it's too late. It's late. Now the placement's going to come in.
You cannot afford to let that hit your archers. I mean, you can just see the one cannon almost knocked out 4 of them right there.
Yeah, it's very strong now.
Point, Krebs and Manganiques. That's the play.
Elite upgrade coming in the archers. Elite upgrade coming on the spears.
As someone who really likes the Ubids, I always die when I see players who are, frankly, a lot better than I am at the game not making Manganiques with the Civ because they're so good, and it's like, no, trust the Manganique.
It's a literal win condition.
It really is.
It is a literal win condition, which is insane, just having a 1-unit win condition, but that's just the way it is.
I mean, we got Force Archers that exist, so Ubids can just have the Manganique. It's fair. It's fair. That cannon tower proven kind of thorny.
Archers actually getting pushed into the fight here, not what you want to see. A lot of them will get taken down. Spearmen trying their best at the front line.
These archers are focusing on the knights in the front line. They need to get onto the crossbows.
And spears. Yeah, I mean, taking the spears down as well is quite nice because it means that the Sultan's buff is coming in on the archers, so any consecutive damage is going to be great, even up against the knights. He is able to push him back. The issue is just the income behind this is so bad for Baxter, by comparison, that every time these trades are coming in, it's just looking better and better for Jif.
Got the first bombard on the field as well. So now that keep is no longer a guaranteed safe spot. This is one of those things where, like, it's a grindy game, but you can just kind of feel Jiff just getting those incremental gains. And this right here could be a wall breaker. Lombard taking the first shot at the keep. That's not something you can afford to throw villagers at to keep up. And the towers, this is what English does so well in Imperial Age and why it's one of the best Imperial civs, is the tower creep. They just start creeping up. Just incremental
Incendiary
gains.
is also still missing for Baxter. I don't think he prioritized the upgrade there. Can we quickly check his base, see where the advisors, where the Adabeks are in at the moment? They're in... It looks like, yeah, barracks. There's a barracks. Actually, archer... He put them in archer ranges as well. That's not good. You shouldn't put them inside of the archery ranges. Not in these buildings. So they're mostly around the TC and in all manner of buildings. First, the Manjanique now.
Did that bombard get taken out? I think it did.
It looks like the bombard did get taken out. The keep is still alive. Fire shots are coming in.
Might be a day late and $1 short, but I'm happy to see them nonetheless. Yeah, the spread. If he
Could
gets
definitely
more
supply
of
the
them,
value.
don't let it get taken out by that tower.
The units are quite clumped up. Needs to be careful there as well.
I'm like waiting for the hammer to drop with that
Units could
tower
take a lot of
bombard.
damage from the emplacement. Coming
Three or four
in.
more of those.
Be absolutely great for him. Osman getting kind of stuck there on the outpost. Actually, are going to put it on fire, set it on fire though. Now might want a front line at least a little bit.
It's like 3 more Manjaniques and this fight would be over in an instant.
Yeah,
The one's doing some, it's
absolutely.
doing some good work. It's just not doing it fast enough alone. That's kind of the problem with the fire shot is you need more and he's not gonna, don't lose it. No. And it goes down.
It's repaired though. Nice bombard already in queue as well. Wants to take down at least the cannon emplacement outpost
Yeah,
there.
that's been
Totally
a
understandable.
sticky thing for a bit now. Yeah, that one Manjanique doesn't do a lot on its own. It's when you get 3 or 4 of them, that's when you start seeing these massive shots. And that it's not that expensive to do, but then they become devastating. But one alone just isn't going to do it on its own.
Yeah. Baxter finally getting Incendiary upgrade in now as well behind this. Jeff Music starts to reinvest into the cavalry as well. Some men-at-arms now. Oh, big men-at-arms switch for him. And men-at-arms with armor-clad. Yeah, he's getting all the men-at-arms upgrades in now. They're gonna absolutely tank up against these archers from Baxter. So he's gonna need to do a tech switch at some point here up against this.
Well, he does have all those Anabags in his archery ranges. He could just start making crossbows as well, I guess. The problem is what is he going to do about the crossbows?
Doesn't feel good making crossbows against crossbows. His opponents do have more attack speed. I can already tell, like, the men-at-arms, armor-clad isn't quite in yet, but now with Incendiary arrows, the archers are going to do a lot better. Silk type bowstrings also coming in. That is going to be the big difference maker, at least up against the crossbows with the additional range. Little raid coming in, though. Oh, that is going to be a big distraction for Baxter.
I'm not sure how it snuck in there. Did he transport ship across? I think he might have.
I don't think so. I think he just clicked around the shoreline, maybe.
I feel like we would have seen it.
I should take him down. It's not the biggest deal there. Now mass and men-at-arms, that's going to be a big issue here for Baxter. He's got a lot of gold, so maybe hand cannoneers could help him out, especially like with the Sultan's upgrade as well as just general hand cannoneer stuff going on, of course. And the Adabaks. Got to get a good trade there against the Bombard.
I feel like the longer this game goes on, the better it gets for Jiff Music.
These are still feudal age men-at-arms though. Finally, Castle Age men-at-arms upgrade has been queued, but it's gonna lose a good number of them before that comes in. Silk bowstrings also in now, so the archers can like really take great trades here if Baxter decided to push forward, and he really does need to apply more pressure at the moment.
He really does. He's playing very on the back foot. Archery mass
He
can
always
do a
wants
lot
to
of damage
fight in
here.
the range of the keep, but he's on a timer here. He might not realize just how much on a timer he is on at the moment.
You said it yourself. If
Must
that
at least
keep had been a bit
anticipate
more
something.
aggressive, it would have done a lot more for him. He's got,
Yeah, I mean,
should
Baxter,
make
he could
more
also, like,
manganese.
snipe down the dock and, like, deny a lot of food that way. Force shift into more farms, more of a farming economy.
Sergeant Mass is doing a pretty good
now
job for
coming
him
in
now.
the med-arms. Yeah, but once this elite men-at-arms upgrade is coming in, like, that's an additional +2
Yeah.
pierce armor on the men-at-arms. It's gonna make him very, very strong. There's just still no move out into something else. We do see the elite crossbow upgrade coming in. Biology coming in now as well.
I don't see how Baxter breaks through without better siege and better stuff. We see some short bow action coming out here. Villager on villager aggression.
Little wall getting drawn up.
And they're one-shotting
Pile
this.
time on the villagers, yeah. GIF music at the moment at 141 economy, Baxter at 135. These two players just really valuing economy over military aggression at the moment from the looks of it. There's a lot of men-at-arms in queue now coming in for GIF music. But yeah, now you can really see just how tanky these men-at-arms have become. And Culverin is going to get focused down by the crossbows. Gets taken down. You can just, yeah, this is the moment now where Baxter realized that he can no longer just mass archers up against everything. You can start focusing down the crossbows on the backside, but you just don't do damage up against the men-at-arms with your archers anymore. Set some raids coming in. That's a good distraction piece there. Finally also starts shooting up against the crossbows. That's the correct call, especially with Slick Ties Bowstring. You're going to be able to take down all of the crossbows behind that.
The difference is the bank behind this, right? Look at the food for Jiff. He's got so much more food coming in than Baxter.
Yeah. So the raids are also very important here. The idle time over there is also just great. Arms being trickled in. We are getting the cannon placement now as well. A couple of, looks like elite Desert Raiders actually coming in.
Baxter seems
Or
hell-bent
Baxter now
on
as
making
well.
more Culverins. I really think... I think he
to an
experimented
extent,
with... Like, they're good. They're good.
Not bad, because they're able to deal with bombards. You can snipe bombards very easily with them with just a little bit of additional range on them. No setup time as well. So they do work quite well in that situation.
It feels like he experimented with one Manjanique, and it didn't work out because it was only one,
Culverin,
and he's kind of moved away.
Oh, wow!
Oh my
How
goodness.
did he not notice that there's a random... Oh, that might just be GG. The keep inside of the base from Baxter. All the reinforcements are going to get held up by that. He's gonna need
He
to
can
send
produce
Culverin
units
back
from there,
and
too.
then some units as well.
You can just start popping out knights just right there. That's actually... That's insane to let that just sneak up on you like that.
Indeed it is.
He had to have
That's a lot of
transport shipped
economy, a
over
lot
there.
of
There's no
production
other way
buildings.
unless he burned through the wall somehow.
He might have, yeah. At the
think
same
he had to
time,
have transported
going up with the
across.
top goals as well. Yeah, he
Sure
did.
enough.
He did indeed transport ship it.
That's sneaky.
And
Well, that'll win him the game.
He's actually just relentlessly throwing units into the keep there with all of the emplacements on as well. It's got the cannon placement on, but just not able to take down the units quickly enough. And Baxter, he's got not enough wood at the moment to get a Culverin in to take down the keep inside of his base. That's a pretty big issue for him right now. Just all of the armor on these men-at-arms, like the keep just cannot take them down quickly enough. The horseman also just kind of stuck on them. He got the elite crossbow upgrade in, but hasn't really used it at all. We haven't seen any crossbows coming in from Baxter so far, even after researching the elite crossbow upgrade. Instead, he's going for elite Ghulams, but Ghulams don't do a lot of damage against armor-clad men-at-arms.
Yeah, the crossbows will just eat them for breakfast. Not much going here. This seems like the beginning of the end for Baxter. He had some windows, he really did, and he's done a good job of holding as best he can, but in the end, this music with English in the late game is just going to be proving too much. The tech switch was exactly what he needed. It took some time to get broken through, but now with the keep behind this as well that he has waiting for him, this game's over.
It is just too much now at this point in the game. GIF music completely in control. He just deleted 30 of his own villagers as well. and now he's just starting to overwhelm. Still over 4,000 food per minute, just non-stop units coming in here at this point in the game. Baxter just cannot stem the tide of units that is streaming in across. He just cannot get rid of these men-at-arms. The archer is just not doing enough damage up against the armor-clad. That is like, what, 11 ranged armor on these men-at-arms right now? It is just way too difficult to handle. And with that, Baxter still trying, but the army count is dwindling down to 30 at this point in the game, up against the 70 here from Jiff Music, who's also sprinkling in just a couple of rams behind this to take down any production building left behind the wake of his army.
You know, the old adage, win the water, win the game. I think that kind of happened here for Jiff. He won that pond, and then he used it to transport and then get this keep across, gave himself a foothold in the base, able to break through and distract Vexter a little bit, able to grind him out in the late game. I guess it holds true for this game as Jiff Music now just systematically destroying every bit of Vexter's base.
All the production building getting taken down. Jiff Music also expanding the network of citadels behind this, with the outpost coming up behind. Osman trying to get the engagement up against the crossbows, but in this mass with incendiary arrows, just a couple of horsemen are not going to be able to stem the tide.
51 build kills to 21 build kills. I always love those late game stats when you're going in 40 minutes. You see the ridiculous numbers getting just piled on top. Corpses upon corpses as we see more men-at-arms in the tree line there.
He's just building outposts in the back as well. This is such a caster move there as well. And there it is. GG comes in. Jiff Music able to advance in his side of the bracket. Baxter, he's gonna have to say goodbye at least for this weekend, but still has, of course, one more weekend to try and qualify for Red Bull Wololo. This means Jiff Music, he's gonna advance and has to face off against Core now.
You can kind of see here around the 23-minute to 29-minute mark, there was a real window there for Baxter. And again, I'm kicking the dead horse now by saying it ad nauseum, but Manjaniques, like you were saying, I'm saying it, that was the win condition right there. Start tearing down the base bit by bit. It's kind of how the way, it's kind of like the reverse what English did to you, right? English kind of just inched forward little by little. Baxter had a window. He could have done the same, didn't quite capitalize as much as maybe he would have liked to there. And instead, Jiff Music, just with late game English, does late English things and takes the series.
Yeah, these type of things does happen, but this was still a great, I want to say, like, first impression here from Baxter on EGC, just in general, like an up-and-coming player. Jiff Music at this time, I want to say he's, like, well-established in, let's say, like a top 20, top 25, like, style setting on the leaderboard in tournaments. And Baxter, very, very fresh blood here in the tournament scene, and just absolutely showing off what he's got in store for us. And it looks like we can quickly take a look at the bracket, as it looks like, yeah, we've got a pretty interesting set ahead of us that's going to be coming up. So at the moment, we've got Balltune facing off up against Eric. Scarlet Devil going to be facing up against MSN. Valdemar versus Sass. That is going to be the set that we'll be covering on EGC next. Definitely a fan favorite. A lot of players, a lot of viewers, but also probably a lot of players looking forward to that one. A little bit of a grudge match actually between the two. If any viewer or something like that has subscribed to Age of Drama Weekly, they will know that these two players, they got some drama going on with each other. So this is most definitely going to be a grudge match between the two. Scatterbrain versus Down. Yeah, there will be blood.
Oh, that'll be a fun one. I'm excited for it.
Exactly. Scatterbrain versus Downfall also going on, and switching over to the second part of the bracket. We've got Eliona waiting for Kiljadi versus Jue to happen. Core versus Jiff Music. Numudan versus 358 Footman, and Lash versus Gento still going on. Myriad versus Axlav to decide on who is going to be facing off versus Corvinus, who was able to beat Ayamasato. So definitely we're getting to the point in the bracket where things are getting a lot more spicy. And yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. We're just going to be taking a quick short break. So it is now your turn to go and grab some refreshments and get ready for our next set, as we'll be going for just a short break, and we'll be right back with Valdemar versus Sass. All right, and we are back, everybody, and we're going to be bringing you the set that everyone has been waiting for. We've got VS Voldemar up against Sass coming up next, and oh boy, Sokatan, the first one's going to be Dry Arabia here, a classic between the two, and Sass, just looking at the draft here, he's got them some civilizations that he feels very, very comfortable with. Golden Horde amongst them, wink wink.
Golden Horde's a fun one. And nothing's more fun than I think starting on Dry Arabia. It's just the final destination, you know. It's like when you got like when you're in school, you know, and you got that guy who's like you're kind of ribbing with, and you're like, okay, come on, let's 1v1, final destination, no items, let's go, Smash Bros, let's do this. Same kind of vibe. Dry Arabia starting right off here in the qualifier. Sass Voldemar. If you're Voldemar and Sass, if you're the one drafting, what civs are you wanting to start out on this map?
I mean, both of these players, of course, they do have their favorite civilizations in their game. Like, they got clear favorites when it comes to what civilizations they want to play. So, Valdemar, of course, he's a more standard player, but he does have a tendency to go for berry civilizations. So, picking Ayubits and Abbasid definitely something that just comes to mind with him. Also has played a lot of China, or is known for a lot of China play, and in general just aggression. So China, Ayubits, French, House of Lancaster, definitely just civilizations that Valdemar is very, very familiar with. Sass, on the other hand side, he's a little bit more specific about the civilizations that he enjoys and the civilizations that he practices. So having the Ottomans there, that is like the clear favorite, I want to say, for Sass. Like, Sass really enjoys the Ottomans with their unique playstyle, and the Golden Horde as well, a civilization that also has a very, very unique playstyle with them as well. Just one of the newer civilizations that plays very differently. I'm not sure if it's because of the name of the Khan, but yeah, he very much identifies with them.
Yeah. Do you think that's what he picks then? He just goes for those two civs and lets Voldemar pick which one he'd rather not face of the two? I
mean, there was a little bit of strategized banning there as well, right? Like, he did ban out Ottomans just to make sure that Valdemar isn't gonna be picking that. Yeah. And you just see how much priority he puts on the Ottomans. Like, he banned them out, but then he first picked them just to make sure that Valdemar isn't banning them on his third ban. So just really want to make sure that Ottomans is gonna be on his side. And we're in a best of 5 now. But best of 5s can still be rather, I want to say, volatile with their development, as you kind of need to win with your stronger civilizations relatively early on. And look at that, what's coming in here. We got Dry Arabia with French versus HRE. Classic. This is interesting because previously, or not previously, I want to say a meta or two ago, this would have been HRE favored. In the current meta, though, I am not so sure if that is still the case, because French currently, we're in the age of cav, we're in the cavalry meta at the moment. So I think this might actually be leaning a little bit more towards the French side of things, maybe.
It feels like a coin flip nowadays. I definitely agree. HRE used to kind of have the edge, and now you start on Dry Arabia, how open it can be. I could see French taking the edge on this now over HRE. We'll find out here in just a couple minutes, but starting off with kind of a strong pairing of civs, I feel like, between Voldemar and Sass for this grudgiest of grudge matches coming up before us. Of course, like you mentioned, with the best of 5, it's small enough of a match set that it could be kind of scrappy either way, but big enough at the same time that there's some wiggle room to drop a game if you need to. I'm looking at the other maps too, like Frisian Marshes, Baldland, normal enough. Then we got Hill and Dale and Socotra also in the map pool. Not maps you see every day.
Yeah, Socotra, it's definitely one of the more, I want to say, specific maps here to Red Bull. Gotta remember, of course, the main Red Bull event is mostly AoE 2 centric, and Socotra is one of those maps that also has a pretty good base standing in Age of Empires 2. We had a Socotra iteration at the beginning when it first came out that really didn't fit AoE 4, but it's been reworked since, and at the moment I feel like Socotra now kind of really does embrace the AoE 4 style as well, in a really, really good way. So this version of Socotra definitely fitting Age of Empires 4. It's a pretty good map at this point, and I would personally recommend it in its current form.
Yeah, it definitely plays differently than like a dryer. It's the proximity and the way it kind of just feels almost. It reminds me almost of like, and this is a very poor combination of poor comparison, but almost the way I feel about mountain clearing, where it feels like you're in like a Thunderdome of sorts. Whereas Socotra, again, it's kind of Final Destination vibes. Like you're right here, you're stuck together. It's very aggressive. I kind of hope we get to see that one. I hope at some point we get to see this map get played. It's just been a while since I've seen it in EGC, so excited to have it here for Road to the Red Bull Wololo. We got 4.5 minutes to sit here and debate what we feel is going to happen in this series. I'm looking at the other civs too. I think it's interesting because of SAS's prioritization of getting Ottomans. That lets China slip through for Valdemar.
It does, but at the same time, especially when it comes to like cavalry-centric civilizations, I feel like there's a good amount of civilizations currently in the map pool where China kind of can't be played in the way that it currently like really wants to be played. Like we saw it perfectly play out in Baxter versus Jiff Music as well, where the mass Lancer play, it just doesn't, it doesn't find its timing. B, it just gets countered by even stronger knights. And when it comes to stronger knights, like SAS, of course, having the Macedonians in there with the Radari, having the Malians in there as well, which are, in my opinion, a great potential counter to the Chinese. I think there's just a whole lot of opportunity here for SAS to counter out a civilization like China with relative ease. We still, of course, have other comfort picks there for Valdemar as well, like the Byzantines, a civilization that is very familiar with, Abbasid as well. Those civs could be coming in on Frisian marshes as well. For now, though, it's going to be some classic civs that will come in, namely, of course, the French and the HRE. And HRE, most likely, in this matchup on this map, or pretty much on any map in this matchup, will be going, of course, for their Dark Age opening, getting those spearmen up across the map just to harass and annoy the French a little bit, you know, just delay that early timing on the Pro Scout. Yeah, that first night, that Pro Scouting timing, all of these things will get delayed by quite a bit by those early spearmen, unless the French decide to go for an early outpost. Is of course a little bit more rare, but could definitely come in. It is a genuine thing that could be done on like in this matchup in particular, going for that early outpost, but could of course also invite. It would be quite the read, but at the same time, there's a pretty nice follow-up where if SAS then just sends one villager out to get a counter outpost up on the other side of the gold vein, that makes the situation a lot more terrible because Valdemar, of course, will have invested 100 wood into the outpost and still be denied off of the gold. Yeah, then it's a fortified position on the gold where if it's just a spearman, what Valdemar in theory could do is just mass gather up the gold with like 4 or 5 villagers, just send them out to the gold vein immediately, get enough gold in, and then just go for the fast feudal age, get some archers in, you can take control over the gold again. However, if you invest into an outpost and you get counter outpost rushed, now the transition into the fast feudal archer play is much, much harder, or at least going to be significantly delayed.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's and the funny thing is that both these players are thinking through all these scenarios right now too, getting ready to get in. Like it's in the back of their minds already. They know the map. They know what they're getting into here. It'll be fun to see. We got a minute and a half before we dive in. This is the our first qualifier here in the round of 16. As people try to qualify to Red Bull's event in London coming up here. Exciting stuff. Boy, this map. Any predictions so far? Do you think French has got the edge here? Are you leaning towards that?
I would actually slightly favor French in this one, just because of like we got slight nerfs on the HRE, and I'm honestly just personally not a big fan of the Spearman Horseman army composition against Archer Knight. I mentioned it earlier, like you just need like 12 to 15 archers to be able to one-shot a spearman. After that, you just keep pumping the high-value knights in. And Age of Cavalry, right? Like knights can frontline against spearmen for a significant amount of time with relative ease.
Of course, that could all be thrown out the window if SAS gets a really good spawn or something and has just the perfect
or a good
setup.
engagement to surround.
Yeah, a good early engagement. I mean, that's kind of the tricky thing is like, even though we feel like French has an edge here, if SAS gets something breaks his way, then suddenly you got to reassess everything all over again. But we'll find out here in 20 seconds as we get ready to dive in. These two players with no love lost between them. Bit of a grudge match coming up. We'll be diving in. 9 seconds. I'm ready. Almost ready to do a countdown in my mind. I can hear like the NASA countdown as we get ready to dive in. Game number 1. This is I'm excited for this series.
Yeah, definitely, probably the most entertaining one I want to say to look forward to today. Jumping right in. Correct. Coming in for SAS as expected. Not the player names there in as well. Valdemar, on the other hand side, plays as the French, and we do of course have that nice little UI there on the minimap that tells us exactly where it's to. And indeed, it's early output here from Valdemar. And SAS gets the information on that, so does have the confirmation.
Well, just like you predicted, right? Going for the early outpost. The question is, do we get a villager walking out for the outpost on SAS's side or not?
He's got a spearman moving across, but I think, yeah, it looks like he's just going to be... Actually, he still has villagers on wood. It's another village. Yeah, it is going to be the villager pull. So exactly as we alluded to earlier, if the outpost comes up, SAS, he's just going to put up his own outpost on the other side and is going to be able to still end up denying the gold there for Valdemar, at least long term. Valdemar is going to get enough gold for the age up in. And Valdemar, he's gone for wheelbarrow. Okay, maybe he should probably still get enough gold for the age up in, but definitely not for any knights. And the second gold is right there as well. Villagers are going to have to walk quite a long distance.
Oh, that second gold is just right, right there. This could be a nightmare for Valdemar in about 30 seconds.
And now he sees.
He sees it. Yeah. Does he cancel the wheelbarrow?
He hasn't canceled it yet.
Hasn't canceled it yet.
That outpost is not in range. That outpost is not in range.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's close, but I honestly don't think that's in range. I hear observers saying Squircle.
Squircle? I think you might be right. Oh, I think Cal might be right with the Squircle here. I think it might just be... I mean, that village right there is towing the line, literally. I'd rule him out of bounds. Not a catch.
Yeah, I mean, the villagers right... I don't think... We'll see, we'll see. Like, this is such a weird thing with the game. So the way that it works is there is an entity inside the outpost where the arrows are coming from, where the like radius is being rendered from around the outpost. The question is it right smack dab in the middle on outposts, or is it like leaning towards the side? Okay, we hear Squircle does not apply to outposts, so this should not be in range. This should be out of range. Maybe the one villager that's like leaning in. Yeah, that one villager, but there we go. Okay, he's not risking it.
He's got an extra shot on.
We're never gonna find out. We're never gonna find out. Villagers jumping inside, but that's idle time.
Cat and mouse.
It's actually pretty big idle time. Okay, he's just sitting there next to it now.
Regardless, this is going to slow down that first night. Yeah, that first night's not going to be a night. Yeah. It's going to have to be something else now. So SAS has gotten what he paid for here out of this, at least. And not to mention that Valdemar also already invested into this tower too. So he's down some wood. He's actually pop captured now. He's housed. Finally got that house up now.
Just got the house.
He has no more wood behind this.
Definitely an awkward opening here for Valdemar, but it's not the end of the world. He did find the gold that he had on the other side, and theoretically, your opponent just invested into the outpost there as well. What you can do now is you pull 5 villagers and you put up an outpost on the other gold vein, and then you just gather gold from there, and you just ignore the first gold vein inside of your base.
And of course, for French, the nice thing is that your production, your resource drop-off buildings are cheaper. They're half off, so it makes it easier to do that.
At the same time, passive bonus, of course, there for the French as well. Getting those villagers in a little bit quicker means that he does already have a slight villager lead at this point into the game. We are getting the Minework Palace in for SAS with the HRE, so it's going to be having some additional damage on horsemen, on spearmen. Could also just kind of paint the picture as to what he wants to go for. I think this makes a lot of sense. You kind of need additional damage on spears and horsemen if you are going to play an extended feudal age up against knights, and you're going to have to go into a couple of additional prelates anyways in this matchup, I want to say, if it goes for like longer feudal age, so it's not the worst. You're still going to get bonus economy and you're still going to get the inspiration. You just got to really have to pay extra attention, and there it is, as called. He is going to be sending those villagers out to the far away gold vein. So it's going to be gathering from their archer already in queue as well. So we'll be having those at the ready in order to protect those villagers as they move out to the gold. Outpost coming up alongside it as well. So pretty much as expected here from Valdemar.
Pastor's Curse has got nothing on you today, Crackety. You've been on top of it. Nail on this match. I mean, from like almost to a T, you've been on it here. This has been fun.
We're at the point now in the meta, we're just in general with civilizations where these kind of choices aren't really choices. They're like the only options that you
dance. Yep, it's a dance. Yeah. You just got to perform the steps. It's
if
funny
you go
like,
for the outpost, he goes for outpost, so you just run away to the next gold.
We're in a funny spot where there are certain matchups where we both sit here and go, I've never seen this one before. I wonder how it plays out. And we can kind of guess. And there's matchups like this one that are, tale as old as time. They've been around for a while, and we just kind of know. It's kind of fun to see that dichotomy play out, though. That we can just kind of expect it. Double tower.
Oh, double outpost. I don't like that. I don't like the double outpost. I think that's too big of an investment. Just make units instead.
Valdemar
that's
very
a pretty big investment
about that. I wonder if that... that's...
For emplacement on the outpost. He hasn't scouted onto the third gold yet. He's still got scout out and about, so we'll probably scout out soon. Double stable. Okay. So is going to be going for a good amount of horseman play here. Already has the Pierce armor in. All pikes coming in next. First knight is out, so Sass sees the knight, so he knows, okay, my opponent is getting gold somewhere. 100% confirmation on that now.
Nice tricky little corner.
Sass, though, I think he needs to go out for food soon. He needs to get an outpost on the... Oh my god, same second as I want to say it. Villagers moving out on the deer to build an outpost.
Actually, I think you're a god. Again, this matchup is just... It really is a choreographed dance that both these players are playing. And the fun thing is that these players are kind of at a very similar level right here.
Definitely.
And this is kind of the premier matchup of the day. Perfectly onto those deer. No pro scouts to be seen here.
Spearman protecting the villager as this comes up as well. So the knights shouldn't really find any villager kills here. That's a little bit House, but House is coming up now as well. Still producing more and more horsemen behind that. But yeah, villagers will soon have to go out to those deer in front of his base just to like make sure that food income is still gonna be there. And Valdemar going for the early triple composition, already has some spearmen coming up alongside. Definitely going to be necessary here for him to get those spearmen as well. And that's something that Sass in theory is gonna have to react to as well, actually. He needs to act accordingly and get his own archers in as well. You need a tri-composition to fight up against a tri-composition. Like in few numbers, it might still be fine, but once you get to like larger army count, you need to respect the counters.
Yeah, you got to start playing to each of them. Now these knights don't have a lot of room to get distance between these spears. You can see the faster marching speed really play an effect here.
Horsemen moving on to the berries. Or where are they moving on to? Yep, moving on to the berry villagers. Archer's gonna burn down the outpost here. Not a lot to defend that. Already has Pierce armor upgrade in, so Horsemen aren't taking too much damage here, but looks like it's still going to be enough in order to force them back there. Oh, actually a couple of spearmen did get picked off there. But the emplacement, Valdemar needs to be careful. Doesn't want to lose the villagers there for free. There's 4 villagers ahead at the moment. Horseman still looking for potential raiding avenues. Oh, the deer. Okay. Only 1 villager building the outpost. If Sass sees that and you can figure this out through the fog of war, might be able to do some good damage there in the meantime. Spears in the mid-map. Point blank charge. Yep. Good charge.
Back and forth continues. This is a very tight game. Valdemar inching a small lead here with the extra villagers he gains. But under some duress, Sass looking to get that tower down. He's going to push into it. I think he's going to get it down now. I don't think there's enough units nearby. In fact, goes for the Vills instead. Can he get any? No, he just scares him away. The tower will go down, though. Outpost is not long for this world. And there it goes. Nothing but rubble and ash now.
Yeah, Valdemar rallying inside of his base. Has a good amount of knights. Chivalry coming up next as well, so we'll be able to start healing them up as well. Sass still on one prelate, is soon going to have to invest into additional prelates. Sending this one out to the deer villagers now as well. A couple villagers on stone, so placements on outposts should be coming in for Sass soonish as well. Sees the knights. Not sure if he noticed them, but he did see them. Okay, he noticed them.
We're in the vision. Does see it, does react to it. That's the kind of the funny thing. Sometimes it'll be like, well, he was in the vision. It's like, yeah, just because he's in the vision doesn't mean he sees it, you know? Sometimes they get through.
Yeah. Seeing and noticing, two different things. Archer's now coming up as well. Oh, are we getting us around? We are getting us around.
Nice pick, using the wood line. And they get at least two of these here. Maybe one, maybe
a second one. And he pulls the weak horseman back as well. Great play from Sass. Notices that that's something that he can also utilize his own healing.
Horseman gets around. Almost gets another
item, but now Chivalry's coming in, so we'll be able to heal that one up long term. Units from Valdemar are chasing, but realistically you can never chase the HRE military. They're just moving a little bit too fast for you.
They're really good at marching. Even the spears, you can see, just in good pace. In the brace, excellent brace here. Knight doesn't go down,
there's still archers
doesn't get anything out of it. Doesn't quite get anything. You can see it's Valdemar doing the same thing, pulling the weak knight, sending him back home to go heal for a moment with the Chivalry now in.
Ooh, that's not a fight you want to take, at least not quite yet. Looks like he might be getting roped into the fight, though.
Now will Valdemar push the issue is the question.
Brace coming in. Brace gets baited out. Now fight's actually getting taken.
Archers
the Horseman, though,
split.
not a fight you can take. Spearman not in the engagement yet.
Good
Not
micro
part of the
from Sass.
equation. Oh, a nice hit there on the last remaining Horseman as well. One more Horseman might be getting picked off there by the archers. Will get picked off.
You can just sense that both these players, I can almost feel the sweat on each of their heads just dripping down. I can just feel them trying to get every ounce of focus into this. Neither player wants to be the one to blink in this matchup, especially
the archers,
in
they're
game
getting
one.
caught off guard.
Archers
They're getting
picked apart by the Horsemen. Knights even can't stay around. They've got to get out of dodge too. The spears get on top. Are they going to get another one? They might. There's one really low health. Horsemen should be able to catch up and take him down.
One more knight might be going down. Horseman is getting the hit in. One more hit.
He's dead.
No,
he's got to be dead. No, he gets through with 9
and gets
HP.
2 horsemen instead.
Wow.
Great engagement there by Valdemar, or rather great pull away. That was big value.
I thought for sure that was dead.
Should have been.
I love seeing this. The healing. This is so good. It's just free value. It's free value to heal your units when you can. I love that both these players have been taking full advantage of that.
Yeah, Valdemar behind this is also utilizing the market for some resource trade out. There's one thing here that I feel like Sass can do that could just completely flip the script of the game on its head. And that is potentially aging up with the Burger. It is risky.
Ooh, that'd be risky.
The Burgrave has been changed. The Burgrave has been changed. You now do 50% bonus damage when you're charging with infantry. That means that men-at-arms actually shred knights with the Castle Age men-at-arms with the upgrades. Actually completely just shred knights.
Horsemen looking to tear down these outposts. At the very least, they're causing some good idle time. Loses a horse for it, but 20, 30 seconds idle time. Slowing down that gold trickle is so important against the French.
No scout with the army, but has a good army count there. Scout now following up as well. Scout gets found out. Sass definitely wants to follow that one with the horsemen. Entire army following it. There is an outpost on the deer, a small little wall as well, that could definitely buy his unit safety. And now the knights are going to get found out as well.
Nice charge with the knights there to get on the horsemen, but the spear's wrapping around. Oh, Valdemar runs a real risk of getting trapped here.
He does.
Because that wall on the south is completed.
Though, have to be careful.
Oh, we gotta look at this. Villagers bugging out, getting out of dodge, going across the wall where they're safe. They can come back now. But again, see, getting trapped here by that wall. Valdemar wasn't aware of it until just now. And now the spears get onto him.
Another knight.
Another knight.
Didn't move for a second.
Like I said, nowhere really for Valdemar to go.
Now.
Able to get out, but
it's moving all over here as well.
Yeah, it's you feel like you're getting surrounded from all sides. Able to get out, but now military numbers from Sass. Military number from Sass looking pretty good, despite the fact now that Valdemar is up by 10 vills. Not a single villager has died in this game. So the TC just churning for French, a little extra boost, getting Valdemar an equal lead. Meanwhile, big fight coming up here. Spears on spears. And this looks like a pretty good value for Valdemar to fight this. Able to pick off a couple units.
It gets picked off though, here and there. It's like a trade outs. Some knights are getting picked off. Spearman being kind of sacrificed here. Scout gets taken down as well.
Destroyed value was almost neck and neck.
The fight wasn't bad there for Sass in the end, and he is banking up resources. So the Castle Age might actually be coming in sooner rather than later. Behind this, could be canceling just a couple of these men-at-arms, but he is already prepping the men-at-arms switch. Archers, though, just a little bit out of position here.
Overcommitted.
There's a big knight count. Big knight count.
Ah, that was a mistake. I think he was in a good position to let Valdemar go, and he wanted to push the issue. Overextended, and just like that, suddenly it feels like on the back foot. It's only 43 to 39 units, but just the positioning and the angle and the momentum can swing so quickly sometimes. Maybe have turned right there into the berries to kind of get a good choke point, but
spears getting countered out. There's only 2 spearmen at the moment, or rather 4 spearmen now.
Valdemar in.
So needs to be very, very careful.
And Valdemar needs to be careful, just as careful. Just as Sass overextended there, Valdemar could easily do the same. Now the archers diving in. Regnitz coming up. Not what you wanted to see, but Castle Age will be coming up regardless.
I've called this before, and I'm calling it again. I don't think Regnitz in this situation is a good play. Okay, this is gonna be very, very dicey now. The spearmen as well that are coming out here for Sass, they're kind of being misrallied just a little bit, and once he gets the Regnitz in, what can he make with it? Like, you need veterancy in on the archers, but there's such a big army difference at this point in time, and the villagers, they need to pull away from the berries right now. There's all the economy here.
Oh, man. Valdemar doesn't seem to be too busy with it right now, though. He's looking at the main area. Castle Age clicks up. So now it's onus is on Sass. Can he stay alive? Prelate somehow still... Okay, there he goes. Now he's dead. I was like, he's alive for a second. And Valdemar just diving full in, knows that the Castle Age is up, is going to try and push the issue right here, right now. Knights in a pretty scary number. Archers behind fighting. Horsemen trying to wrap around. They're getting stuck up on a spear, though, for Sass. He needs to get them onto the archers. His archers are split up. This could be it. I think Valdemar might have the killing blow. The archer mass dwindling quickly for Sass. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Military numbers now just completely decimated. 43 to 9. This is going to be probably the game.
Does appear to be so. Sass, no relics coming in as well.
Great push here from Valdemar, knowing when your opponent clicks up that they're vulnerable for that next minute. Able to take advantage and just sweep the military off the map from Sass. Sass has got 4 units, and we're looking at half of them right there. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. I don't see how Sass gets back into this game.
Yeah, this is a rough one. Valdemar, he... honestly, like, if this was Burgrave, the game could have been entirely different. I think Sass also just was a little bit too timid on the gold gathering there. And now the Knights, they're gonna make a turn for the berry villagers, and there's too many berry villagers down there for these outposts. He is getting +2 pierce damage in, so the outposts are gonna do a little bit of extra damage. They are fortified, at least one of them is.
So 14 units now for Sass. I mean, If he could just, if Valdemar would grant him a minute or two to remass and restructure his military and get going again, there's a world where he gets back into this. But as it is right now, it's still very rough odds. It's an uphill climb.
Oh, villagers on the gold getting found out.
Not ideal.
He also cancelled the veterancy upgrade on the archers from the looks of it, so these archers are still feudal age. Not able to really achieve too much there. To kill a couple of villagers here. There's a ton of villagers on gold from Valdemar, so he's trying to go for his own age up soon now as well. 9 villagers to 1 villager kill at the moment. Not the greatest. Sass is getting in a lot of stone, which, I mean, theoretically he could use for a keep drop inside of his base just to try and stabilize, but it's not a good one. And Valdemar, he realized the position that Sass is in at the moment, so he's not aging up with the guild hall. He is instead aging up with the Royal Institute, so he is going to be going for that all-in victory there with those Imperial Age upgrades.
It feels a little silly to see that when you have less than, when you've only got single-digit number of knights in the field. It does feel a little silly, but I think that just kind of shows how confident Valdemar feels right now about where he's at in this game.
Legitimately could still come back to bite him, though. Relic
it
is
could,
getting
because
snuck
again,
out.
he doesn't have a lot. He doesn't have a lot of knights right now. He's got, mostly it's just spears and archers as his mass. He's just got a couple of knights for some garnish, really.
Veterancy has come in on the archers now.
Yeah, those knights will be very beefy. Like you said, those Imperial upgrades, essentially, getting the royal bloodlines. Right now, he's focusing on the archers and spears, because that's what he's got most of.
Yeah. But 28 villagers on gold, it's only going to be a matter of time until knights are going to be coming in. There it is, veterancy on the knights, more knights in queue now as well. Plus 2 pierce damage coming in as well. Pierce armor coming in for Sass, and he's getting enough stone for a keep. Villagers on the wood line have been found out, though. A single knight did pivot around there, did find all of those villagers that were previously on the berries there. Villagers, they're going through the wall, but that's exactly where the archers are going to find them.
And they're all dead.
They're going to have to bite the bullet and go around back to the knights. Does have a couple of units there that are going to be helping him out there.
Valdemar's willing to trade these knights out for the villagers. Nope, he's going to actually drop out. Still, some serious damage done. The archer's now trading out. Somehow, Sass is able to field 30-some-odd units, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough. However, Valdemar throwing away these knights.
Quick wall. He gets a good amount of damage in up against the knights.
Yeah, the military count. Look at that.
Veterans as well.
Really building back up. Valdemar going to castle really kind of gave him some time to breathe. Is it going to be enough? Because he's only got, I mean, he's got 2 of the relics and 2 more in hand. He's actually,
yeah, I mean,
that's
not a bad
impressive.
Count. But the villager count, it doesn't make up for the villager count.
No, not entirely. I mean, I was saying that the Royal Institute still felt like a bit of a silly choice in that Valdemar wasn't ready to capitalize on it right now. I mean, I'm like sitting here scratching my head going, is there a world where Sass gets back into this? He is HRE. He's going to have 4 of the relics. That's not bad, but military numbers are still very much in favor of what Valdemar has.
Yeah. Production also kind of stalled out here a little bit for Sass. Villagers jumping inside the TC. Plus 2 pierce armor isn't in quite yet. But might not even be needed. Now the knights are free to roam around the base of Sass again.
Those knights are beefy now too, so the fights, the military numbers, yeah, this does look over. I was like, there was a moment where like once the numbers for Sass got to like the mid-30s, and I was like, okay, well maybe. But taking some rough fights again just kind of plays into Valdemar's hands. 14 knights in the field now.
To the low 20s. He's just trying to dodge the army with his villagers for the most part, as well as he can at least. I'm not sure if he's got a market. He's floating a lot of gold at the moment, so could be potentially trading out for a little bit of food. Still doesn't feel too great in particular, and there are a lot of farms coming up now in the back of the base from Sass. So definitely wants to get the eco going. It's just, oh my god, 27 spearmen now for Valdemar. That's just not enough units here. Sass, he needs like 3 Springled emplacement outposts maybe in the back to be able to hold this with fortifications. Isn't falling back to it though if he had it. It's just jumping inside the TC.
I mean, the knights, there's just no way you deal with the knights with the numbers you have here. Even with the TC fire, this game is effectively gone now.
Doesn't look like there's any outpost. The keep is getting rushed up instead. That's actually better than an outpost.
Yeah, just a little bit. Problem is still what happens when your TC gets burned down.
Destruction. Yeah, looks like that is going to be the plan here, just burning down the TC. I mean, right now it's pretty much mostly just military units inside the TC, so it's not like economic idle time, or at least not big economic idle time. Granted, there's still a lot more villagers that are completely idle at the moment for SAS, and yeah, Valdemar, he's just gonna be making the ramps now in front of his base. At this point in time, SAS economy just doesn't really exist.
It really doesn't.
So there's no capacity to like mass up enough units to defend this now. There's like these small little raids coming in, but it's still 6 to 16 villager kills.
You can really tell that SAS does not want to give this one up, but it is over, unfortunately, for him. He'll have to. The nice thing is it's not over for the series. This is only game 1. We still have at least 2 more games to go, if not a full 4. That's a lot of rams. Ram Ranch is on the menu. 7 rams. I think that ought to do it. You can almost hear the Benny Hill theme playing right now.
Now it's just the infrastructure getting hit, and that's not something that SAS can very easily rebuild behind this. Still making archers, making some men-at-arms now as well. I really wonder how this game could have gone had it been Burgrave instead of the Regulates. Because that, to me, it's like the biggest opportunity play there that you can make in this matchup. I've played it myself like a bunch of times. In some pretty strong French players as well. So from my experience, especially ever since the buff on the Burgrave is actually hidden OP up against the French feudal all-in. Because once you get those men-at-arms in, once you get the mace in, they just shred with the charge anything that's armored in their way, whether it be a knight or anything else.
SAS is going to make Valdemar tear down every landmark.
Yeah, they're gonna get taken down as well.
He refuses to concede.
He's gonna get forced out of it eventually. The last buildings do go down, and that's just one landmark about to be left alive here. Minework taken down. Just no army here. 14 to 18 military. And now realization is setting in that, yeah, there's just one landmark left alive. No emergency repair as well. Be able to repair the Regnets.
Game 1 will go to Valdemar in about 5 seconds here. We'll reset for game number 2. The grudge match continues. Valdemar taking the early lead. That was a pretty fun game. Yeah, I wonder if the Burgrave would have moved the needle. I feel like
it's a classic matchup.
The fight right into castle was just brutal. And there was kind of that overextension right before that kind of led to a bit of a back and forth that really SAS probably didn't want to take early on in that game. I feel like right around that 14 to 15 minute mark as he was about to click up in the 16, 17, you can just kind of see the military lead kind of moving. That was kind of the point where he wanted to hold back, and he kind of overextended there, kind of pushed the issue when I don't think he needed to. It's kind of one of those, I mean, it wasn't quite the classic throw away your military into castle GG, but it was kind of, it kind of rhymed with that, you know?
Yeah. It did definitely, hurt there a little bit. But overall, I want to say, like, this was still pretty close. Like, by the time the HM came in, I really would have loved to see the implication of a Burgrave there in that matchup. We're at the point where resources were definitely running low on the map, and Burgrave is just such a great tempo play because, as well, like, it's not just the speed on the production, but also the speed on the upgrades that you are going to be getting in, and being able to get the mace upgrade and the two-handed upgrade there as well on the men-at-arms at a very, very quick pace. In a situation where SAS is heavily committed to feudal age, like you saw just how long it took Valdemar without any army reproduction to catch up to the castle age, right? Like, in those moments, if you got a Burgrave ready, you got a pretty good window, and the Burgrave would potentially give you the opportunity to clean Valdemar's army, and then he's the one that ages up without any military.
Well, you can see it too in the graph, right? You see the military elite, it kind of spikes at around 19 minutes. But then around 22, like from 20 to 24, there's kind of that dip. With the Burgrave, you can maybe close that gap, and that's kind of that window we're talking about. You can literally see the window right there. That was the time frame to do something. And then, of course, after the 23, 24-minute mark, it just gets out of hand with the knights being everywhere.
Yeah. Was a pretty close one. Alas,
yeah,
we are going to be moving into the set, or deeper into the set. So we're going to be checking out now the next game that is going to be coming up, see what the players have drafted here, if they have. And it is going to be... Oh, there's going to be an interesting one.
Into Macedonians. Interesting.
Yeah.
You know,
now,
ABBA is the kind of civ. Everyone likes to hate on ABBA for having really bad win rates in the last couple seasons. And it's true. They've been in a rough spot. But last EGC tournament, they had an incredibly high win rate. So, and on Hill and Dale especially, that's a map where I could definitely see a couple different builds. You have the option for Trade Wing. You've got the option just to go for TCs. You've got some choices to make with Abbasid on Hill and Dale.
There's civilization, I want to say, that is not fitting the current meta. They've got their own meta, which at the moment is at all-time low strength-wise, which is, of course, the multi-TC boom meta. Yeah.
Yep, stocks are down.
However,
on the TC boom.
Abbasid, they can still force a worse meta. They can force their 2TC, 3TC type gameplay. And if they get away with it, if they don't get punished within the first 10 minutes for it, they scale so well that it's kind of absurd just how well they can force a weak meta in a situation where it really shouldn't be viable, and they can make it viable. So to an extent, Addis are definitely not a bad civilization. They're going to be up against the Macedonians here. Now, Macedonians, they're not an eco-centric civilization, not at all. They don't have any unique eco upgrades.
Yep.
They got a nice eco landmark, but it's not there aren't any eco-centric upgrades. They're definitely a military-centric, all-in type civilization. That's their main strength. That's going for them. Of course, having the Radari, the strongest knights in the game at the moment for their cost.
Dude, they're so good. Macedonian Radar, they're so good. It's actually insane. Yeah. I've been shocked before. Anecdotally, I've played. I like to play Sengoku every now and then, and even as Ubids. And you go into those things, and those things just shred. I mean, they are such powerful cavalry units. It's just insane. It's shocking. It's shockingly so if you haven't experienced before. You know, when you're going against a new civ, you're kind of learning the meta, and you come up against those the first time, you will get wowed. They're something.
I like how chat is Macedonians when it should be Macedonians, or rather, I say Macedonians when people are oh no, it's Macedonians. There's two pronunciations of it. Macedonian's actually also a correct pronunciation, and also. English is such a weird language with pronunciations. We call it mace, but is it Macedon? If it's Macedonians, is it also not mace, but Mecca? Huh? Explain that to me.
I won't explain anything for my native language to you. We made everything's just conglomerated in. You say it, you mess it up, I'll still understand it. I don't care. I say Macedonians, you can say Macedonians.
Language.
Some people say tomato, I say tomato. I don't care. It's all the same. We understand it. That's the beauty of English, is you can butcher our language, you can butcher it to pieces, and I'll still understand what you're saying. So, anyways, Hill and Dale, not usually the most thrilling of maps to jump on. Most people kind of roll their eyes on this one because of just how turtly it is. But this is kind of the exact spot. I mean, I'm looking at what Valdemar offered on this one. China or Abbasid on Hill and Dale. Yeah, that tracks. Both of those civs would do just wonders on this one. And then on the flip side, though, Sass kind of more aggressive. Both two aggressive civs with Mongols and Macedonians as his offerings. Definitely a difference in a playstyle being showcased here just a little bit on this map.
All right, now it is time for us to jump into our game number 2 between Valdemar and Sass. We're jumping right on in as we're moving over to Hill and Dale now. This best the normal letter version of Hill and Dale, and the EPC variant is, of course, that you do have a lot more sheep that are spawning rather than all maps. So it makes it a little bit more fair when it comes to the scouting early on. Means that there's not going to be a situation where one player just barely finds any sheep. And yeah, Now we're going to have ourselves a nice little peaceful early game. Don't think there's going to be any early aggression, so we can just introduce our players. We have Sass spawning in the color yellow here, playing as the Macedonian dynasty. Macedonian, Macdonaldian?
I'm just going to
Something
review that
along
now.
those lines.
I wasn't going to mention it, but if chat's going to mention it, I'll rib you for it.
The Macdonaldian?
Oof, that hurts a little bit.
There's
that one
something.
Hurts.
There's something of a civilization. At least they have a unit that is an absolute unit in the game. And on the other hand side, we got VS Valdemar playing as the Abbasid dynasty here. Definitely a comfort pick from him. We do know Valdemar as a resident Abbasid player, of course, so definitely a civilization that he's very, very familiar with. Not sure about the matchup, though.
Yeah. Looking at this, with Macedonians and having all the Nordic berserking units that they've got, and knowing now that we have, of course, Vikings on the horizon, do you think we'll see some similarities between this and that Civ in the future, since we've got a minute to sit and chill and discuss things?
Yeah. What was the question? Sorry, I was looking at chat.
I was wondering if you think that with obviously this Civ has some Viking-like units. When now we know Vikings are on the horizon, do you think we'll share some assets between Macedonians and the Viking Civ, whatever it ends up being called?
I'm quite certain that something along these lines is going to be happening. I mean, after all, Ranging Guards, kind of like a Viking-ish unit. Of course, it might just be like a complete separate unit that gets created for the Vikings. We're not even 100% sure on the name yet, right? Like, they said Vikings, but we know how politically correct Age of Empires 4 likes to be with their civilizations when it comes to history. So around the time slot where AoE4 happens, I heard a lot of voices being like, "Oh, you can't call it Vikings. They weren't Vikings." Yeah. So
I feel like Nords would
probably
work
going to
for
be
Norse.
like Norse or Norse or Scandinavian, something like that.
Norse or
mean,
Scandinavians.
To be fair, if you're cool, you don't care about, you're going to call them Vikings anyways.
I like Vikings too.
I
think they're just as cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care that much. I think it will be called either Norse or Scandinavians, but if they called it Vikings, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. It's still fun to call
If you really want to piss somebody off, or if you want to like annoy a lot of people, you're going to call them Danes.
Would that really annoy people?
That's how you're going to make a lot of
I don't really care either way, but I could see someone getting up in arms about it. I'm just glad we have Zhu Shi instead of we didn't get what was it? Could be Empire of Jade or whatever it was going to be called beforehand.
Yeah.
Jade Empire, something along those lines. I remember that was a big uproar.
Sultan's Army.
Well, anyways,
had some cool name attempts there, right? Like there were some attempts, but yeah, definitely. Like if you wanna like just piss off all Norwegian, Swedish, and Finnish people at the same time, you're just gonna call the Viking Danes. Yeah. I already hear cows sighing. Yeah.
Yep, we can hear a cow seething. Mission accomplished, Crackety. Mission accomplished. It's going to be Imperial Hippodrome. No surprises here. Unlike Byzantines, Macedonians loves going for the Hippodrome. An Abbasid. Was it military wing? Was that what I was seeing clicking up? I believe that's what it was.
It is military wing here for Valdemar. Same time, Sass aging up with the Hippodrome, already getting the first horseman in. And something critical to note here is that Sass Gold is at the front of his base. So it's definitely something that he is going to have to defend, because if you lose out on the gold early on as the Macedonians, you're not going to get any upgrades. You're just going to be stuck with base units for the rest of the game. So definitely something that you will need to protect for sure. Sass, he's got a scout inside of Valdemar's base, so he should know that these units are going to be coming in. He'll probably also see, or rather spot out, the horseman play from Valdemar, and we do see the stronghold coming in here behind this. TC is firing onto the archers there, so maybe a little garrison could definitely help out a good bit there. Indeed, the archer is going to get taken down. Hippodrome Scout can tank a couple of hits for sure, and is actually baiting the spearman in. Gets a nice couple of hits in on the spearman as well. And the cool thing is about, well, not cool thing, for Valdemar at least, probably going to be more of an annoyance, is that these Hippodrome units are healing up rather quickly. They're a hero unit, and I think the healing rate on the Hippodrome Scout is like the same as a Warrior Scout from the Malians. Still something that you don't want to just lose out for free. We do have a couple of horsemen fighting off against each other, but one is a little bit outnumbered there, so will probably get taken down. Of course, Valdemar behind this is going for a second TC. 3 villagers have been working hard on that stone outcropping. So eventually that second TC will be coming in, but we already have the first couple of Varangian guards coming in now for Sass. So he will be going for his own little just mass feudal age play now as well. And this is where I want to say Macedonian, they're a little bit broken. Socrates, I'm not gonna lie to you.
I agree.
Yeah,
I would say
if they're
overtuned
able to keep you in feudal, overtuned. Yeah, that's a good way of putting. That's a good way of putting it, because if you're able to keep your opponent feudal age, eventually you will reach the mark as the Macedonians, where your Varangian guards, they will reach the point where they have 6 melee armor, 4 ranged armor,
That's just silly.
and with the Hippodrome Champion and the runestones, they get over 1.6 tiles per second of movement speed. They're gonna be walking as fast, or rather running as fast as a knight. That means your infantry is gonna get
silly.
absolutely blitzed upon. Absolutely blitzed upon.
Yeah, just a little overtuned, like I said. Just a little dialed up a little too much in a way. And the funny thing is, I don't think Macedonians as a civ are busted. I don't want to say it. Don't get me wrong on that. I don't think that they are broken. I think this play in this instance, in this unit, the way they play out, is a little overtuned here. But we'll see how Valdemar handles it here. He's got horsemen kind of back and forthing. You can see these guys just don't take damage. I mean, they're just so tanky with all their armor.
First armor upgrade is in already as well. And Sass, he's just pulling 9 villagers over to gold, because he knows the more gold he gathers, the more silver he gets, the quicker he's going to be able to get the second upgrade in on the melee armor. And that's all you need. As soon as the second melee armor upgrade comes in, or not even infantry armor upgrade, melee infantry armor upgrade, as soon as that comes in, your Varangian guards have 10% bonus health, 6 melee armor, 4 ranged armor. The only real option that you can get, really, as the opposite, is you can make camel archers against them, but camel archers have also been nerfed to an extent. They do a little bit less damage now than they used to. They still attack very quickly, they still have pretty good health, but once the Hippodrome Champion comes in, like the Varangian guards with a charge, they catch up. They catch up to the camel archers and they can take them down as well. And they just won't die. Not just that, but Macedonians also get access to the Kira-Siphon, so the strongest ram in the game. That attacks from range.
I'm sensing, Kraken, that you've been burned by this in the ladder before.
Oh no, I've burned others with it, and I felt guilty.
You're feeling guilty, so you're trying to repent of your sins and confess about it.
Wham has done it to me once. I've done it like 2-3 times to others, just to like cope after that loss. But yeah, it's pretty disgusting. I'm not gonna lie, it's disgusting. It's actually genuinely disgusting just how good it is.
I can sense the shame.
There's genuine guilt in my voice. Yeah.
Well,
Berserking is in as well at the moment.
civ.
Berserking actually means that these Varangians take a lot of damage, so you don't want to walk in while Berserking is active.
Yeah, that's the one
We're now
fallback
at
with the Berserk.
450 silver for Sass. 450 silver. He needs 500 to get the last armor upgrade in that he needs.
Well, you'll be there
And once he's gotten that, it's over. Like, once that's in, it's just over.
Waiting for the click. He's got the 500 now. Waiting for the click.
I'm saying this, but maybe Valdemar knows what it takes. He is actively making... There it is. It's coming in now. But Valdemar, he is actively making camel archers. It's going to be a lot of micro. The spearmen... Can we just quickly select one of the spearmen from Valdemar? Just to put it into perspective. They do 7 damage, Socrates. They're going to do 1 damage per hit. One damage per hit from the spearmen.
That's
1.
Like Yumi Ashigaru levels of sad. Just little pinpricks, paper cuts. Literally, they're using like
better.
It's like using Nerf spears. They got Nerf swords for spears. I mean, look at these shots, dude. They just aren't doing anything.
Yeah. You mean the whole damage? Yeah, they're gonna do the whole damage point. They're gonna inflict all of the damage. And there it is. Hippodrome Champion has just been spawned. We are gonna get the Hippodrome Radari Champion. Kars actually Imperial Age unit almost with the stats that he has in Feudal Age. And yes, that's just going for it. He's just diving. The second Pierce Arm upgrade is in, so you can tell these Rangans, I mean, damage is just not something that they're too familiar with. They just don't suffer from it. And just like that, Camel Archers are gone, or at least they've been decimated, numbers of them.
Shivs come out. Villagers are desperate.
That is without the Hippodrome champion here. It's there now. The Hippodrome is in here now, champion. Valdemar actually just doing a little TC hop there with the villagers. But more and more Varangian guards are coming in behind this, and you can just tell the champion just picking off a whole bunch of villagers there. Actually, Lil's around there. Hippodrome champion is getting taken down. That's pretty big. That's actually pretty big value. Loses more of the Hippodrome units.
You know, I guess the fun thing about Abbasid is you've got so many vills, you don't mind using them for combat, which feels so wrong, but actually being used fairly okay here. But still, the idle time being caused by this is also going to start stacking up.
Valdemar, he cannot make any military units at the moment, just with how little food he has. Sass, though, I don't think he can keep this up indefinitely. He killed a couple of villagers, nothing too crazy, though. He's caused an immense amount of idle time. Just looking at the TC idle time and the economy efficiency. Actually, it was a good amount of TC idle time on Sass's side as well. But this is the point now where Sass, he needs to pull the brakes just a little bit. What he needs to do next is he needs to get some Kira Siphons in, because so far he's kept the economy idle, but imagine if he had 2 Kira Siphons behind this. He wouldn't just only have kept the economy idle, but he would have also destroyed the infrastructure. And I think that's just the most important part behind it all, being able to take down the infrastructure behind it all.
This is kind of the danger. This is why, like, Macedonians, this is why I say Macedonians aren't, like, busted as a civ. Like, I think, again, these things are a little overtuned, but
there's a method
in the
to
end,
the
they're starting to fizzle out a little bit, and there is a real danger. I mean, Valdemar's up by 8 vills. It's not a lot, but the difference is he has that second town center churning. And things can get out of hand if that keeps going long enough. Now he's up by 10. And see the walls coming up now. He's just gonna
It looks like Sass is upgrading his spearman. He did have the walk-ham on the spearman from the looks of it. Going through on the wall is coming in. The issue with spearmen is that they do actually take a lot of bonus damage from the camel archers. You can see the camel archers absolutely chunking them down. My personal preference at this point in time would be to just keep the villager. Villager is getting taken down. Ooh, Outpost not going to get taken up. Wall will eventually fall. There's a very low health Camel Archer there as well. And Camel Archer is still a very pricey unit. Nothing that you really want to lose, but 1, 2 will get taken down.
The amount of pressure that Sass is putting on Valdemar, making it difficult. Again, another 14 idle just in the TC.
Over 1,000 silver, though, behind this. I'm not sure what exactly the plan is for him at the moment. He could have just made, like, 3 Kira Siphons at this point in time. Yeah, this is awkward.
Yeah,
I feel like he's kind of losing out on the
huge.
mission, losing out on the timing.
Yeah, and these Camel Archers, they're expensive, but if you can get a mass of them, they get kind of scary.
Yeah, he's trickling too much. Yeah, and Valdemar, he's using this time that's being given to him, right? Like, the economy is still not looking too bad. He's got 29 active villagers working on food.
The spears are a fun choice here because you can pump out the numbers, and so even though, like, these guys are so tanky, the spears can just kind of surround them and start picking them off as they trickle in like this. If there's not a huge mass of them, it's playing right into Valdemar's hand here a little bit.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, look at the village numbers now, 59 to 45. And now as Eco has some time to kind of breathe, and as that happens, you're just seeing him just kind of start springboarding ahead.
Yeah, 1,500 silver behind this. I think maybe now we're at the point where Sass actually... He's missed the timing by so much now. With the trickling in of the troops and... yeah, all of these slight little missteps that he's made, that maybe this is the point where you just try to go for the Castle Age instead, and it looks like that is going to be the case. He is trying to go for the Age Up, just needs a little bit more food in now. And then
he's got a ton of
going
silver.
for just the Master Dari. Yeah, I mean, he's got so much silver, he could get Rumfire. He can get Rumfire immediately. That's the upgrade that does like +3 damage on +3 damage on the Radari, but also +3 damage on the Varangians. So both Radari and the Varangians are going to get affected by it, and he can also still afford the second armor upgrade on the cavalry with that as well, which is kind of a thing to behold. It can be, yeah, and the Golden Horn Tower now coming in. It's inside of his base. Inside of his base next to the next berry, so we'll be able to put farms around. That is fine as well. Being able to protect the farming economy there.
I almost would like to see it be a little more aggressive on the gold, but there's so many gold veins, I guess it's not really necessary.
I don't think he feels like he's in control of the game, honestly, at the moment. Like
That's a fair point.
I feel like yeah. So it makes a lot of sense to me that he's going for this instead.
It's a weird moment where he's the one who's being aggressive, but the game's not really in his control, even though he's being aggressive here.
Yeah. Oh, the move, no! This is the worst timing!
Oh, no.
The worst timing in the world, that move out to the gold! He's losing so many villagers, that is terrible! Absolutely terrible, no units anywhere nearby in order to front this for him. He's just lost a lot of villagers. All of a sudden, it's 71 to 44 military. And the Camel Archers, they're just ignoring the... They're absolutely ignoring the Varangians. They're just going for the villagers instead. That was a terrible, terrible loss for Sass right there. One that could actually decide the whole entire game as it's going on now. Behind this Valdemar, he's just going for the age up.
I feel a little more justified in thinking maybe the Golden Horn Tower on that gold would have been a good choice. Having something to defend there already, putting the massive units together right there might have prevented that. Because I had a feeling he needed to go out to get the gold. Doing it like that, and that's such an unfortunate blow for Sass, and a really, really good pickup for Valdemar. Right place, right time for him.
Definitely is. Valdemar, he hasn't found his way up to the next age yet, though. That is still something that he needs to do. And there are going to be Radari coming in now. The great thing about Radari, or rather, in this matchup, the great thing about Radari is that they are going to be having the ability to throw their axes up against the Camel Archer. So every now and then, actually going to be able to take pretty good engagements. And oh, that is the worst possible time, probably, to activate the Berserking on the ranging guards right when there's the Camel Archers in front of them. Look at how much damage these ranging guards are taking right now from these Camel Archers. They just took a whole lot of damage there, so a lot of them are now relatively low HP, and Valdemar is finding his way into the age up shortly. So there needs to be some big damage coming in. Hippodrome, though, Hippodrome champion, like he does have the armor upgrade on it. It's not going to go down easily. It has 4 melee armor.
He's got
and it's
so
healing.
much.
It's almost out healing the villagers.
Well, as he kills them, it's going to start out
It looks like a horseman. It looks like a horseman, but it is a little bit stronger than a horseman. Economic Wig, it's 90 seconds out. We still don't have a single Siphon yet. But there's a timing here that could be hit. Oh, he's activating the Berserking again. I don't like Berserking when there's ranged units nearby.
Valdemar happy
Not
just
a big
to
fan.
fight right here.
The Radari aren't hitting. The Radari aren't moving. They're not doing anything.
Spears coming in for the reinforce, and Valdemar is holding. You know, there was a moment where I thought Valdemar was close to being dead. There was a moment where it was looking really tenuous, but I think you're right. No follow-up on Siphons, no killing blow. It just wasn't quite enough, and then you just fizzle. And then with Abbasid, the moment you fizzle is the moment you're kind of dead, because then once they get going, once the engine is humming, look out, you'll get ran right over.
This time the burn through should be working out, though, as the axis meant that the villagers repairing did get taken down there. And now, this time around, the Hippodrome champion should go down, potentially.
I wonder how many villagers that one unit has killed.
Killed like 5 vills. Oh, he's still running, he's still running,
Maybe
and he's
more
still
than
healing.
that. He keeps going out and healing. Oh, goodness. He's getting so much value. Unfortunately, I don't think it's enough. We'll see. Sass trying to put the pressure on.
3 coming in. Cavalry armor level 3 is going to be massive. Still no Qualifier, though. That's surprising to me. It's the strongest upgrade that Macedonians have. Right, should be getting taken now. Still no Rune Stone at the front side. It's a lot of Spearmen, though. Right now getting taken. Smell Arms, though, very, very tanky unit.
It's, yeah, really premium units versus a lot of spam and fluff. That's kind of the MO for Abbasid, though, is just
Berserk
spamming
getting
lots of cheap
activated
units.
again. I think that's a waste. When you don't have the mass. Yeah, just the Berserk activation here completely griefing Sass.
Yeah, I don't think that helped him. I think that allowing more damage. Villager's getting fed up with the one horse. He's still kicking. I think they're going to finally get him, though.
That guy has definitely paid off for himself. Yeah, the 3 bonus melee armor here. Just absolutely decimating.
He's resting in Valhalla now. Don't worry, guys. I think he more than earned it. One, I mean, I wish you could see stats for units like that every now and then, because he had to have killed 7 or 8, maybe even 9 vills. Felt like there was so many.
Camelot still out and about. Valdemar, he did lose a lot of his military. The biggest part of his military right now is just the Camelotras here. If those go down, there's still a shot for Sass in this. He's got a lot of food in the bank behind all of this. There's from Fire finally coming in now. That is so much damage. If he had that in the last fight, it would have been such a big difference maker. Valdemar behind this with a lot of villagers on the outer gold veins. That hasn't been scouted out yet at all by Valdemar. Valdemar is gonna still like look around with these Camelotras for potential food avenues, or rather where Sass is out on food at the moment. He's gonna find a lonesome villager right as he wants to make his move out to the... No, it's the wall actually that's being built. The wall hasn't been built yet.
Oh, it's not
this
done.
Actually does
it's
buy
not
Sass
done.
It's gonna tell Sass what's going on here, though. It's gonna tell Sass, hey, something's going on over here. But the units aren't going through. The units aren't going through with it, so Sass isn't pulling back. That's the correct call. Should not be pulling back now. Oh, a night raid over here, though. Just jumping inside. Time's pretty brutal on this.
This map can feel really big when you go wide. I mean, the distance from TC to TC, you can kind of have just a narrow strip of the map, but when you start getting onto these far reaches in the west and eastern corners, it can really make the map feel quite large.
Camel Lancers now going back into the middle here. Gonna find some of the crossbows that have now been spawned in as well. And now we're also going to be getting veterancy in on the Camelotras. They've gotten in so much value for Valdemar here throughout this game.
My question is, how much more value is he going to get out of them? Does he keep producing them, or does he swap into crossbows at some point? So there's a lot of heavy units now on the field.
We've got the Warcam switched over to Radari, so Sass is getting a whole lot of additional Radari, and we do have Rumfire in behind this as well. Honestly, like, I've said this a whole bunch of times now, but I'm still... like in shock of the lack of Kira Siphons that we had so far for Sass. I think that would have been an absolute game changer here throughout it all. Like, infrastructure is like the one thing that the Abbasid cannot really remass as quickly as villagers. Like, villagers, yeah, you don't mind losing a ton of them. And Sass, he's going for the other really strong unit now, though, for the Macedonian. That is the Bokmuthler. That is the archer unit. He's got enough silver in the bank to get both the like level 2 archer upgrades, and with the amount of silver that he's getting in passively, should soon have enough to get the like level 3 damage upgrade, and that's when they really just start shredding things in the game. Because you can also activate them to ignore 2 armor on enemy units, so then it's like a delta of like 5 damage.
Upgrades in now for the Camel Archers. He's looking for spots to use these. Wololo coming in. Is he going to notice?
Oh, a keep in the middle?
He's going to find...
That is going to go up. But actually, can it stay up?
Or will it go up? Oh, it will. Just in time, too. A lot of units here for Sass, though.
There are a lot, but this is not a fight. Like, if the army from Valdemar arrives as well, that is not a fight that he can take.
Moving over to the
We truly need some form of siege here at some point from Sass.
Yeah, and now that keep is there, that's just another thorn in his side. But now Valdemar moves out with the main forces
Radari, though. This fight could be great for Sass. And I think it's going to be great. Like, if Valdemar actually takes this fight, and the Radari are coming in from the other side as well, we're going to get a potential surround there. Might should be coming in now. Radari taking the fight. Needs a runestone placed as well behind this. Camels just don't stand a chance. Fight, 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 fight. Should get taken here. Runestone gets placed.
Nasty surround from Sass. An excellent positional fight. Can he get through the mass?
These are getting slaughtered. Both sides for the most part, actually.
Kind of an even trade, yeah. If anything, I think
there's more Radari coming in behind this. The archers can now take down the crossbows, and once the crossbows are down, nothing can
And then
stop the
it's open
Radari
season.
anymore.
Yeah, it was looking okay for Valdemar given the circumstances.
Unfortunately. Yeah.
It was looking okay given the circumstances, and then the reinforcements in the second wave kind of sealed the fate there. Great surround from Sass, really good positional fight. He really needed something like that to stay in this game because Valdemar, the eco numbers are almost double for him now, so Sass really needs to find some advantages.
This is right in the farm transition. If only, I'm going back to the Kurasiphon rant here.
If he had a way to break through buildings, like a wall. Goldvein all but picking up over there on the corner. Break through in 3, 2, 1.
18 Radari back up here. Archers need to fight. Oh, Sass needs to be very aware of his unit positioning.
It's hard to do that when you're in so many choke points. There's a lot of trees and buildings.
They use their ability, so they're very slow right now. Loses a lot on the Bokmather there, on the retreat. Radari. I think this is also a situation where you don't want to have all the Radari throwing axes, only like a couple. You want to just front with the Radari and then have the couple in the back that can't like get the surround in, positioning-wise, throw the axes. Fight is getting taken again. There's a lot of spearmen coming in. Archers doing their best.
In the back line, just shredding through. The choke points really kind of helping
so many
out Valdemar
units coming
here.
in. Can Valdemar keep up the production? He's got 15 crossbows in queue.
Does he have that many production buildings? How many is he sitting on right now? He's got 4,
sure.
so he can make quite a couple and pretty quickly then.
I'm not sure about that. I don't think it... Is it going to be enough? There's still Radari out there. The crossbows are falling to the archers now.
Oh, that's the problem. The archers getting on the back line now means pretty much certain death. And with Valdemar with twice eco advantage, but in the middle of the farm transition, he's got 2k food coming in to only 60, but look at this. It's the silver for Sass. That extra resource really coming in clutch here for him to help the production and keep the eco going. 23 to 14 villager kills.
Unit mass is still a problem though. Sass, where's the reinforcements in? They're not there. They're not there. There's 9 Radari out on the field, just not here yet. He's losing the archers for it.
For resources, he's strapped for food. I mean, the food income's only 700 a minute for Sass, whereas it's 2k for Valdemar. Starting to see the effects of that a little bit here. This was out once again. That was, I think, a really close hold for Valdemar. He's really lucky that Sass didn't have anything else in the tank to keep pushing forward. That could have been disastrous, but instead he survives. Now we kind of reach the point where Sass has 3 of the sacred sites. He's moving out on the map. Both players are on the map now.
There is one more win condition, okay? One more win condition in this game for Sass. Listen up.
There's no way he can hold that top one, though,
Fire
against the full might.
Fire Springles.
Does he get... Would that work? Does that... I mean... It's such a new thing.
It beats everything. It is legitimately broken. Fire Springles beat everything in the game. Everything. There is no counter to them. Unless you have got like 6 Culverins or something like that. Yeah, this is... There's so much silver as well. It just hasn't been utilizing.
Yeah, when you're sitting on... Okay, speaking 2,000 just disappeared right from the screen, but... When you're floating stuff like that, it does put you behind. The tricky thing for me is I'm looking at the population numbers. I mean, 200 for Valdemar to 103 for Sass. Like, he's got the sacred sites for another half second. It feels like there were some windows where he could have done some real damage. I'm just not sure that he's gonna... I think that window might be closing here. I think it might be...
A trebuchet. Oh, no.
Yeah, it's not gonna do enough. Where's our sacred timer at anyways? Where are we at on the sacred timer? He had all 3. It probably was. I don't think it was close enough to be a worry, but gone either way now. And now the full might of Abbasid on a multiple TC boom is going to rear its ugly head and face off against what Sass has left.
We have a runestone here. Looks like there should be one nearby, or hasn't been dropped yet. It's getting taken. Mangonel is firing off. Ari here at the front line. They're still just throwing axes. The axes that's not doing DPS. that's not a good damage opportunity for him. He does have all of these strongholds, though, which actually do a good amount of DPS here. Range damage that's coming in from these strongholds. Actually not bad DPS that's coming in here. And still
not much
like
of a front
35
line left
on.
here for Valdemar, but he's got a lot of DPS in those crossbows. See the Gulam trickling behind here, along with some spears and other units.
Ay. Difficult situation here. Sass needs to fall back further. He's putting so much wood right now into the archers, which in theory he needs for farm transition behind this. He's added in a second TC, but it's 140 villagers for Valdemar at the moment. He's just not really getting him out of his base now. Forward Siege Workshop coming in as well. Valdemar really wants to take down the infrastructure from Sass, and this is like the main difference. Sass, when he had the opportunity, he did not go for the infrastructure damage. Now, Valdemar has the opportunity. He's immediately going for it. Strongholds are still like firing. It's just
they're annoying buildings.
Reinforcements.
They just kind of they're definitely going to be annoying against those crossbows too.
Every
Regardless,
single one of them
Valdemar
is an arrowslit emplacement, and now there's Imperial Age coming up behind this.
That'll be it, and that's going to be the nail in the coffin. And sure enough, Sass knows that even with all those things, the crossbows are just walking into his base unabated. That'll do it. The game was probably over for a while there, but there were some windows. There were some windows and some what ifs left on the board. I think for Sass.
There were some moments where I would have said, okay, there's no way that Sass doesn't win it there. But then it happened.
And then he didn't.
Like,
and then it happened. I mean,
and then he didn't.
I think
and then he didn't.
His best bet, I think, was that initial push early in the game.
Resources.
Yeah, that after about 17 minutes.
Quote-unquote olive oil, 15,000 silver.
All the silver, and what did it buy him? I mean, silver and gold. He had both. But wood and food and a trash army that you can just keep pumping with the defender's advantage. It was the trickle, right? It's the trickle that Sass kind of did. He kind of fizzled out and then just kind of kept trickling in units. That's just throwing stuff to the wind. That's just burning your money, right? Like, you're just not getting any value out of it then. It's tough when you don't tear down the buildings that Abbasid builds. You got to tear stuff down, and I think you're right.
Yeah.
A Kiro Siphon or two there could have made that first push a lot more effective, and then the whole rest of the game might have looked very different. But as it is, Valdemar takes a 2-game lead over Sass. The series is not over yet, though. This is a best of 5. Valdemar needs one more, but the match point is set and ready. So Sass on the back ropes.
Indeed. So now we're going to be looking at the draft yet again to just find out what exactly is going to be the civilizations of choice here for these players for game number 3 as we're moving back to the lobby. Surely. There we go. Next up is going to be Frisian Marshes with Sengoku Daimyo for Valdemar up against Mongols from Sass. I don't think that's gonna be all that great for Mongols. I hear horseman opening.
Yeah, Cows saying horseman openings. I mean,
that's like it's like a team game meta going for the horseman opening, and I can see it.
I mean, I'll put a pin. I'll interject. We've seen some team game meta stuff work in these 1v1s in EGC. We've seen a couple of out of the box things work. I'm not willing to write off Sass just yet on this. That said, I do really like Sengoku here quite a bit, but we'll see. You never know.
It's just Mongols is never really one of those civilizations that you have on your bingo card, and it's like, oh yeah, Mongols, easy W. Especially since Mongols, you've all probably seen Magic's Knight ranking, Knight tier list video, right? Kashyyyks don't really rank too well there, and we're in Age of Cavalry at the moment, so it's
especially
it's all
against
about that cav.
Sengoku's is it the Yari cavalry, when they get bonus damage into cav. I feel like putting those up against Kashyyyk, I'd have to do some math and see how that wins out, but that extra bonus to cavalry really plays into Sengoku's hands, I think, just a little bit.
Yeah. Granted, Yari aren't even like that strong at the end of the day.
No.
They are pretty good like into normal horsemen, but like just by comparison, like if you face them off against Ghazi or if you face them off against something like Sapai, for example,
Yeah.
You would probably still prefer those civilizations or those.
They definitely feel better
units.
than normal horsemen, and it gives you the option to still raid.
Yeah.
Like they have like it's like a tool in the toolbox that they can use. It's a bit interesting. It makes the dynamic kind of strange, but
they're genuinely a lot more expensive though. I think they're probably like the more balanced version of the Sapahi and the
that's probably true.
And the Ghazi, because their damage is tied to cavalry. So it's not like they can just bully spearmen, which Ghazi and Sapahi can. Like in low numbers, you can just throw Sapahi and Ghazi up against spearmen. You can't do that with the Yari cavalry. Taking a quick look at the bracket.
To be fair,
yeah,
Sapahi are just crazy good and super fun to play with. But looking at the bracket right here, it looks like Balltoon was able to take care of business with ease against Eric. He will be moving on to the qualifying match. I believe that'll be tomorrow. We got Scarlet Devil and MSN playing eventually here. Valdemar and Sass. Of course, going on right now, and then Scatterbrain Downfall currently tied 1-1 down there at the bottom of our round of 16 bracket. Do we have the other half to take a look at here in just a second?
Surely any moment. There we go. Part 2 coming up right now. Kiljadi up against Eliona. Looks like Core is currently still battling it on up against Jiv Music. Jiv has a lead 2-1 at the moment.
Jiv. We saw him play just earlier today.
Gento, where Gento has taken out Lash on his side, so a little bit of an upset that did come in over there. And Myriad currently leading 1-0 up against Corvinus there.
That's not surprising, but Corvinus can always put up quite a good fight too. But Myriad's a pretty decent player. Myriad's been on just like the fringe of the top, what would I say, like top 8 for a bit. He's been like right there. He was in King of the Rockies, and he's been in a couple of tournaments and been competitive to say the least. We'll see how that one. Maybe Corvinus gets a game off of him there. We'll find out. Yeah, some fun brackets, man. Qualifiers are fun. I'm excited, and tomorrow will be fun to watch too, as we'll be able to see who actually makes it and punches their ticket. But as it is now, we're still halfway through our series now. Sass trying to get a game and get things back on track. Valdemar threatening to move on here. We have a look at their drafts just yet of where we're going next. We did. We're going to Mongols.
We did. Sengoku versus Mongols.
Mongols and Sengoku on Frisian Marshes. That's right. I remember. I was there a minute ago.
I was here.
A long day. I got up really early today. You know, I gotta get some caffeine in me, get my mind moving a little more.
It's fine. It's already dark out there for me. It's early in the morning for you. It's a little bit of a balance. I'm getting sleepy. You're
waking up. It was dark when I started. Now I've got a window full of light, so my plant's happy.
Yeah, Sengoku up against Mongols. That's also an interesting one. Off the top of my head, I'm not 100% sure how much, but I do believe that the Yatai can also gather bonus food from the shoreline fish.
The fish, they do. I'm not sure. They do.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much it is, though, whether it's comparable to a boar.
I think it depends on the number of pawns. I don't know if... I think 4 pawns would be. I don't think 3 would be, though.
4 pawns for 1 Yatai, that
would be enough.
To be fair, though, gotta keep in mind that every pond has, or not every pond, but like a lot of the ponds do have berries nearby. So that should be
so they get a little
additional
extra.
food
They should
there
get
as
over
well.
the edge.
Yeah.
I'm like curious now. Like I'm thinking the idea of like a food cart going out to the ponds and like making like sushi rolls and stuff. Right there, very on brand for Sengoku. Although I don't think they'd use sushi rolls from like little shoreline fish, would they? They usually like the nice big tuna. It's lunchtime almost here. I'm getting a little hungry. You can't tell.
I'm thinking about this matchup right now. I'm just wondering like what the game plan here for Mongols probably gonna be. Like, sure, if there's gonna be like early dock play from Sengoku, you could go for the Dark Age Spearman with the Mongols, right? I think maybe it's just better to go for your own dock play instead as the Mongols.
That's
maybe go
thinking.
for Spearman after the fact. Like first go for your own dock, scout in the meantime, see if your opponent's gonna go for a dock, but because it could just be Yatai as well. And the issue with Yatai is they take a long time to get taken down. Maybe you could go for Dark Age Horseman, as Kao alluded to. Like, it is a genuine situation where this could be coming into play, but then you leave yourself open for a counter Spearman play, where those horsemen suddenly just become useless. You might be able to snipe one villager out on the map that goes for the docks potentially, but that's about it. There's a whole lot of different like ways to approach this matchup. I feel like I'm not 100% sure as to which one is the most efficient one there.
We'll see if Sass can pull a rabbit out of the hat and make something work here. I think with like the Yatai, the important thing is sometimes not even getting the Yatai, it's getting that trader down before it gets to the Matsuri. So if you can maybe find a way to trap that, or if you want to delay a couple minutes before getting super aggressive and go for your own dock play, you can still, if you take down, you're obviously giving up the food that it gathers, but if you can take down that trader on the way to the Matsuri, that can really slow down the late game economy of Sengoku by just not letting those percentages creep up on the Matsuri. That's something that, like, sometimes if you can time it right, it's hard to do, but if you can manage it, it can really kind of deal a nice blow to the economy.
It can, but I think it just takes such a long time to make it.
Yeah.
So as we're jumping right on into the free match point now at the moment for Valdemar, who is spawning in. He has two guys. He's now playing as is going to be none other than Sass playing as the Mongols, and interestingly enough, he is not going to be going for a Matsuri even early on. Instead, it's just a normal forge, and he's just not even going to go for Yatai. He's going to go for the fast feudal age instead. That's an interesting one. He's kind of completely foregoing any sort of scaling that Sengoku typically wants to go for. I can see this making sense because he can go for the Matsuri later in feudal age instead, and he can put it up next to the wood line in the back, where once the scaling comes in, it's much nicer to get the bonus on the wood and the farming economy later on in the game.
Do you think that he's just really respecting what Dark Age stuff that Mongols can do with this not going for the Matsuri? I mean, is that like...
Yeah, it could be the reason. Valdemar already almost has enough gold. Yeah, we do get the Dark Age barracks rush here in from Sass. Yeah, Valdemar's going to be ready for this. Take a quick look at the forge over there. So the forge is getting destroyed as well.
Wow.
So truly,
really respecting what Mongols can do here. Valdemar not wanting to give up any gold or any pressure. It's almost a little bit surprising. I feel like by the time I got over, it'd be kind of late. But
and Sass sees what's happened there as well. He's not making any spears. No spears made. That. Oh, never mind. Yeah, he did double
Caster's Curse finally catching up to you after.
Yeah,
really
the double
good
production doesn't
today.
show up on the UI, so we can't see it. But he is sending additional villagers out to woods, so now the follow-up seems to be a dock after all. But Valdemar's almost about able to age up now as well, so it would be quite late. Now, is it going to be a dock play? He sends villagers out to gold. Coca Township already coming in for Valdemar, so the timing's quite tight now for a dock play here from Sass. It looks like he's going for it. Once he wouldn't be gathering wood.
Does he have a villager on the way? Is that a villager I see walking across the map right now?
It is.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
So, classic tower rush
no
then.
dock, but an outpost instead, yeah. But the timing's going to be... No, the timing's actually not going to work. In 5 seconds, the landmark finishes before the outpost finishes, and then you got Shinobi.
Yeah.
And with Shinobi, you can just kill with villagers, and Valdemar sees the villager as well.
And this is kind of why we were sitting here wondering why Mongols into this and how to play it, because the timing just doesn't work. And Valdemar, I mean, to his credit, I mean, just deleting the forge, doing what he needed to do, really respecting that Mongols can tower rush. And because he kind of preempted that, he's not going to be bothered by this too much at all. He's going to be aged up, the Shinobi are going to pop out. He's going to be able to counter this tower play pretty easily from Sass.
Yeah, he's already pulled the villagers over to the berries as well, just because he knows, okay, as soon as my age up finishes, I'm going to pop Shinobi, then I'm going to pull the villagers forward, just like he is doing right now. Outpost gets cancelled.
Oh, that's such a nice play. Didn't even have to actually, like, risk the vills. Just, like, 2 seconds idle time, got the cancel and the rebuild. That buys him another 30 seconds. Did he get it to happen again? No, Spears have reinforcements, they're not going to let it.
Oh, he's cancelling it. Okay, that's
canceled it again.
Still has enough wood, though. Still has enough wood. And now Archer Range just getting rushed up as soon as possible here. Yumi is also produced rather quickly. It's not going to be quick enough.
Voldemort just bought himself the time, right? Like just by a little bit of aggression, just like almost fainting the burn, able to buy himself the time with the rebuild on the tower, and now almost, man, like daisies popping up. Here are the buildings, archery range up and ready to go. The first Yumi Ashigaru popping out right now.
Yeah, and Shinobi.
And in come the Shinobi to go with it. Nice play from Valdemar.
Yeah, the villager. Oh, Shinobi.
Well, this completely just like brushes aside the tower rush, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this just completely brushes aside. Valdemar's on time. It's still not even 5 minutes in. Just now at 5 minutes, up in H2. And now Sass on the back foot, frankly. No docks, no anything else. He's got 4 spears that are now getting chipped away. Valdemar, this is going exactly the way Valdemar drew it up.
Yeah, for the most part. The question is, what's the follow-up really going to be now, though, for both players? I think Sass, in theory, he probably already has a stable prepped behind this, I want to guess, for a follow-up. Could be just going for a double-produced Keshik play now, still try and put up some aggression. Yeah, stable's already up. Could pack that one up, put it next to the Uvu, get the double production Keshiks in. Needs a little bit more food, though, for it before it comes in. Yeah, it packs up, puts it next to the Uvu.
I love the UI up top on the stone for Valdemar at -8 a minute. It's a very funny number to see.
And now Valdemar's the first one to go up to, or go out to the docks. And just the second he sees that, Sass now pulled a lot of villagers over to wood, so will be able to put up his own docks on the pond as well. But with the Keshik play, he might be able to snipe a villager that's out on the map, putting up these docks. I think this is also probably the point in time where we do actually disable the trail for the scout on the minimap.
Yeah, it's done run its course. The con's just kind of running silly now. Useful in the first minutes.
Don't let the players know that we have this technology. They might start drawing funny things.
Oh gosh, they might. It'd be funny if one could like write hi chat on it on the minimap at some point. That'd be great. I doubt that'd be what they'd do. I can imagine a couple of other things they would go for instead.
Archer range now also coming in for Sass on the Uvu as well. Is putting out the villager that's still continuing to put up these docks. First year tie only just now has come up. So Sengoku Damio so far actually didn't have a whole lot of bonus economy going for them. This actually puts Mongols in not the worst spot, believe it or not, for the current moment in the game. Oh, Shinobi. Khan is in trouble, in shambles.
My Shinobi.
Gets taken down.
Nice. Oh man, you can really see the scout. I don't think normally would have done enough damage there, but because of what the Shinobi do.
Oh, there's still remaining grenades.
Oh,
and just like
nice.
that, a single spearman just almost completely decimated that Keshik.
I think that Keshik could have gone down. I think those Yumi should have stayed aggressive there. I think they could have done it.
Yeah, it looked promising.
It looked promising. I don't think he's going to get it now. I don't think there's enough anymore. The window kind of passed, but there's a shot. This one might, though, with the second spearman coming in.
Keshik's running for the time being.
Yeah. They can't stand and fight.
There's
that.
archers
It's
coming
just enough.
in as well now. Every time the Keshiks get a chance, they can heal up a little bit on the... Oh, they need to be careful, though. Need to be so careful. Almost loses the Keshik there. Additional units coming forward now. Khan's Hunter there as well.
Outside of the shenanigans at the beginning, we've got a pretty tight game on our hands now here. Both players settling in. We do have the docks coming in and the first of the food trucks out and about on the map. Mongols needs... I worry, though, that Sass needs some kind of economic edge to keep up with this. I don't think he hasn't really done enough damage. One Vil is not going to pay the bills.
Yeah, we haven't seen a play at all yet when it comes to going for the... Oh, Keshiks.
Oh.
That is
He's lucky he got away with one.
Bad hits. Yeah. So getting away, you could put that in brackets. Not sure how lively that Keshik is. Getting some healing in right now on the dock, but
Go find
there's
the
not
dock,
all the archers
yeah.
nearby. Like, Sass has so many archers out on the field, they're just nowhere to be found at the moment. They're still like busy running across the map. Meanwhile, 7 fishing ships to 0 from Sass, and now Sengoku is going to start adding in some horsemen as well. We have to, we're going to get that triple army composition in.
Oh, and those horsemen are going to hit like a truck too. They're going to be able to handle their own against the Keshik. They're going to be able to take down the archers, obviously. And there's no spears for Sass right now, so he's going to have no answer to them. Keshik just aren't in big enough numbers to deal with a huge horseman mass if Valdemar pulls into it. Meanwhile, fishing still just going crazy. That's a lot of fishing boats in that little pond. Looks like he wants to eat them up pretty fast.
Sass should definitely start pressuring that a little bit more. Also use every single chance that you get, of course, to heal up those Keshiks on the dock.
Yeah. You see that weak one right there. He's probably doesn't want to stand and fight, but getting a little health back. If he can just get enough health back to take even an extra shot from something, that'd be valuable.
Archer ship coming in next. That's something that definitely is going to have to be respected once it comes in.
Can we take a look at what building we got, what clan we got from
Shinobi?
The Sengoku?
Gets taken
we got
down quickly.
popping out right on the docks.
Oh, but taken down quickly. Now the archer ship, though. He's housed. He's housed. Valdemar's housed. He's not getting the archer ship out. Now it is.
There it goes. If we can take a look at the base, I want to see what clan we're going for with Sengoku real quick. I want to see if it's the... None my business. Where's an axe? He's got one on the field.
No, he doesn't.
Or does he not?
These are Yari Cap.
Oh, I thought...
That's Yari Cap, not Daimyo.
That's right. He doesn't have the daimyo yet. That image on there looks a lot like a daimyo more than a horseman.
Similar. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I was like, I thought he was doing that earlier. I'm curious which one he'll go for. I would, if I were him, I'd probably lean into the, I think it's Oda clan, where you get the upgrade to the Yumi Ashigaru. I think that'd be the most benefit for him here right now.
Yeah, and feudal age for sure. Like if you're playing a prolonged feudal. Sass has started expanding out to the docks now as well, out to the ponds. Sees the dock out here now as well.
Take out those fishing ships. There's not enough of them there to be all garrisoned in. But
his cavalry chasing now.
Yep, the cavalry. And he can't stand and fight that. Not against the comp that Valdemar has. Meanwhile, archers, though, looking to push into the base. So they're just going to go the front door?
I mean, Sass has the blacksmith upgrades, and Valdemar at the moment does not. So trade out would be in Sass's favor here at the moment.
He's not. He's kind of hanging back, though. I think he could press the issue a little bit.
Even going for the melee damage, melee armor upgrade here for anything else, really. It's surprising.
I think he's respecting the horsemen here from that, though, because they do bonus damage against Cav. I think
Time to take a fight, needs to kite. Even getting taken down. Brace on the cavalry there.
Really
yeah, no blacksmith upgrades. This is going to be really bad for Valdemar. He's able to snipe down the spearmen. He could also just trade out very well up against the cavalry, like legitimately just snipe out the cavalry with the archers. Sass, you shouldn't fall back much further than that. You are actually in the lead here.
The better. Because the Yumi Ashigaru are not doing as much damage as his archers are.
Yeah,
not by a long shot. I mean, they're down 2.
Without blacksmith upgrades, they do 1 damage per shot, like the minimum, bare minimum. Valdemar doesn't have any traders yet on that Missouri, so
push the issue. I've noticed that Sass has played a little passive.
There was a lot of idle time on his food.
Push here.
Yeah, there was a lot of idle time on his food. Sass, yeah, this is still like a really, really good trade. Without any blacksmith upgrades, like, he's not going to get much better opportunities to take these fights.
It's tricky, though, because you don't always get to know, unless you click and actually take a look. It's hard to tell at a glance how many upgrades your opponent has as far as blacksmith stuff goes.
With the Keshiks.
But a great exchange of volleys here.
Yeah,
good
not
picks on the
frontlining with
too.
the Keshiks here is hurting him so much. There's still no pierce armor in. So the archers would still do great damage to the horsemen.
He could pick off those spears and then start getting the healing from the Keshiks if he actually lets them fight. Instead, they're just taking chip damage. He needs to let them actually fight and get some more health. In come the Shinobi, and this could be kind of bad. This could change the tide.
Spearman getting sniped. 1 spearman still left alive, but the Keshiks are cleaning up.
Feels like a decent trade for Valdemar here.
Maybe
not a white by any means, but decent hold.
This is bad for Sass. Every minute that he's like not getting crucial damage in is getting worse for him. He's got a lot of food in the bank right now. This is the moment. Actually, like right now, it needs to pull like 12 villagers from wood over to gold, because I'm not sure if it's just miss macro, but I'm not sure what he's going for at the moment. I'm quite confused. Now suddenly food's dipping again without anything major in queue, I want to say. Maybe there's double-produced Keshix coming in that we don't see on the overlay. I think that might be the case, but he's kind of like missing the timing. Blacksmith upgrades are starting to come in.
It's kind of
Yari
in the middle,
out
right?
and about
like,
now.
Could maybe go for Castle Age. Could maybe really should have probably played into the feudal more. Now he's just getting raided. And if you're Valdemar, you trade a couple horsemen for the Vill or two. I mean, that seems like a fine trade to me.
Definitely is, definitely is. This has been not going too well for Sass here at the moment. Valdemar doing a great job here of also just getting in additional docks behind all of this, so still continues to scale with the economy. Sass is catching up slowly but surely. But now we do see the first daimyo coming in for Valdemar. He's finally starting to unlock the scaling a little bit for Sengoku. That is going to be the Yumi one, I do believe, with its circular like that. Point quickly. So yeah, it is the Yumi one.
It is. I think it's the Oda, if I'm not mistaken.
It is something.
Getting the upgrade to the Yumi Ashigaru, and that upgrade is huge. In fact, can we hover over that upgrade and just take a look at it, just in case anyone doesn't know at home. That upgrade for the Yumi, it's in queue right now. It basically makes them like normal archers. So grants +1 damage to Yumi Ashigaru, who start at -1 damage compared to average archers. So it basically brings them up to par. And then with the other upgrades you can get in Castle Age and whatnot later, it can make them even better. So definitely worthwhile if you're going to go into a Yumi Ashigaru comp if you're playing as
There's a big
Sengoku
army now
Daimyo.
running across the map from Valdemar. A lot of archers. Raid still going on the food yet again. Sassy hasn't noticed yet. Now he's noticed.
Oh, man.
A lot of very low HP villagers here running over to the gold. And it looks like there might be an age up getting triggered soon, but Sass getting caught out at the worst possible moment in time. Doesn't have the food yet. Instead, he's got to double down. He's got to go for Keshix again. He's got 10. Needs to evacuate the gold now.
Reminds me of, like, I don't know if anyone's ever watched the old Karate Kid, where old Mr. Miyagi's like, look, you got to either do it or not do it. If you get caught in the middle of the road, you get squished like grape. And that's kind of what's happening here. Is if you want to go castle and you kind of half commit to it, but don't fully, or you don't fully commit to the feudal game, you get this weird thing where you've got like 600 resources in the bank just kind of sitting there, 600-800 resources. You can't use it for castle. It's too late now to use it for a feudal play, and now you get squished. And this is kind of what's happening right here to Sass.
Keshix trying to come in as well. There's good reinforcement Keshix. Maybe Valdemar overestimated his chance here a little bit. Keshix on the backside as well. This could be good for Sass now to take this fight.
These Yumi Ashigaru are on par with normal archers, but still, that's a lot of Keshix. No spears here to be helping either. And he might have overextended. You can't really just walk into an opponent's base with just archers. That doesn't work in Feudal Age, even if you've got a big, massive Yumi.
Sass is continuing to step up. A lot of archers though, so they are doing a good amount of damage in as well in mass like that. Especially with the Yumi archer upgrade. The archers from
Valdemar
Sass
chose the right time
enough.
to get out of dodge. That was the right time to back up. If he'd have stayed a second longer, it would have been disastrous. It already isn't great, and it's given Sass really a chance at new life here. He was on the ropes. Yeah. If Frontline had survived for Valdemar, it would have been really rough.
Oh, he's falling back again. Only archers.
Yeah, he's got the Keshik. He can keep pushing this. And if you look at his macro, he's macroed in really well back into feudal. He's committed to the feudal game. He's rebalanced everything. He can, and you see what happens once he commits to feudal. He starts winning again. He starts pushing back. The problem is he could go a little further here. He could do a little more damage, and he frankly needs to do more damage.
The thing is, he hasn't really reduced the army count from from Valdemar yet.
Yeah,
that's the main issue. And now Valdemar is the one that's going for the Castle Age play with a good standing army. And Sass, he is nowhere near Castle Age now.
Keeping those Yumi alive and backing up in a very tactical retreat, we'll call it, for Valdemar, while letting his eco kind of churn. Now Valdemar's still in a very good spot. Sass keeps getting these windows, I've noticed throughout the series. He's a good player, he really is. He has these windows, and he's just not quite capitalizing. As we see here, like, again, a little window, but it's so short and fleeting, it's hard sometimes to jump on it. But if you can jump on it, that's kind of the difference between like the top 5 players in the world and kind of everyone else trailing, trying to catch up, is when you capitalize, everyone makes mistakes, but sometimes the windows to capitalize are really small, and you got to be able to jump right on it when the moment shows. And sometimes if you hesitate, it's gone. I like picking up the food cart here, though. That's good. And some free health for the Eshiks as well.
Alma already has a pretty good farming economy going for himself. Saka Brewery is coming up all the way in the back there as well. Sass very far away from his own H-Up. Does have a great amount of Kashyyyks, but once Mounted Samurai start coming online, like the Kashyyyks, they definitely do fall short. And not just Mounted Samurai coming in now, it is also going to be the veterancy upgrade on the Yumi Archers. So these guys now are starting to hit like a truck. Sass trying to go for his own H-Up. He's gonna need to go for a Kurultai if he wants to have any chance at like taking even somewhat like semi-okay fights. But there's just so many Archers now at this point in game, and Archers at the moment are a unit in the game that also, to an extent, kind of like break the counter triangle a little bit, at least in Castle Age, where in Feudal Age, in Feudal Age they do like 2 damage to armored units maximum, unless you got longbows. But in Castle Age, suddenly it's 3 damage, so they like get a 50% damage increase against their counter in Castle Age, which can really start screwing things up for players. And Kashyyyks need to be careful.
I mean, 3 damage times 46 Yumi Ashigato is 138 damage. You're one-shotting stuff almost, or 2-shotting heavy units. So, and that really is it, and that's what we mean when we say like critical mass. You're looking at it, and then with the Shinobi to boot. Yeah, Valdemar in a very strong spot here. Kurultai could be helpful, and at this point, like, you start thinking of, okay, what's my get out of jail free card if I'm Sass? Maybe if you can find a way in the resources to somehow get a Mangonel or 2 out. They're not as effective as they used to be, but maybe you can get a go for broke home run shot on the Mayumi. But at this level, that's hard to do. Just given how good these
coming in
guys
as
are
well.
microing.
Upgrades are gonna take forever now to come in. We do have the Kurultai here helping the Archers out. Under the Kurultai and underneath the TC, but it's just so many Yumi Archers. I think it just might not matter. Yeah, he's just going for it non-stop. Doesn't care.
Can only do so much. There's no more front line for Sass.
Getting taken down in a second as well.
The Mounted Samurai, they are just so tanky.
Forever. Villagers next up getting taken down.
The Samurai are the difference here.
Too many Yumi Archers.
Looks like this game, it's about over. The Yumi number's trickling, but so is the army mass for Sass. And yeah, that will do it. He can just stand under the Kurultai, under the TC, and still keep fighting. That'll do it. A 3-0 to Valdemar. Sass making a good effort at it, but unfortunately getting swept by Valdemar. And congrats to Valdemar, who, in his case, I guess it'd be fortunately able to take a clean sweep and move on.
Yeah, he's gonna be facing off tomorrow. I believe it was either against Scatterbrained or Mhodo in order to qualify for the main qualifiers for the road to Wololo.
The qualifiers are the qualifiers. You gotta love it.
It is the qualification to be able to step a foot on the road.
But I mean, hey, it gives a chance for more games, more things to watch. It's all fun. And I believe Valdemar will be pretty favored in those matchups moving forward here as well. Looks like the path is pretty clear to him now.
Oh, it was Scatterbrained versus Sass. Downfall.
Yeah.
Not Scatterbrained versus Mhodo, yeah. All right. Taking a quick look at the bracket next. We're gonna be just taking a quick look and see just what the standings are at the moment between the players. So Baltune still waiting for Skull Devil versus MSN to finish on up. That is potentially going to be the Swede up against the Danish kid. Could be coming up here. As MSN is currently leading in his set. Valdemar is waiting for Scatterbrained versus Downfall to finish up there as well. Looking at the part 2 of the other side of the qualifier bracket, we do have, what do we have over there on the other side? I believe it is going to be, it is Kiljardi versus Eliona. And Corvus GIF music still going on there on the final game at the moment. Numedan leading 1-0 up against Gento. And Myria did manage to win against Corvinus 3-0. So some decisive victories there. We are going to be diving into Kiljardi versus Eliona next up. But before that, we are just going to be taking a very, very short break. So you guys also get a chance to quickly grab some refreshments after this last set. And Yeah, then we'll see you back in just a couple of minutes, in the set Kiljadi versus Eliona. So grab some refreshments, and we'll be right back. All right, we are back, everybody, and we're bringing you guys now the final set of the day. We're watching Kiljadi up against Eliona. We don't have a lot of time because the game is already just about to begin here. We're jumping in straight away into board lane with Byzantines up against Shushi's Legacy for Eliona. And to be fair, when you pick both China and Shushi, at least one of them is gonna make their way through.
Do you think Eliona wanted to play China today? Do you think he wanted a Chinese Civ? I got a feeling that might have been part of his plan.
Might have been. And we're jumping straight in. Maybe we even go a little bit faster as I think the game is not that live. There we go.
Turbo mode.
There's probably not a whole thing going on in the early stages of the game here. Yellow playing as the Shushi's in both land. His opponent in color red, Kiljadi, and as the Byzantine.
I love the new water animations on the cisterns, by the way. Although I don't think it should be moving quite so much. Like, do you see the water animation on the cistern? How it's like bobbing back and forth. Still nice to know what we used to have, though.
It is quite serene.
It is nice, though. I'm glad that they... We play this game and we talk about strategy, and every now and then I'm just wowed by just the way it looks and just the details and the sound design. I feel like it's always worth giving the devs their flowers for that, at least. They've made a nice looking game.
Yeah. All right. At the moment, scouting going on. I believe this is now also a version where most of the sheep do spawn next to your TC, unless I'm a little bit mistaken. I mean, players already have a good amount of sheep inside of their bases.
17-17 split, yeah. 17-17 split.
So
negligible
pretty
there.
even. Yeah.
Big question is the deer here, because this is a prime map for pro scouts. Zushi is probably going to want to do that, I believe.
Yeah, that's just typical to play here. And Meditation Garden coming in for Eliona now. What is that spot looking like? Oh, it is the large berry patch, actually, and 2 gold veins. So that's almost like 100 Yeah, that's 100 resources worth right there. You're getting like 3 wood per minute, 48 food, and then 50 gold. So roughly 100 resource per minute. So almost 3 villagers worth of resources that he's getting there. Pretty good value for Meditation Garden. Definitely not going to be complaining about that one.
No surprise at the Grand Winery, of course.
Of course.
I like the 2 cisterns and where they're at. I like that. I was playing against a Byzantine player last night, and I was casting a game. That's what it was. Just a random game on the ladder. It was not very high level. It was like mid-plat level. And the cisterns drove me up a wall. The cistern placement was just horrible, and I was like, what is going on? You never have to really worry about that with these players too much. Waiting for that Pro Scouts to click in here in just a second, as we're still in 2 times speed. And it's kind of hard to tell on the minimap now that we got the scouts.
Yeah, we got a lot of lines now in the minimap. Yeah,
we can clear that up. I want to see the deer now is what I want to look at.
You don't get to look at the deer. It's just okay. There we go. The lines have been
there we go
disabled.
It's really cool for like 3 minutes, and then after a while, it gets to be too much. This map is just so good for pro scouts. The amount of deer.
Look at that. Yeah, Kiljadi.
Royal Knights. Fun.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of a good use here, too, early on. I feel like you'd get some pretty good value.
You get the discount on the Royal Knights, but I think also something that just people underestimate a lot of times is once you go for the age up with the Golden Horn Tower, your Golden Horn Tower also periodically does produce units from the mercenary camp that you have on the neutral mercenaries there as well.
Oh,
so you do now actually...
That.
Yeah, once you get to Castle Age, he will every now and then actually produce knights. So that's pretty good. Like getting 3 knights in, it's very valuable.
It's gonna feel really weird going against Byzantines and seeing these things of all things. I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
Nice denial there on that. He's got some Limited A to boot, so he really could deny most of the pro scouts with this.
And he of course still has the option to go for longbows behind this.
Huh? That actually gives him a really good tri-comp, you know, if he does that.
Yeah. Imagine like longbows, French knights. That's a very interesting composition to have.
Joined forces. It's like an affront against nature, like Taco Bell or indoor plumbing.
Wait, what? Indoor plumbing?
It affronts against nature. It's not the way man was meant to live.
Okay.
I'm joking, of course.
not going to say no to some indoor plumbing.
Indoor
Scout's
plumbing's
getting
great.
intercepted here with the deer. It's a good value gained. Eliona already has a good amount of deer inside of his base, so good food income. And age up has already been reached by him, so now we are getting those Castle Age Knights in Kiljadi. He is still ways off from the age up, and suddenly the lines have been activated again. And we've got like something akin of a Dota map being drawn on the minimap. There we go, it's turned off again. A little bit of idle time cost on the gold, but yeah, this is looking a little bit rough here at the moment for Kiljadi when it comes to trying to deny the gold or just even trying to follow up to the Castle Age. There's just so many spearmen out as well that the Lamitani mass doesn't seem too impressive.
He really could use some longbows for this fight here. Knight's trying to get in there. He wants to make sure that he keeps those alive. He's doubled up on his knight production, but I think the longbows would go a long way here.
Ooh, Knights getting a couple of hits on from the Lamitani. Some do go down, but this is not a fight that Kiljadi really wants to continue. He wants it to stall out just a little bit. He wants it to keep going, but he doesn't want to really fight it. He just wants to keep Eliona from going into his base behind all of this. Because he is trying his best to go for the age up as well.
And the longer he kind of kites and fights and delays, the better it'll be for him here. And one thing that's tricky with these French knights is they don't get chivalry as Byzantines, so you got to be careful. When you lose them, they can't heal back up. That said, there's still a force to be reckoned with as he cleans up the military from Eliona here. Excellent micro, excellent fight, and now he's bought himself all the time in the world to go up to Castle Age.
Yeah, I feel like with the army composition that Kiljadi went for, might have probably just been a better call instead to go for the veterancy on the spearmen and just continue pumping out those spearmen. But now Kiljadi has bought himself enough time to go for that Golden Horn Tower, and that is exactly what's going to be coming in. Can we actually quickly check up on his mercenary camp next to the neutral outpost? Does he doesn't even have a contract yet, so there's only one chance of unit to be produced, and that is Knights, yeah.
I mean, it's kind of brilliant in a fun way. Like, I love when players do this, because strats like this that are effective, that just aren't thought of or used very often, always just kind of tickle me a little bit. I think they're so fun. I mean, who expects French knights going against Byzantines? Eliona might after this
Inquisition would expect that, yeah. Still bringing in those deer behind this. Bought himself a little opportunity there to go for them. Now also getting some monks out onto the map. Wants to pick up those relics, of course. Does have the option to eventually go for a Yuan dynasty. Oh my god, the Golden Horn Tower, it's not going up. Not going up in time, at least.
Where's the military?
And there's so much idle time in the base.
Knight's coming in finally, but a great little stab from Eliona. Almost like a Doolittle's raid kind of vibe right here. We're just running through the base, doing some damage, and flying right out.
Big idle time, yeah.
Excellent time. Great timing to do it, right as they're aging up. I mean, a quarter of the way from being done and up into Castle Age. That extra time can really matter.
It's going to buy him a lot of time when it comes to picking up those relics, for sure. The age up will be coming in now, and the first unit, who would have thought, from the Golden Horn Tower is going to be those knights. So there's going to be 4 knights joining the fray soon. Chivalry is not in on those knights though, so the weak knights over here are not going to get healed up, and Kiljadi doesn't have the ability to research that, at least not until he hits Imperial Age. Foreign Engineering Company does unlock all unique upgrades.
Crossbows in the queue now for Kiljadi.
So it's just mainly going for an infantry-based army composition. Already has his first monk out now as well, which he can make from the Grand Winery. One relic already brought back for Eliona. Ooh, fight getting taken. Currency in queue for the Lamitani and the Spearman. Relic being picked up.
They get to it. The Wololo. That was well timed. Buying himself a bit.
Yeah, there's no reinforcements moving toward this though, so Kiljadi can actually go for the dive onto the monk. It is going to do so. Eliona is contesting it.
There we go. Needs to get that monk. He had a monk nearby. He needs to get him back over and grab that while he has it. Meanwhile, more deer coming in from the scouts.
More night raids as well.
That's the tricky thing on this map, is that the back half of the map is actually really open on either side. So raiding is just super easy here, even more so than Dry Arabia would be.
Yeah, but Kiljadi hasn't gone out to the resource over there, or maybe he did and just pulled the villagers back. He's gonna pull them back forward now, but Kiljadi sees and he's like, okay, I'll just wait. I'll wait. You'll leave eventually. I'll get my chance.
We've got our first, looks like it was the Western contract. We do have some Landsconnect coming out of the Golden Horde, or of the Golden Horde producing it? Or
Yeah,
is
will
it
be
not?
the
I'm not
Golden Horn
sure.
most likely.
With the Golden Horn.
Yeah. Right? Yeah, it's Golden Horn.
Very cosmopolitan army from the Byzantines here today.
Leona's still in Tang Dynasty. So right now he's still just continuously massing up those knights, those lancers. Kiljadi behind the scene. Got a couple of cavalry archers in. From the Rus, imported, of course.
He's got
Team
a
of
little bit of
cavalry
everything,
archers.
huh? He's got a little bit of everything. I mean, he's just united all of Europe under the Byzantine banner. He's got Rus. He's got the German Landsknecht. He's got the French knights. He just needs some longbows, and he'll have the full
He's gonna get a bit
entirety of
eventually
all
as well.
of Europe.
A tech
Call
speed
it the
upgrade.
NATO alliance. I guess maybe not the Rus, but
Tech speed upgrade has been researched now for the cavalry of Elion as well. Longbow's now in queue for him. For Kiljadi, that is. And there is a small raiding force coming around. Gets spotted by Eliona, though. Villagers from Berries are gonna evacuate in time.
well, level 5 Cistern too for Byzantine, so he is cruising economically behind this. In fact, he's actually outpacing the food income of Eliona right now. Like, I'm curious how much
Yeah,
deer he
the
has
deer are
left
running
out
out.
there.
Or have
Yeah.
run out now at this point. Eliona, this is kind of typically the point where you want to go for Yuan Dynasty and get the pagodas in, but he doesn't have enough relics, and actually Kiljadi losing a lot of his knights here.
Oh, man, he just
knights
kinda-
do go down.
He just kind of threw them away without doing anything. They just kind of ran into him and then didn't take a swing at all. Not a big loss. Those knights were pretty weak, though, to be fair.
Now the army is just swarming from Kiljadi. It's mass spearmen though at the moment against mostly just crossbows. Crossbows don't directly counter the spearmen. This might be a chance, but there are still Landsknecht in there. One goes down. 3 still alive though.
Landsknecht's hiding
On
in
the
there, doing
side.
some good damage against the spears.
Landsknecht are
Crossbows,
getting
they
taken
can counter
down.
out the Lancers really well. This could be a pretty good fight, but there's a lot left here from Eliona. Crossbow's trying, but the front line's dwindling. I think he did just
Eliona is
enough.
falling back. Where are the knights at the moment? Looks like they're all in back. Still try to chase after the French Royal Knights. Lost a lot now on the
Doing
retreat
just
as well.
enough.
Villagers still idle underneath the mill there. He might not get the... Yeah, there's no notification yet that they're idle. Well, Leona.
I hate how that
struggling.
happens. Udiko is... Kiljadi's not getting any food right now at all, though.
Yeah, none at all.
None. He's got 22 food. He's got like a couple like rusty old chicken nuggets and an extra French fry in the bag, and that's about it. He's got nothing. Moving on to something. The berries are just all but gone.
He's just
got
trying
one
to go
last
for the
pack
kill.
in the corner. Does he have enough momentum is the question. He's only got 34 units, and I guess he does.
It's enough
Eliona
momentum,
throws
yeah.
in the towel. So I guess the chicken nuggets and the bonus fry are all he needs as far as food goes. Takes the game.
GG coming on in. Yeah, first game here, a victory for Kiljadi with the Byzantines up against the Shushi's Legacy. Military
like
value
ideal
lead
timing.
definitely on the side of Eliona there, yeah. I mean, he was just about to run out.
Just about to run out of steam, and then your opponent throws in the towel. And you know, as an opponent, you don't know that your opponent's like starving behind this and throwing the last bit of what they have in front of you. But because if Eliona lives for another minute or two and can get his food situated, Kiljadi was gonna have to take some time to reload. But the cisterns at level 5 and the olive oil, and then just the units and the merc houses, giving him just enough to get over the hump and get there. Good game. Good game.
GG indeed. And yeah, Means that Kiltradi able to set himself up with the first victory now in this best of 5, but there are still more games that are going to be coming up next, of course. So we're going to be taking a look at the draft and see just what exactly these players are going to be cooking up for the next match here between them. And it is going to be King of the Hill. And once again, we're going to be seeing China, or rather a representation of China, coming up against Sengoku, though. And Sengoku so far in this tournament, they've been making a pretty good impression.
Sengoku is one of the, I think, one of the better newer civs we've had in a while. I think they really hold their own. I think they're a slightly better version of Japanese. I really do think they just have a bit more going for them. But China's pretty dangerous, and especially on King of the Hill is such a... every time I convince myself I like King of the Hill again, I play it, and then someone does some kind of cheesy strat to me, and I hate it again. What's your opinion of King of the Hill, Crack? I haven't heard your opinion on this in a while.
I think King of the Hill is a pretty cool map, just from theme-wise as well. Like, it is forcing... Like, civilizations that can play defensively, they can play defensively in an aggressive manner, if that makes sense. But
aggressively defensive.
aggressively defensive, yeah. They put the timer on you, right? But at the same time, if you go for the middle, you kind of leave the rest of your base potentially vulnerable. And many times players kind of forget, okay, yeah, my opponent's hunkering down the middle. Maybe I should raid the sides. Maybe I should go for like the main base. That's kind of something that players forget often. But it's a really cool map dynamically, and it's one that I feel like it really, really represents the RTS genre just very well. Like having that like big hill to die on or to defend, and the goal there. I really like that kind of like fantasy.
It's thematically a fun map. Yeah, it definitely like the name. I think the name and the structure of this map are the perfect marriage of like theme. Like King of the Hill is exactly what you would picture it to be. I think it's a little memey sometimes. I think it can be kind of gimmicky, but at the same time, that's kind of the point. So
yeah,
I flip-flop and vacillate all the time on whether I like it or not. Because I do really like the theme of it. I think it's really fun. I've had some of my best games on King of the Hill. I've had some of my absolutely worst games on King of the Hill. I think it's just kind of the nature of the map. It is a fun one, though, to watch.
Yeah, when it comes to cheesy civilizations, though, I want to say, like, most cheese can be kind of counted out by just having at least a couple of units in Feudal Age. That way, it's not like somebody can just naked fast castle with a castle landmark on the middle of the hill or something like that.
Yeah. That's kind of the case of most cheese, right? Most super over aggressive. As long as you just make some units and just don't get too greedy, most cheese doesn't work too well.
Exactly.
A fun map. A fun matchup too. Chinese. We've seen a lot of Chinese. You know, it's been really weird to me to see China leak through early in these qualifiers.
They haven't been making the greatest impression so far, though.
It really hasn't, but it's so interesting how it was just always an auto ban, like a tournament and a half ago, right? Like it just automatically you expected it to be one of the top 2 banned every time, and it still is banned frequently. But yeah, the times we've seen it played out, it hasn't exactly wowed me too much. Like it's not bad, it's still a good civ. It just hasn't been the overall dominant civ like we've expected it to be. At least not so far.
Most certainly hasn't. Yeah. I think the main reason for that is that we've gotten a lot of new civilizations in that just get a better version of the Knight in. So that kind of like very much diminishes the returns that you can get as China from Pro Scout into Mass Lancers. That was like one of the main China Shushi strategies that they did have. Shushi, more so than China, struggles with the transition after going for the Lancers. China at least has like still Song Dynasty, like great Song Dynasty going for them with additional villagers and additional scaling. That way they get better economy baseline with the Imperial Academy. But it's still like Chinese civilizations, they struggle when they have to make the farms. That has always been the case, where
that transition
9 out of 10 times when China or Shushi loses, they die in the farm transition.
Yeah, there's definitely that negative window. If they ever get it up, it's one of those funny things though, if they get the transition up, they're like almost unbeatable, but it's such a rock wall to climb to get those farms and granaries going. I mean, there's just a lot that has to go into it. The timing has to be really well chosen, and that's hard to gauge, even for the top players. We'll see how this fans out. Who will be the king of the hill? This is obviously not game point either way, so we have at least one more game after this. Will this be our first series to go a full distance, a best of 5? Is to be seen, but we'll dive right on in.
All right, right, here we go. Game number 2 now between Aliona and Kiljadi. Yeah, sheep getting picked up early here, but this is EGC Hill and Dale, so most of sheep actually do spawn right next to the TC. We do see a fine line of sheep in the middle there between both players, so fairly split up evenly on the map. You will get a decent amount of sheep right in your base, but there are still some additional sheep to be had out on the map. You actively scout for them.
If you're China here, do you go pro scouts, or do you play a little more aggressive and try and make sure you claim the top of the hill?
I think you could go for middle of the map. The question is, when do you go for it?
That's
I think
the question.
maybe
that's
you first want a pro scout, like get the pro scout in first just to get the deer in time, because you also do take them away from your opponent, of course, right? Like that's one of the main benefits that you
Sengoku,
can get.
that actually would be pretty big too, because you want those food carts to not have a lot of options.
Then they can only put the food carts on the boars and the berries, and if you're actually like committing to pro scout, you probably will make some spearmen and horsemen as well, maybe some archers as well. You can deny that play with the Atais. So that's obviously a great thing for China, and we've seen it time and time again, even behind all of that aggression, that China will get a very, very impressive age-up timing in even after that, even after all of that unit production, even after all of that aggression. They really do have just some incredible follow-up timings there.
I really love our scout tracker now. Just looking at the mirror version of these scouts, both doing the same exact thing, kind of going up, looping up and around. Gentleman's agreement to go the same pathway there. Looks like Eliona might have beaten out Kiljadi by just a little bit. Has a couple extra. Shouldn't be enough to affect the game too much. That's a good spot for a food cart. Yeah. Should be getting a full 60 with the berries and the deer. That's almost a value mine right there too. Just go grab some stone. Oh, I probably wouldn't bother building another production building. Like a tile, but I
can still fit,
with wheelbarrow,
can still fit a house in between that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just need a quick like 50 stone for
one drop
an outpost and placement,
easy. I always love when you do get them like right next to each other and you can just put one mine. The tricky thing is you got to be careful to actually click onto the gold. Otherwise, I don't know if I've ever done this where you just build the mine and you kind of forget about it, because normally vills just go straight to the resource after we're building the production building. But if you ever go for the value mine, I've done that once where I forgot to actually shift click the gold and they went to the stone instead, and I was like, what? But it's like first world problems, it feels like, when you've got a value mine like that.
Imperial Academy coming up behind this. 2 villagers working on it. So that is going to be coming in a little bit later, I feel like, than usual. Most often we see it getting rushed up by a couple more villagers, but will still be a decent time, of course. China does build that landmark up quite quickly.
Well, an interesting thing with the Koka Township here, there's no stealth forest to be seen on this map at all. So the places where the shinobi can pop out are pretty much, not pretty much, they just are restricted only to the buildings that Kiljadi controls. Maybe that wall idea you had, putting one little wall somewhere could be really useful for them.
Yeah, genuinely, that's something that you can go for. Yatai has been found out, but only by a scout. Kiljadi, in theory, doesn't have to respect that. It's gonna take 370 hits for that Yatai to go down.
What's the attack speed? How long would that take? What's his attack speed?
Yeah, attack speed of, I think it is 2. Yeah, 2 attack speed, so 1 damage every single hit.
What does that mean as far as time? So what does that mean as far as like how often he attacks it? Once every 2 seconds?
12 minutes. 12
minutes is what we're saying? Wow. 12 minutes to get that down.
Wait, no, I'm wrong.
It feels like it'd be a long time.
It's 6 minutes. For some reason, I thought that it was. Yeah, I was like, wait, that's
still pretty long.
But only 1 makes it through. Yeah, it's still
quite a bit of time.
6 minutes.
He's respecting it though. He doesn't need to, but he's respecting it.
For some reason,
does it count the sheep?
Oh, suddenly he's like, wait.
Sheep?
It does. I think it does.
Oh, that's fine.
Can we? Okay, it's too far out now.
Too late now. I'm pretty sure it does.
Are we quickly selected? Quickly selected. It does. Yeah, yeah. There's a sheep.
It does. That's awesome. I love that interaction, actually.
That's hilarious.
Little does that scout know, he's actually helping the food cart. You know, it's things like that about this game that I just absolutely love. I love the little interactions like that.
Can we select the attack again? Was it 370 or 720 health? It was 370 health, right? Yeah, 370.
370, yeah.
Yeah. Because someone in chat did just put up 720 again. I was like, wait, that was my addition. That was where I went wrong. For some reason, I took 720 as the number to count. That's 370.
Double stables coming up here for Killjardy. I think the idea is very clear. This is, I feel like this is very standard for Sengoku Daimyo. Cavalry is the name of the game in the meta. Sengoku does that as well as anyone else. And the question for me is, will we see some Yumi Ashigaru come into play later, or will he go into something different, or is it going to be strictly cavalry for now? We do see the barracks coming up as well for Eliona, so he knows the name of the game.
Chat asking why the villager difference. China, they do get Imperial officials from the Imperial Academy, so you don't have to idle your TC, meaning you do get additional economy from that. So it should be like a 4-villager lead with all the Imperial officials out.
Value mine, there it is! There it is! I'm very satisfied to see that.
What's he doing with that number of stone?
Is he just using it to help boost up his,
Daimyo, yeah.
So doing that to get the boost for the Daimyo estate. And it's going to be the Takeda, I think is how you say that? Going to get the extra movement speed for Horsey Boys. Can we see that again? I want to make sure I can pronounce if I can see it. I just need to see it. Very phonetic Japanese. Akeda is the name. Villager, that's going to be a dead villager, maybe?
Getting taken down, yeah. Yeah, a little bit of additional extra HP that's coming in on the Yari cavalry, helping them out a ton there. Means that they are able to tank in a couple of additional hits. And yet again,
is he going to get another villain? I think it's another one down. If he can just get on there, one more hit. Gets it, another villager down. Maybe, ooh, he was threatening a third.
Killjardy so aggressive.
Good early aggression here. I think it's a good trade for Killjardy here. I think you give up a couple of the Yadi cavalry for a couple of vills. It was good this early in the game.
Yeah, he's just buying himself so much time, and look at the resources banked up behind this.
Yeah, he's looking like Castle Ages in his future.
Yeah.
He's got 3 food carts out as well. Yeah, I mean, people are, I think Sengoku is a little underrated right now. I don't think people realize just how good this civ is.
They've been looking really good in tournament so far, I can tell you that.
People think it's slow economically, but I've never seen that. I feel like the food carts pay for themselves so quickly that you really can get away with kind of booming your economy. It's maybe not quite as immediate as, say, like the cistern bonuses are, but the fact that you're getting the increase in bonus with the Matsuri over time, but the food carts are giving you food throughout that process. So I really do feel like it ramps up very nicely.
Yeah, behind this small spearman coming in for him. Some walls actually getting put up by Killjardy already. Daimyo also being made now. Still hasn't been able yet, though, to really start, you know, gathering up the gold. There's just the Yari cavalry always being there and being annoying.
You know you're doing something right when you're being annoying in this game.
Age up coming in now behind this for Killjardy. Saka Brewery, no surprises there.
Where's he putting that? I want to see a nice placement. I love that placement. That should be perfectly where it wants to be. That house is in a bit of an awkward spot right there. You'd like to have that a little away from the Matsuri, but even still, nice placement.
This age up might be coming as a little bit of a surprise to Eliona once it does come in.
He never did go for professional scouts either. He actually moved. I think he moved, or did he?
Oh, he did. He
did. He did. Okay, he did. That's right. That's right. It looked like for a moment the mini-map was. Yeah, he's got the scouts. Okay. It looked like for a moment they were just kind of all those units, the military mass. I thought he would moved out onto the deer for a second, but that was just his military.
Scout needs to be careful. Drops the deer just for a second.
Yeah, Killjardy doing a good job of just being menacing, kind of forcing Eliona in the back. And again, the nice thing is that Eliona has food for a while, and so he doesn't mind sitting in his base for the time being. The problem is going to be, this is King of the Hill, and eventually being in your base isn't going to be enough. Being on the hill is what's going to matter. However, Eliona is matching the timing very quickly here in 10 seconds with an Imperial Palace, so he will match the castle timing and be able to contest whatever Killjadi wants to do.
There it is. Age-up comes in at the same time from both players.
Is that last rice paddy in range of the Matsuri up in the corner there?
It is.
It is. Okay.
It's a pretty big range. Pretty big range.
Yeah, it's a pretty good. It really is a large range that the Matsuri provides you. In an ideal world, you want to give a lot of space around that to have lots of farms later on. But
yeah,
the range,
and also
again,
just
so
takes
good.
a long. It takes a long time to fill them up, so you kind of need to make it a pretty long range. Yet still gathering up behind this, but Eliona now some horsemen as well. Lance is coming up behind this, so we'll be forcing them back off from the outer boars there. Now Outpost coming up in the middle.
Yeah, it's time to start.
Killjadi wants to make sure to get his claim in.
The only thing he can do is put those outposts, though. He doesn't get keeps in Castle Age, unfortunately for him. Ooh, that's gonna go down. That's... Oh, no, maybe? No, it will.
Will go down.
That's unfortunate. It was close to getting another trader out, too, so quite a bit of value lost there. But it's already provided quite a bit of food, at least.
Very good amount there for sure. That could have come in. But he's already gotten 4 of the traders in on the attack, so that's already 20% bonus gather rate around this area. Yeah.
I think that's
Fortunately, the woodline there isn't getting buffed up. I'm sure. I think the villagers are actually dipping into the buff every time they do drop off.
Does that count? Does that work for that? Or is it...
I think it lasts a little bit. I'm not sure for how long.
It lasts for 15 seconds.
15 seconds, okay. So it should be long enough for a drop-off then.
That's kind of just extra value, man. That Matsuri's range really is helping then. At this point, kind of a slowdown in the game.
Messing
both
up in the
players
middle.
Moving around. Killjadi, though, is posturing on this sacred site. I imagine he'd like to claim it at some point, get the timer started, just to put some pressure on Eliona.
Spearmen at this point mostly just good against the cavalry, but the Yumi archers are already in and they can kite the spearmen for quite a long time. Eliona does have some cavalry on his own, but not quite as much as what Killjadi has out there at the moment.
He's getting his upgrades too. Does he have only the one daimyo estate, or does he have another one by chance? We know he's got the cavalry one because of the upgrades coming in.
It's only one. We only have one daimyo.
Okay.
Actually, we don't even have a single daimyo. No, there is one. There's one.
I'll say, wait, sure.
Yeah, there's one right there, the daimyo. Just doesn't show up on the UI.
I'm curious when and if Killjadi will go for the Oda estate as well and get the Yumi Ashigaru up to snuff. Right now, they're obviously not as strong as they could be, but he does have the extra health now for his horseman.
Getting some Yumi archers and some Ashigaru hand cannoneers in behind this now as well.
I like the addition of the hand cannoneers, actually. Kind of a fun addition to make sure that any heavy units don't get freebies on them. You don't need a ton, just a couple to kind of help mow stuff down. Out of Samurai. They're just kind of looking for somewhere to poke and prod. At this point, Eliona's kind of walled up. Both players have kind of mirrored-looking bases where they're kind of walling off the wings, not letting anything else in except through the front door.
Wololo coming in.
Making a front door, in they go. Oh! Almost turned at the wrong time.
That is not a fight that Yumis can take, but Eliona decides not to take the fight. Doesn't have any blacksmith upgrades. Neither does Killjadi, though. This could have been an engagement that he could have taken. Instead goes for the couple of hand cannoneers that are out there. Will be able to pick them off. Oh, there's some Shinobi.
Slow him down, boys.
Slow comes in.
You can see the effect really dramatically on cavalry units.
Yeah. Moving quite slowly. He's going to lose one of the knights.
Maybe a second and third one, too, at this rate.
Second one.
There's number 3 on the menu as well. Looks like it. One more, two more hits.
Going down. Yeah, he does have the... Killjadi has the upgrade on the movement speed.
Oh, he's got, like, no HP. There he goes.
Cavalry.
And more to boot with the bad pathing.
Oh, that is pretty bad. Meliona just lost the majority of his lancers. Has some spearmen and some crossbows. A lot of wood in his economy as well. Could be going for just mass farms now. But
I mean, we mentioned the hard
feel
part for
good for him at the
China
moment.
is that farm transition. He doesn't actually
no
have the
granaries.
granaries though. He's not.
yeah, no
in-
song.
He's still in Tang Dynasty. He's not in Song Dynasty. Honestly, if he could get a Barbican on the middle of the map, that would help actually. But he has no way to do that with Kiljari's
He cannot.
posturing on top.
Yeah. I want to say that there isn't really a way for him to
Not really, no.
have an in there.
He definitely has moved that wood into farms. It feels bad though. Just a regular
One more
fight. I
farm's
hate to
coming
see
up
it
there
from
on the other
China.
sides. It doesn't feel good. It definitely doesn't feel good. But he does have the... Like, he could at least supervise 2 of the farm clusters there with IOs. That would, like, make it at least a little bit better.
You just don't have that many IOs to spare
Getting
though, you
outposts in the
know?
middle
Like,
now.
that's why it's not
Yeah.
ideal.
I'd also need some Nest of Bees, some siege there up against the ranged army mass from Kiljari.
Yeah, those Yumiyashi got
This
to
many Yumi archers.
a little bit scary. I think
Yeah.
he still only has, I think Kiljari still only has 1 Daimyo estate. He's got 1 in the queue, it looks like. Palisade walls being repaired and held up by the villagers of Eliona, able to push cavalry back. Eco numbers are pretty dead even, 58 to 55. The military numbers and the positioning is where
very
Kiljari
even.
really
The
has an
income-
edge.
The income isn't quite as even. Kiljari has a pretty good,
Yeah.
relics, but not just that, just like the base gold, even without the relics, is very much in his favor. I always can't quite make up for that, but Eliona's food income is looking up and up with these couple of farm clusters now. The question is the military good enough? Right now, there's nothing that Eliona has up against the Yumi archers. He desperately needs, like,
Nest of
4
Bees.
Nest of Bees,
Yeah.
I want to say. Yeah.
We're getting the upgrade to the
Would help him out
Yumi
a
right
lot.
now. So the next estate has been built. We can see that upgrade coming in. Go through just, I mean, this is the nice thing. Is Kiljari has the positioning here, and he's got that tower. He's got the Shinobi now. That's why you build the tower. The Shinobi now can pop right up here and really swing the battle. And this is not a fight Eliona wants to take right now at all. Forced into it though.
There it is. Might's getting taken. Spearman trying to fight the time here.
They're
One
just gonna
daimyo does
swept
get taken
aside.
down. Second daimyo about to get taken down.
Shinobi
Third daimyo.
swinging this in favor dramatically, and the Yumi Ashigaru with the Tanegashima gunners behind. There's just no front line that can handle this.
Samurai still get taken down. Outposts here just not going to be enough. There's no front line at the moment. Eliona, he needs like mass horsemen up against this now. But his entire base is going to be under pressure behind this. I was supposed to trying to kite. Lances every now and then. Buys himself a little bit of time, but it's like 50 to 20 military. Kiljari, typically so aggressive, is not going for the finishing blow though.
He really could. I mean, he's got mounted samurai. What's stopping him? I mean, I guess there's 17 crossbows. That might be what's stopping him right now. But at this point, you can kind of systematically just kind of inch your way in. You've got the sacred site, the timer clicking 8 minutes, which isn't really a win condition yet. But at this position, he's got 55 to 25 military. And he's in a really good spot.
Yes, has the sacred side, of course. Second daimyo is in for him.
I'd like to see him put a couple more towers around it, though. I mean, not that he needs to make this his win condition, but if you're going to be here, wall in Rome, you know, one on top of the hill, might as well fortify it.
Seeing mass horsemen now coming in for Eliona, but there's still the difficulty with the mounted samurai. Granted, though, he was able to keep his crossbow mass alive, and there are some raids coming in. This is the important thing. You're hunkering down in the middle, but the sides might still get exposed. Kiljari, he's got some villagers out there on the berries. He's gonna have to evacuate them. Only
good thing he's
3
got those
villagers there,
walls.
though, so not the biggest raiding opportunity there. Ooh, but the mounted samurai on the way back.
Yeah, this is the thing. You expand too far, and then you get caught out. Nice pick up there.
gonna lose
Nice
2 of 'em.
reaction. through the 3 for no vills, maybe just a little idle time. Doesn't feel quite worth it when you're on the back foot. Here come the vills, looking to build a siege.
Coming in with the siege workshop in the middle, yeah.
I think from there they start just fortifying, get onto the gold, claim the resources that are there. It's worth it.
Those spearmen also in the army mix. Horsemen do get revealed. So Kiljari will know about this, but it's almost 30 Ashigaru
and the horsemen
now.
What are the horsemen going to do except fight the samurai? And those spearmen aren't going to be long for this world. There's a nice tower with a sprinkled emplacement.
Yeah,
I don't love it.
Like mass nest of bees now. There's just no other way around it.
Anganel on the queue here for Kiljardi. He's going to have an answer for the crossbows. Horsemen trying to get on, but there's just, I think there's just too much DPS here. And Shinobi
mounted samurai is just keeping them off. Yeah, just too much DPS that's coming in.
Yumi Ashigato, when buffed up with Sengoku Daimyo, are no laughing matter. And that's going to be it. King of the Hill goes to Kiljardi, but will he take the series? He's at least, up 2 games, so game point for him. Eliona on the back foot. Yeah.
On the back foot, indeed. 1 game between Kiljardi and a clean victory here. Eliona losing with 2 relatively strong civilizations, Shushi's Legacy and the Chinese, but honestly, I don't even think like they're that strong at the moment, at this point in the meta. I think most players have kind of figured out there are civilizations when you just have stronger knights that can like just deal with the Mass Lancer, like pro scout timing. Sure, like Shushi's Legacy and China, they've got very good economies. Actually, these are the wrong stats. These are stats from last game.
Yeah, this is not the same. Cow, blame cow! Exclamation point blame.
Exclamation point blame. There we go.
Thank you, cow. You can really see from the 15-minute mark on. You could really just see like
able to keep up with the Chinese economy with ease there.
Well, it's tricky because he didn't have Song Dynasty. He was on 1 TC. He had to make that farm transition without being on granaries. It's tough because you get the boost from the pro scouts, but on the flip side, Sengoku's got all the food carts. That kind of makes up for it in the short game. And then once you get into Castle Age, the composition was just better for Kiljardi, and that's just kind of the front and back of it.
There we go. Next draft is in. Next game's going to be on Dry Arabia, and we're going to be seeing Mongols versus Malians. And that is a matchup that, the Mongols, they don't mind that at all. Mud huts, very cheaply built, but every single one of them still would provide the bounty.
Yep, doesn't matter how expensive, it doesn't matter if it's a shack or if it's a castle, they give the same amount of gold either way. Mongols happy to take that. Of course, the mud huts go down a lot easier than the castles do, so Mongols happy to see that. It's a good matchup there. Kiljardi not wanting to go against the Ayyubids for, I think, pretty good reason. And likewise, Eliona with a tough choice. Do you want to go against Lancaster or Mongols? That's kind of almost feels like a lose-lose, but it's not opting to face the Mongols instead of House Lancaster.
Indeed. All right. So 2 minutes between us and the potential match point here of this series. Kiljardi up 2 points at the moment up against Eliona. Malians are very, very strong civilization in the current meta. However, up against the Mongols can be kind of tough. I think this is going to very much come down to the spawn here that Eliona is going to get. I feel like the meta's kind of been figured out when it comes to how to defend against the early aggression from the Mongols, right? Like you put up an outpost next to the pit mine, exactly, and you want to put it up in a way though that your opponent can't just like make their own outpost and block out the gathering that way as well. So you have to be kind of smart with where you actually want to place that outpost. Might need to put it outside of your own TC range, then just put up a mill next to it so you're able to gather up from a sheep next to it. It's still gonna be like probably very, very messy game. I want to say like in the early part of it.
Yeah, I'm actually really high on Malians as a civ just in general. I think it's one of the better civs in the game. I've seen it constantly like against like civs like Zushi and China. I constantly feel like Malians comes out on top. This is again kind of like kind of like an Achilles heel matchup a little bit. Not that it's like super duper duper favored for Mongols, but like it's still kind of a coin flip as to who's going to win this game. And a lot of it, like you mentioned, comes down to the spawn for Malians, but it's definitely not as straightforward as, say, Malians into Zushi, Malians into China, Malians into some of these other civs. Mongols and their aggression. I think you're right. The tower on the pit mine's kind of the way to go. Depends on the spawn as we dive into match point for Kiljardi. We'll see if Eliona can pull a win out of this one and keep this series going.
All right, and we're jumping right on in now. Game number 3. Pit mines are coming up at the front side here. Actually, no, that's the back side for Eliona, so he's getting a pretty good spawn in there.
That's nice for the first pit mine. Put a tower on that left side if he wants to. He's kind of got a gap between those houses. Come on, taking a look. Bet we'll see that bird pop out here in a second.
Tells him everything he needs to know. But the gold is in the back. Ready to drop that barracks either way, though.
Sure enough, barracks does drop down. We'll see some spears here in just a second.
So just going around the base at the moment. Still wants to find a couple more sheep there.
Those brown sheep do a really good job of hiding in those stealth forests. It's hard to see.
Yeah, like brown and brown. It's
hard to notice. I feel like they added the colored sheep to help it be easier to see some of the sheep in the snow, and I feel like the reverse now is true too with the brown sheep in the stealth forests.
Yeah, you can't win with sheep, man.
I always win with sheep. I don't know what you're talking about. I get what you mean, though. Especially on this map.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia, notoriously difficult for me to find sheep on. That outpost, it's a little conservative with that. I feel like he might have been better off putting it on the left side.
I would have loved to see it on the other side. Yeah, exactly. That's where I personally would have put it, just because it also means that Kiljardi can't just come in and get his own outpost up there and deny the gold at the end of the day. And Kiljardi is going for an outpost rush. Yeah.
Yeah, where that outpost is, I would have put like the mining camp and put the I would have considered a mining camp eventually, or I would have put that where that farthest left house is, right there on the southwest.
Exactly.
That would have been the spot.
I agree. Yeah. That would have for sure been the better spot to put it, because now Kiljardi, he is sending the villager out. You can always tell from observing if a Mongol player is going for an outpost rush or not. 2 villagers on wood means they're just going to be making spearmen, and 3 villagers on wood means they are planning to send a villager for an outpost rush.
Which, if you at home are scouting against Mongols and you see that, you can conclude the same thing. A good sheep haul here, though, from Eliona. The first cow coming out already.
And we're seeing a double produced second batch of the spearmen. Spearmen are also going to see where that outpost is. The outpost at the moment is placed not in a too threatening way.
Yeah, it'd be better if it could be moved.
You know,
up,
if you
like
want to be really
disgusting.
Stone. Yeah, if you want to be really disgusting, you put the outpost right next to the berries, and then you wait for the Malians to produce a single cow, and then you just snipe the cow with the outpost arrows.
Would that do enough damage to the cow?
Yes.
Oh man, that would be disgusting. That'd be vile. You should do it. That'd be great. Oh goodness. A lot of wood being gathered, of course. Got the Mantiquari coming up. Deer stones, of course, no surprise there from Kiljardi. You know, we haven't seen silver. The silver tree
good follow-up timing from
died, huh?
I mean, at the end of the day, what is the silver tree? It's a glorified market.
Glorified market, yeah. It's just not enough.
Yeah.
I mean, if the opponent lets you get away with it, it's plenty, but...
Yeah. I mean, you can just make your own market afterwards, right? Like, you pay a little bit more for the traders, but... Honestly, it's just so worthwhile having that additional bit of movement speed on the villagers as well, because it's basically like an additional tier of wheelbarrow. Getting villagers to almost 1.5 tiles of second per movement, of movement speed. It is an absurd amount of value that you gain from that, to the point where your villagers with formation shuffling, they can easily outrun horsemen or just any type of infantry if it comes for a raid, and yeah, it just allows you to react to raids much more dynamically. If you see, like, typically when you see, okay, my opponent's coming in with a lot of military, he's going to just dive the outpost. Mongols are able to just run away in time, even if they react a little bit late.
Yeah, it's definitely, and to be honest with you, I don't miss the Silver Tree days. I always thought it was always annoying to have to worry about it. I'm glad that we don't live in a trade meta currently. Maybe some people tire of the cavalry aggressive meta, but I find it a little more engaging at least. As we see some spears, playing some cat and mouse here on the pit mine.
I mean, the house is now less than half HP. Eventually, the arrows are going to put it on fire.
It wouldn't take a lot to repair it, but like we were saying before, the mud houses go down pretty easily. They all pay the same.
Oh, actually sees the villager out on the second pit mine. Might pull some spearmen over there, but there is already an archery range coming up for Eliona. Mud hut has been put on fire, so did manage to get the resources in. Hasn't pulled the spearmen out yet in order to deal with the pit mine. He just saw it coming in.
He could easily tower this on as well.
Yeah, spearmen not running towards those. Yeah. No.
It's a bit of an unfortunate spawn.
On a delay. Another running back inside the outpost.
Kind of an unfortunate spawn for Eliona. That second gold just really right smack dab in the middle. And looking around, there really is no
mad though
gold.
with that first gold all the way in the back.
Fair.
He's got another gold like all the way to the right hand side. It's not bad gold spawns.
Not terrible. That's true.
Can't blame the spawn here for him for sure.
No. But there's that human nature where you're still going to complain about it. You're still gonna be like, man, that one's really far ahead. But yeah, when you got one right in the back.
He's using the Manzacori at the moment for stone, which is actually getting some placements in that way. Or at least he did use it for a little bit. Actually, did he?
Yep, he did.
Can we check his stone outcropping? Whether it was the Manzacori or whether it was... Yeah, okay,
No,
it was Manzacori. Okay.
Yeah. It's a nice use, too. It's something a lot of players can forget about that can toggle back and forth. That's a good use of it. Another cow pops out. You can hear him mooing. Pretty sure Elion is still just eating them. Oh, no, he's actually planning out the cow boom. It has begun.
Yep. Definitely something that you need to do. Just getting those first 3 initial cattle in, it sets your economy up. Like, even if you don't go for the fast castle boom type play, just having those 3 cattle in provides you with a lot of passive economy. Very important.
Yeah. Second cow now is out as well, so he is going to start pumping those through. And like you said, getting the first 3, there's number 3 right there. Very important. Well, in the cow boom, again, it's kind of like you're on a timer against Malians, right? You're on a timer. The cow boom, as it ramps up, you've got to get enough damage and slow it down enough. Otherwise, once it gets fully realized, it's like a Death Star of sorts. Once it gets fully operational, you're kind of just hosed. You got to find a way to destroy it. He's already trying to take his pit mine down.
Almost getting 7 fire. Yeah. Spearmen are there to defend now, though, but just 2 spearmen up against 4 Keshiks, potentially. Kaljadi not taking the fight yet, though.
He's been methodical this far. A blacksmith coming up. Another cow. You can just hear it just churning in the background. And time is all that Eliona can hope for right now. He just wants time. Let the cow boom get going. The more time he has, the better situation he'll be in. He's already massing up, being methodical, and needs to make sure he gets something done eventually. This forward pit mine really is just kind of a sitting duck. He could go and press that right now. His military is kind of hanging back, though. Second house about to catch fire.
A little bit of idle time there on the villagers. Kiljadi just ran out of sheep inside of his base. He's going to need to transition over to the berries or the deer. Has he noticed yet? Yeah, he does. Okay, he is going to be going over to the second deer spot. Both deer spots in the back of his base. Can't really ask for a better deer spawn there if you're Kiljadi. And the cold also in the back.
Doesn't get much better than that. Both these players getting some pretty favorable spawns for themselves here. Yeah, Killshard is really sitting back with his military. I really kind of would like to see him pushing the issue a little bit. Like, you're just kind of wasting time with idle military. Every second you give...
Looks like Eliona wants to take down the outpost now. Yeah, it's only 2 units inside of the outpost, so not a lot of arrow fire coming in.
Yeah,
so that he might be forfeiting the pit mine on, in the front of his base.
I think you take that trade if you're Kiljardi. That's reasonable.
Yeah. Fialiona as well, probably just because you want to start gathering up gold actively.
Yeah.
And it's just the pit mine, and he's got enough gold to just replace it, so it's gonna be fine for Leona. I think, yeah, he's also happy with that trade. Kiljardi probably not as happy. I think the outpost, he would have probably loved to have it still up there, as it also provides him with the Yamora, but he is just putting the Deer Stones in the front now as well, so we'll still be getting that active Yamora on his units, and will also block out a house spot from the pit mine.
It's a kind of a fun interaction right there. So yeah, you want some real estate? No. This is not zoned for housing. This is zoned for memorials and landmarks.
Could have placed it even more annoyingly for that.
You really could have, yeah. Pretty good
Even if
sized
it gets
mass
destroyed,
from...
it's gonna block the outpost.
Yeah, I would stay right there and block it. The frustrating thing with Maulians is that you destroy a pit mine and it's just like, oh, there it is again. It's already almost back. Just in time. Got it up at the perfect time, and all that health sitting right there again.
Oh, Keshik getting sniped out. Archers and javelin throwers fighting off against the archers. So far also frontline. There's more Sofas coming in. Pretty good army count at the moment from Eliona. Up against what Kiljardi has. And Kiljardi's just taking the fight up against a mass of Donzos there. Shouldn't be working out too well. Indeed, it does not work out too well for him. He has to fall back now. Lost all of the Keshiks to the front side. Eliona looking in control now. He's got 6 cattle in. He's got a good amount of passive economy behind this. Already at 900 food per minute. Kiljardi at half that.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where it felt like Kiljardi was treating the Deer Stones like a Kurlatai, and it just isn't. Like, it's good, but it's not a Kurlatai. You can't. It won't enable you to stand and fight some of those bad fights like that and then take a win. Instead, he loses his cavalry and now is back to the drawing board. And again, Maulians just want time. The more time, the better. And you can see the cow is starting to flood. He's got 6 in the pen. He's eating the other cows, so he is kind of backed up. He does have some berries in the back he could go to if he really wanted. But Eliona just keeping the military presence alive, letting the resources just kind of churn and slowly adding the cattle in. A tri-comp from Eliona. He's added some javelin throwers as well, which will do really good into the archers of Kiljardi. You got that. You get the archers. You got some cavalry. Not to mention the spearmen, the Donzos for Eliona. His composition looks really good, and it's making things really difficult for Kiljardi because how do you outdo that composition? Like, it's hard to as Mongols, especially when you're down to numbers.
Yeah, do need Keshiks, do need some spearmen in as well. It's always nice when you have spearmen up against the Malians, just because, like javelin throwers, they do take a good while to take them down as well. And they do work well up against the Sofas as well at the front line. Johnny's not adding many more of them, but just having a couple in does help. But ooh, villagers here on the deer need to be very careful. Good movement is going to keep them alive.
A nice wrapping round.
There's more deer. Some spearmen here already ready to defend the... Yeah.
He's wrapping around the back of the base at the same time. Both opponents doing the same thing to each other, wrapping around the base. The question is, does Eliona understand and know? He's going to know in a second here that there are Keshik in the back of his base right now. In they come, right on top of the houses too. Good raid.
Yeah. I think he lost one on the house as well. Yeah, 2 villagers going to go down there. So decent pick-off, but it doesn't matter when you kill, like, Malian villagers. You can kill, like, 10 to 15, and they might still be alive in the game.
That's kind of the sweet spot now. Once you get beyond 15 vills killed, at this point in the game, it starts really mattering for Malians. But, yeah, like, you kill 8 or 7, like, it's kind of a rounding error with the cow boom. Back onto the pit mine again. I'm gonna get some houses and some gold for it. Not to mention the free healing for the Keshiks.
Anyone's getting ready to respond to this. Equal army mass. Almost even army value as well. Pretty much neck and neck there. But when it's even, I feel like it's probably more beneficial for the Malians. It's just 8 javelin throwers, but they're enough to one-shot the archers, and 8 archers are not going to be enough to one-shot a javelin thrower. Much as for sure. Not at all.
And again, Deer Stones is not a Kurlatai, so there's not a huge advantage here for Kiljardi by fighting right in this spot. A little back and forth. They're kind of posturing. Both, you can kind of see the gears working in both these players' heads. They're both kind of debating, can they take this fight? Right now, it's Eliona who blinks and backs off for the time being, giving Killjardy some time to get the pit mine. That's going to force the hand for Eliona to come in and take the fight. He doesn't. You can tell he doesn't really want to. He just wants to push him back. Both players kind of easing themselves into this. Posturing continues, and in comes the dive. They decide to fight.
Throws focusing on the archers. Fight's getting taken in the front line. Javelin throws. Just continuously picking off. Sofa's taking the fight up against the Kashyyyks. 18 Kashyyyks has the army lead in that regard. Archers actively firing off against the Donzos. But is this going to be a fight that's good for Killjardy or not? Eco value, rather the army value is still neck and neck, but it's starting to look better and better for Eliona behind this, and he's going to be able to take the victory in that fight. And the question is, can Killjardy remass this? He does not have the passive economy that Eliona does.
You nailed it with the javelin throwers. That was the difference in the game right there. Being able to one-shot the archers, really just decimating, and more than decimating, just completely destroying the back line of Killjardy. And once they went down, the front line's kind of evening out. It just collapses. Really good fight for Eliona.
Coming from Killjardy is still not looking that bad. Has 10 Kashyyyks still out on the field. Needs to completely remass the archers though. Aristote's coming in as well. And Killjardy does anticipate the move out onto his boar play at the moment. That's a lot of very low health Kashyyyks though, going down immediately. Some low HP Sofas though, but most of them are going to be able to make it out alive. Khan is focusing down one of them. Deerstone slowly but surely is getting focused down.
Killjardy's about to click up the castle age, and there it is. Step readout.
Yeah.
Not even going for the Kurlitai.
Question is the timing, if it's going to be good enough here for him with that step readout. Doesn't have a standing army. Eliona has twice the army count. And, I mean, the cattle, he's going to age up in just a little bit as well. He did, unfortunately, eat a little bit too close at home, so is going to, for second place, the Farimba cancels that, yeah.
Does that count for the? Does that count actually if it doesn't cross the middle point of the final pasture down there in that right corner?
Does not.
Does not.
He's gonna need to maybe replace it a little bit.
Regardless, though, I don't think this is looking great for our guy Killjardy with the Mongols. Amalians with the cow boom and Sofa. Once they get imported armor, especially, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with, and he's already winning fights here in feudal.
Upgrade on the Kashyyyks is going to be coming in behind this, but for the time being, Killjardy's hurting here. Only 3 villager kills is just not enough, and here we can see the Deerstones in its position, just blocking out a lot of the housing spots there.
The ugliest pit mine you'll ever see. Ugliest pit mine you'll ever see right there as Castle Age clicks up. Man. Step readout in a pretty good spot there with the gold churning for Killjardy, but isn't going to be
still
enough.
dropping off on the door. Yeah. Now Sofa about to get upgraded to veterancy as well. Kashyyyks have been upgraded. And actually, Killjardy grabbing in the special Kashyyyk upgrade there as well. Unique Kashyyyk upgrade. Gets a little bit more attack speed in and also increases the healing received on the Kashyyyks for every single hit. Interrupts a little bit here on the pit mine. Spearman trying to torch that one down, or at least get it to burn. Massive army though from Eliona. Killjardy using that time though, and he is going to find a raid, I think, on the back wood line there. But
there's a lot of exposed
hello,
and no one there to do a quick wall.
Early arrow fire from the Khan.
And he trap a couple here on the wood line. They're kind of squeezing through.
Trying.
He might get a couple here. Looks like it.
On blank charge.
We were saying though that he needs to get like 15 to 20 down to really make a huge dent. 10 go down now. He needs to do a little more damage to really make it sting.
Eliona is just pushing forward.
10 vill kills won't be enough to slow down Eliona, but if he can get some more, 11 now.
It's a base trade at this point though.
Yeah, and that's the problem, is you can't afford to trade the bases. You need to be the one just taking.
Oh, but that is actually pretty big. That is pretty big on the villager kill department.
17, starting to get close. 19, 20. You've lost 5 of your own. You can get a couple more vill kills. Like we said, kind of a full base trade now. Things getting kind of frantic on both sides of the map. Vill's just dying in front of their town center.
No potted armor in yet. No +2 pierce armor. So the Sofas actually will still take a lot of damage here.
20 to 10 Vil kills.
Javelin throwers won't though.
Kind of still feeling like it's in the middle. A good hit here from Kiljardi, but he still has stuff in his base. Doesn't feel. I don't know if it's gonna be enough against the cow boom still. Getting some more.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's enough.
It's a step in the right direction if only you weren't trading your base to do it. 25. I mean, again, like on its own, 25 would be enough.
Falling back. Yeah.
Ashik's taking a good fight here, dealing some good job against the sofa. Meanwhile, back at home for Kiljardi, looks like things have cleaned up since. 25 to 11. Again, like you're up 15-ish Vils. That's kind of the demarcation line of worth it or not.
It's still the cow economy.
Yeah, the cow economy kind of overcomes 15 Vils, I think. I think you really need to get into the 20, 25 range at this point.
Probably even more than that. Mainly because the free income is on food, and food typically needs an investment long term in the pasture department. So I have to count that on as well.
Sofas should be able to clean this up easily.
Engagement.
Ooh, nice micro there from Eliona, pulling the weak one away. Getting some extra value there.
Raid again coming in. Crossbows in position this time around though. Jody needs gold right now, has a stepper out to make up for it, but needs to get another drop-off in. Springle placement will also help him out. Still in the boar.
I feel like the cow booms are going to carry here still. I don't think that there's just not enough damage. It's been pretty scrappy on both sides now.
800 food per minute at the moment without any villagers on food.
Yeah. For reference, look at Kiljardi's. He's at 1,000, but he's got 31 of those. In fact, it's dipping by the second, too.
Ooh, looks like the foreplay has been found out. That's one weak Keshik, but he's trying, man. He actually got a kill in.
Yeah, he got a kill.
And he's distracting two of the sofas, yeah.
Good job, Keshik. You died for something, at least. This is the tricky thing with Maulians, is you reach this point in the game where you feel like you've been duking it back and forth like a heavyweight. And then Maulians just like juicing behind all this. I mean, like you just cannot like keep up. Like they are just going to outpace you no matter what you do.
Yeah.
And the imported armor sofa are just so strong. And they don't really hold 1-to-1 against Keshiks anymore.
And almost a Fadi warriors coming in for Eliona. They're going to deal well with the Keshiks, and if you get a big mass of them, can be fine against crossbows as well, because they move a lot faster than normal spearmen, for example, so they can actually get a surround in on them.
Yeah, look, these Keshiks they don't hold a candle to imported armor against sofa. They just not in these numbers.
Yeah. I get the bounty in though.
Main
army from Eliona is waiting at that. Oh, able to
I don't know if Cow's got the economy counter ready to go behind this, but I'd love to see that compared with the cow boom and to see that. Yeah, there we go. That kind of tells the story right there. Some good damage has been done. You can see the raids were close to being good enough, but you can see that dotted yellow line kind of estimating what the cow boom adds, leaving Eliona still ahead of the fight here. And militarily, mostly even on numbers. Looks like the army value is in favor, though, of the Maulians.
Yeah, Crossbow's getting sniped over here. Fight happening in the base. Keshik's trying. There's double springled in placement. Gonna be enough to force Eliona back for the time being, but the fight was still not good for him. It's a lot of things on the right-hand side as well.
It's kind of crazy that even when we were saying at the beginning of this game that Mongols could actually maybe do something to Maulians here, that even still, it kind of ends up in the same place as every other civ that plays against Maulians. The cow boom just starts.
This one was just really good with the back gold, right?
Yeah, that's true.
There wasn't too much damage to be done there. And currently, like, eco-efficiency, Eliona's 15% behind Kiljardi, but he's got 12,000 more resources collected.
Yeah. Well, and I said that too at the beginning, that the spawn can really affect things here, and Eliona got a decent spawn, and you can see that he's leveraged it really well on top of that. And now look at the number of sofa. This is starting to look like a very scary
big
mass.
Number, 23. Kiljardi, he's trying to... No, okay, he's got a remake unit. It's like he was... For a second, it looked like he was trying to go to Imp with how many resources he's been floating there, but that's just not going to be an option there for him.
That'd be so risky.
Imperial Age would be nice, but it's more of a dream than something that he can really achieve in this one. Or at least anytime soon.
He would need to be winning a lot more fights than this.
Yeah.
Well, if things keep on their current trajectory, we're going to be going to a game number 4. It looks like Eliona should, at this point, it's his game to lose. With 68 units to 29, it's looking very favorable.
You're getting defensive Wololo in potentially. I just heard Rally getting picked up. Nothing moving forward. Actually, there it is. Rally getting picked up. Wololo coming in. Falling back for a second. Outpost repair coming in at the same time. Small little raid from Kiljadi. Probably not going to be enough, though.
Feels like game.
Picking up some reinforcements. Soldiers, where are they getting sent to the death? A good hiding spot out there. Ace from Kiljadi just completely getting swamped right now. So much idle time on the villagers.
Half your economy's
These outposts will be getting taken down now.
Half your economy's hiding, the half is abroad. Not looking great. And more dead. And now it's... I mean, Eliona has more Vil kills now than Kiljadi, which, if you're Mongols, that's never what you want to see.
Yeah, not at all. With the food income now completely plummeting, GG is going to come in. Eliona gets a point on the scoreboard and keeps himself alive in this set.
Got ourselves a series on our hands here. There's a chance. The reverse sweep is available. You know, you never know when you're going to get one of those, but it starts with game number 3 for the reverse sweep. Eliona takes it. He just needs 2 more to win. Kiljadi, of course, still in the match point. Just needs 1 more to move on. But this one's looking a little closer. We'll see what the matchup coming up next will be.
Yeah, setting himself up for the potential of the reverse sweep. Yeah, it still takes a lot more than that first game. It's a rocky road back up there.
It starts there. It starts there. You can't have it without the first game winning in game number 3 for the reverse sweep. But coming up next, it's going to be your favorite Macedonians versus Delhi game. Everyone just loves that matchup, right? Everyone knows exactly the intricacies of those two civs, right?
It's an interesting one. Yeah.
This is again an interesting one on front range too.
Yeah. The main issue here is that one civilization, like both civilizations, can have stronger than normal horsemen. The difference is that one has healing, the other doesn't.
Oh, look at those jabs. Look at that way he did this. Sorry, I know I'm going to interrupt you, but look at the jabs. Because instead of having jabs focus down one, he actually split them into 2 groups here.
Split them into 2
attacking
groups,
different units. That's such good efficiency given the tendency
avoiding the
overkill. Really good micro from Eliona there. Sorry, I didn't notice that live, but looking at the replay, really well played.
Here we have the great village raid from Kiljadi, almost getting himself back into this game, honestly, in a position where it was kind of destined to fail, but in the end, it's just too many units that kind of just started swarming out there from Eliona, and this is just the strength of the Malians, right? Like in the mid game, once you got the cattle economy in and everything's going your plan, there's just very few things that can keep you from reaching that victory here. And yeah, I mean, with the relics as well being contested and Kiljadi only getting 1 in, no way to get to that fast Imperial Age, or rather that Imperial Age transition in.
Yeah.
This was a just very well played game from Eliona, the way that he executed that one. Next up, front range, Macedonians up against Delhi. I'm wondering what the main plan is going to be here. Wait, I mean, Gazi Raiders do bonus damage to
against Varangian guards, against heavy units. So that's a kind of a fun interaction.
You can't
bonus
trickle
damage, but is it enough? Is it enough? You can't trickle. But a head-on fight, I think the Varangians still win 1-1. But there is that kind of interaction of like, if they can caps one on the way, hit the reinforcements.
6 armor versus a total of 14 damage. Actually, 6 with blacksmith upgrades. With blacksmith upgrades, it's 15 damage. So 15 damage, 6 armor. So you do like 9 damage. That's like normal horseman damage. It's not bad, yeah. The Gazi Raiders, with healing and everything, yeah.
Yeah, if you can get behind, if you can get the stragglers in small numbers, you could do some serious damage to that. It's a fun interaction. We'll have to keep an eye on to see if I expect we'll see some kind of interaction like that here on front range. Again, front range.
The thing is, you're gonna go Hippodrome. Yeah, the thing is, you're still gonna go Hippodrome, so you get the Hippodrome champion that increases the damage on your own horseman. So your horsemen go from 9 to 11 damage. Then you could also get like an additional blacksmith upgrade there, or just any blacksmith upgrade. That's like a great thing about the Macedonians. Like you make your horsemen really strong as well. They're getting special as well, plus 5% health with the defensive upgrade. That's probably going to be the first one you're going to be getting in anyways. So you offset the damage there as well, and suddenly the horsemen do work quite competitively. Once again, with healing in Feudal Age, you need to take decisive trades, decisive engagements. You cannot leave units alive, else they're just going to get healed back up to full. They're going to get the full health back up again. But when an eventual Castle Age transition comes in, Macedonian Rudari actually beat out elephants as well, so that's kind of scary. But we're jumping in now. Game number 4. Between Kiljadi here and the color red playing as the Macedonian dynasty. His opponent is none other than Eliona playing as the Delhi here on front range in the color yellow. Kiljadi opening us up here immediately on the deer. Already has the wall camp up now as well.
Off to the races here. It's
Two
Macedonians
sacred
as a civ. I'm
far
still.
away.
I feel like I'm still wrapping my mind around Macedonians as a civ and what all they can do, like in all the intricacies. Like I feel like for Sengoku, I've seen it played enough. I've got a really good kind of feel for what they can and can't do. Macedonians are interesting. I still don't feel like I have a real good pulse on the silver economy that they have. It just works so differently because it's in many ways it's so similar to what Byzantines do with the olive oil, but the silver it works with very different tempo than what I'm used to seeing in the olive oil. It's something I think myself and probably I would assume a number of other players and watchers out there are still kind of wrapping their minds on, is Macedonians a good civ? Is it not? Where does it really rank? And I'm sure, I know the pros all have their opinions already kind of laid out, and I'm sure there's plenty of tier list YouTube videos you can go watch, but for me, myself, personally, I'm watching these EGC games. I'm still kind of, the jury's out for me as to what I think of this civ.
They've got some, I think Macedonians overall, they're very, very matchup dependent on how they play. There are some matchups where we've seen, of course, the ranging guards just being absolutely broken when you mass them up. And there are some where you just straight up cannot go for them, where it's just like not possible.
I think that's probably, I think you nailed it. That's kind of why it's hard for me to gauge, is they are very matchup dependent. So it is like there are some civ in this game that are good against 90% of the matchups out there. Then there's some civs that are really, really strong in some and not as so much on others. And I think you're right. Macedonian seems to kind of fit that archetype.
They kind of fall apart when they don't get access to the gold early on. Like if you're able to kind of like cheese out the gold, like if they don't get any upgrades on their units, they fall apart because their economy is not good. It's similar to Byzantines without olive oil. They just suddenly don't look strong anymore. You don't have olive oil, you don't have cisterns. Suddenly Byzantine becomes a default generic civilization without any strengths.
No surprise here from the landmark choices of either of these players. Dome of the Faith, very much in the meta. Imperial Hippodrome, very much the meta from Macedonians. You know, I feel like I comment this every time Delhi gets played and Dome of the Faith pops up, but for the longest time we had the Tower of Defeat, was what everyone called the Tower of Victory. And then there was like that brief glimmering golden age where it was actually really good and in the meta. And now once again, it's gone back to Dome of Faith again.
I mean, it's just one of those landmarks that provides you with an incredible amount of value, right? Like you're saving, what is it like at the moment, 55 resources for every single scholar that you make. And you make 2 scholars a minute, so it's 110 resource per minute that you save on resources. How many times on average are you getting like a 100 resource meditation garden? And that's kind of like not every game. So being able to get that consistently, it's just so much value in that landmark that the amount of gold that you save up as you do want to consistently be making scholars from it, it pays for itself over and over and over again. And then the healing on top of everything else, it's very good. Very good. There's a reason why it's the strongest landmark for Delhi by far.
Yeah. It's fun to see for me. Like, I really am fascinated to see how the meta shifts and how certain landmark choices and the opportunity cost of what to go for when shifts over the months and years. First, Ghazi Raider. Oh, excuse me. That's not a Ghazi Raider at all. That is a Macedonian horseman running out on the field.
Hey, Ghazi.
Yeah.
No Ghazi Raider out yet from Eliona. Stable only just now has been put up, so was a little bit late on that. Scholar moving out to jump inside. Efficient production already in. Scholar's actually just, I mean, you know,
filling out the
healing.
villagers. It's kind of a smart play. Buy some time for that first Ghazi Raider to come out. They can out heal the damage from this. Only a scout and a horseman, not 2 horsemen.
The drum scout also coming in. Now we're going to be getting the first Ghazi Raider, and suddenly this is not something that Kinjali can pressure any longer. Needs to fall back now.
Good use of the
Has
Scholar
played
there
quickly.
to out heal that.
Yeah, has enough silver now in order to get the first damage upgrade in, so the arsenal will be put up now by Kiljadi. Brodek's also coming in.
I've seen varying opinions as to whether or not you should pop a Scholar into the stable right away, because you often don't have enough food this early in the game to just mass produce Ghazi. So you don't always get the benefit.
It still
of
makes
it.
a difference.
It does.
It still
it
makes
does.
a difference on when they come out. Like it's a timing thing, right? Like getting them out in 20 seconds, getting them out in 10 seconds. It's still a pretty big difference.
There is some
Even if you
debate
don't,
to be had
like,
though
have
as
full
to
uptime.
can you use it somewhere. Yeah, it's not 100% efficient though. Given that you're having a hard time, at least in
It
the
doesn't
first
need
minutes.
to be. Even at 50% efficiency, it would be worth it.
You think? Okay. I mean, I'll take that.
It's all about unit
I know
mass
that
with
there's
Delhi.
there's some debate as to whether you should leave them in there and
You
get
should.
the faster upgrade
No debate,
times,
you
but
should.
to
Yeah.
get them into the faster Ghazi, especially with this composition when it
Yeah.
is really important to get those Ghazis out.
It's being able to have map control in a unit that you can heal up over and over and
Yeah.
over again. Highest damage horseman in the game with a little bit of additional health as well. Not at a much higher cost. Like, what do they cost? More like 20 resources. It's
champion
so
has
worth it.
arrived.
It's so worth it.
I didn't realize that Macedonians had that little "your champion has arrived." That's a very.
Yeah, second
I don't know why I
Macedonian
find that
champion
kind of.
is gonna be buffing up the horseman now with +2 damage. We're also seeing the blacksmith upgrades coming in for Kiljadi. So we're getting some additional health and armor on them. First couple of Atgematha coming in as well.
I can't help but feel like Delhi is a slightly strange choice on this map still. Just given the sacred sites and the placement of them.
The sacred
kind of
sites
what
are
Civ wants
off,
to
but
do.
there's additional berries on the map.
This is true.
And
is
like
true.
food out on the map in general, like this is a situation where Delhi can like make full use of its feudal age force. That's not that bad for them. And Kiljadi is playing this well though. He is keeping up with the horseman count, but we mentioned it, like you need decisive engagement, so he tries to get the wrap around the Ghazi with every single engagement. He is kind of struggling to find those engagements, though. Might be able to potentially take a Ghazi here. It's
It's a
grouped
little
with the
weak.
scout, so it's not moving as
Scholar's
quickly
out.
as it should. Oh, that was so close.
Nice.
He'll come in now. They're healing everything up again.
Well, that's just getting a free
Everything's
Ghazi Raider
getting healed
back,
up.
you know? It's when you think about the math in this game, that's just free resources
value.
that in a very quick, short amount of time, too, with those scholars. I mean, look at that. Whole army back to full. You just got a bunch of free units. I mean, that's so much value when you think about it in terms of resources gained right there.
One Ghazi down, though. Gets sniped out there by the TC. Looks like Aliona is going to get that sacred side in at the top side.
It's kind of
Single
a fun
unit
thing
trying
about
to get
this.
there in time. Actually,
It's one
second
of those-
unit, where'd that one come from? Decap. Rather
Take a look
stops
at
the
that sacred
capture.
site.
Oh wait, it got captured. So
Yep,
even
we
with the
had some Ghazis
decapture, it's
there.
still going to be a lot of passive gold.
It'd be hard to hold on to that if Kiljardi is hell bent on taking it, but extra gold for Delhi is always a good thing to have. Right now he's got 3 on gold. He would ideally love to be able to pull off a little bit if he can eventually, or he could just keep banking the 3 on gold and eventually get up to Castle Age. His food income's looking pretty healthy at the moment as well. He will need to start moving out. Looks like he has moved out a little bit on the berries to the south because we have small engagement here. Some weak horsemen there for Kiljardi as the Macedonians. And they don't have a way to heal up in Feudal Age, as far as I know. Actually, kind of good for Eliona to get this Scholar back home, too. I wasn't sure if he would keep it
Yeah, it
alive,
gets
but
nice
keeping that
raid,
alive
though.
is pretty good value. And yeah, +1 Vil.
Ultra off, loses a Ghazi though.
That's
A
worth
couple
it.
of archers now being made as well. Aliona's trying to go for an age up behind this. He's got 8 villagers in gold. He's trying to go for the castle age. Biljati's kind of fine with just sticking this one out in the feudal age. He's upgrading his spearman now as well. And he
Pretty
hasn't
sure-
let Eliona get any of the sacred sites, so he probably isn't expecting this to come in.
I actually like this play from Eliona. I really do. I think he needs to get a little bit more food, but I do like the play. He's getting pro scouts in right now. Is finally going to click up, so he could grab some of that, maybe that deer in the bottom corner, give himself some food for the interim here as he gets into castle age. He's going to be well set and situated up for the next age, and the timing is working out really nicely. I don't know if Kiljardi is going to have a great answer for this. And he's got his feudal mass here, but Eliona also has a reasonable feudal mass, so he's not like terrified of going up in age and not having something to defend with.
Biljati's getting mass of the strongholds in now. He's still not expecting this age up to come in. House of Learning now getting rushed up by 13 villagers. There's already 10 scholars out from Eliona at the moment. He doesn't need to rush out to get the relics. He can just take his time, get the castle age upgrades in. He's also having pro scouts already out on the map. Now seeing some spearmen coming in from him.
House of Learning
Behind
has
this,
been the
Biljati is
go-to.
prepping the Varangians.
If you're going with House of Learning, what are you prioritizing when you get up? Are you going for Honed Blades, you think?
Honed Blades.
Yeah, even against the Ghazi? Okay. I guess you're not going against Ghazi. You have the Ghazi. I keep mixing these two up for some reason. I don't know why I keep doing that, but yeah, Honed Blades would be the idea. And with 5 scholars, that should come in pretty quickly. A good little raid, though, coming from Kiljardi. Horseman getting onto the Vills. Kind of a slow reaction.
Another
Drops
raid.
one. It's going to force Kiljardi back into the base. Age up is complete, so Eliona now getting those upgrades picked up, and that means Kiljardi now wants to pressure right here, right now. He knows he's on the clock a bit. Looking for a place to push. He's got actually a smaller military mass than Eliona has. I guess we're probably counting the scholars in that military count, so maybe he does have a bit of a bigger military mass. Those scouts
I
trying
see
to
some
get their
knights
job
coming
done.
in as well. Home Blades is on its way, but we don't have any men-at-arms yet. Lances do get the Kill Legion as well, but that's about it. Defensive Wololo coming in to defend. Villager count neck and neck at the moment between the two.
There's a couple
Some
more
crossbows
villagers.
in the mix as well.
This is the danger spot for Eliona. Is you're vulnerable when you go to castle like this,
That's
even
so
with
many
some
units.
military. Yeah, there's just a lot of units from Kiljardi coming in.
Leona does have the potential to just mass heal up inside of his base, though, if he pulls the scholars for the fights. Hasn't done so yet. He's bringing one of the relics back behind this.
Yeah, he really wants to get those upgrades.
Five
He really
villagers.
wants home blades to get going, but he doesn't have any men-at-arms yet either. He's got quite the eclectic military. He's got a little bit of everything: some archers, spears, crossbow, Ghazis, some knights. There's not much. The only thing he doesn't have actually is men-at-arms.
Yeah, he doesn't have any gold at the moment either.
Yeah, not having
Judge
a
is
sacred
starting to
sites.
burn stuff down. He's got the Hippodrome champion as well. He's just getting a little trickle of gold from that one relic that he has at the moment, enough to continue to at least make one additional crossbowman. But Kiljardi with the horseman there as well, he's got the answer to that. Farms already dropped around the TC as well. It's just full aggression non-stop here from him.
He's
Has
also got
enough
full vision
silver
of the mountains.
has enough silver now as well to go for the +2 armor upgrade on the infantry. Yeah, and that's coming in right now as well.
He is giving Eliona some time, though. Eliona having a moment to kind of collect himself. This could be big. Hone Blades about to click up right about now. So now these upgrades, as the Castle Age upgrades kind of finish up, that's going to really help, because Delhi takes a while to fully get into Castle, so to speak, right? You can get up to Castle Age, but if your units aren't Castle Age upgraded, if you don't have the Castle Age upgrades in general, you're Castle Age in name only. Once those click up for Delhi, though, even though they're delayed, that's when you'll see the tech swing kind of really full come in force, because Gajani's nowhere near Castle Age. And the military numbers are still pretty close together. Tricky thing is, can Eliona hold this push?
Fight is getting taken now. Horseman just trying to distract, trying to go for the wraparound onto the range units. And they are going to get the
getting
wraparound.
wrapped.
Ghazi Raiders trying their best. Scholar's just getting sacrificed there. Not a good trade at all.
This looks
Jari with the full
catastrophic.
surround, Runestone coming in as well. All the movement speed on the infantry here as well with the Hippodrome champion. That is coming back now as well. Leone's just lost the entire military mass. Didn't find inside of a choke point. And it looks like that might just be it. Kiljadi pushing his advantage. All the military going down from Eliona. And Kiljadi now has free reign inside of Eliona's base. Outpost getting torched down. Villagers inside will be getting slain after. And GG comes in. Kiljadi with the Macedonian dynasty able to close out the set.
That was my one fear about going for Hone Blades into Castle Age, was would he be able to get enough gold to get the Men-at-Arms out? And the answer is no. I don't think he built a single Men-at-Arms. And so Hone Blades clicked in and was researched all the way, but Eliona unable to capitalize on it. Kiljardi with an incredible push right at the 15-minute mark, taking the win and taking the series 3-1.
Taking the series indeed. GG's come in. And that means that Kiljadi is going to be able to, you know, get a shot at potentially qualifying tomorrow for the road to Wololo. He's got one more set ahead of him there. And we can just take a quick little peek at our bracket now and just check exactly what we're going to be looking forward to tomorrow. As tomorrow we're going to be looking at all of these best of 5 qualifying matches for the road to Red Bull Wololo Londinium, as we see Scarlet Devil actually managing to beat out MSN 3-2. He's going to be facing off against Baltoon in a best of 5. Valdemar going to be facing off against Scatterbrain there as well. So that's going to be another one to look forward to. Kiljadi, after beating out Eliona, is going to be facing off against Jiff Music. Jiff Music able to win against Core 3-2. Numedan beating Gento is going to be facing off against Myriad. Both players able to win their previous sets 3-0. So these are going to be all the sets that we'll be covering tomorrow here on EGC. And yeah, 4 players tomorrow are going to be able to qualify for the main qualifier for the road to Wololo. Yeah, qualify to the qualifiers. But let's be honest, like there's like $10,000 worth of prize pool just for these like pre-qualifiers. So it's more of like its own precursor to the real tournament.
It's still worth it. It's still fun. You know, we'll take it. Qualifier for the qualifiers. There's just a lot of players, you know. Everyone who said that this game was dying was misinformed, as there's apparently enough people to play for a qualifier to have a qualifier. So there you go. But man, some fun series today. This one was particularly enjoyable, I think. I'm glad it wasn't a sweep. I always enjoy when you get a bit of a back and forth between them. But a fun day and a fun series, and a lot more coming up, huh?
Indeed, indeed. So with that, we're going to be closing out the show for today. This was our last set of the day. But don't forget, tomorrow, same time as today, we're going to be covering all of the sets that we just mentioned here live on EGC. So definitely do not forget to tune in. Soccerton, it's been an absolute pleasure to cast with you here again on EGC. Looking forward to plenty more. And with that, though, we're closing out for today. Bid you all farewell. We're going to check out who we're going to be sending you guys off into the night to with, who we're going to be raiding over in the Age of Empires 4 section. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll be sure to see you again tomorrow here on EGC. Till then, have a good one.